The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? The quorum is present. The House and Gallery, please rise for invocation, which will be offered by the Honorable Candy Noble of Collin County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The observance of a day of fasting and prayer was brought to all the colonists by the Continental Congress in 1775, just days after George Washington had been selected as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army by that same body. The day was such a success that our Continental Congress determined to call for a day of fasting and prayer each spring and a day of thanksgiving and praise each fall. So it is my great honor to ask you to join me in prayer on this, our National Day of Prayer. Lord, today we are so very blessed to be living in a nation whose foundations were established in prayer to you. We thank you for our forefathers who loved you and leaned on you for guidance. We thank you, Lord, for all the times our nation has recognized our very great need for your direction and intervention, and for all the times you've answered those prayers. So today I pray for our nation, our state, and on behalf of this body that you've called to serve you. May all of us who serve on this mission field of government understand that our nation's greatness comes only because of your unmerited favor, your mercy, and your grace. Help us turn fully to you. I pray that we would trust you, Lord, with all our hearts, and that we wouldn't use our own wisdom, but that we would lean on you for understanding, and that in all our ways we would acknowledge you, and that you would make clear our way to do your will. And in Jesus' name I pray, amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Tony Rose of Dallas County to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members and guests in the gallery, please join me as we pledge allegiance to our nation and state's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 41, Zaffarini, relating to the consolidation allocation.
The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB 390, HB 797, HB 1118, HCR 92, HCR 94.
We'll have time today. The following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral to committee. The clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
SB 403 by Johnson, relating to a right of refusal applicable to the sale of housing developments that have received certain financial assistance administered by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, referred to the Committee on Urban Affairs. SB 704 by Buckingham, relating to the transfer of the regulation of racing to the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, the abolishment of the Texas Racing Commission, and the creation of the Texas Racing Advisory Board, following recommendations of the Sunset Advisory Commission, referred to the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 1171 by Taylor, relating to the electronic administration of certain required assessment instruments, measures to support internet connectivity for purposes of those assessment instruments, and the adoption and administration of certain optional interim assessment instruments, referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 1365 by Betancourt, relating to public school organization, accountability, and fiscal management, referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 1421 by Betancourt, relating to the correction of an ad valorem tax appraisal roll and related appraisal records, referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1465 by Hinojosa, relating to operation of the Texas Small Rural Community Success Fund program administered by the Texas Economic Development Bank as a successor of the Texas Leverage Fund program, and to creation of the Microbusiness Disaster Recovery Loan Guarantee Program, referred to the Committee on International Relations and Economic Development. SB 1467 by Hinojosa, relating to the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley to student fees imposed by the university and to the elimination of certain obsolete statutory references in relation to the university, referred to the Committee on Higher Education. SB 1538 by Menendez, relating to insurer restrictions and duties regarding repair of a motor vehicle covered under an insurance policy, referred to the Committee on Insurance. SB 1575 by Colt Course, relating to assessment and oversight of children placed by the Department of Family Protective Services in a qualified residential treatment program, and a study regarding residential treatment center placements, referred to the Committee on Human Services. SB 1876 by Miles, relating to emergency planning for the continued treatment and safety of end-stage renal disease facility patients, referred to the Committee on Public Health. SB 2046 by Menendez, relating to a compliance history assessment made for purposes of allocating certain financial assistance administered by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, referred to the Committee on Urban Affairs. SB 2163 by Creighton, relating to the creation of the Montgomery County Municipal Utility District 199, granting limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessment fees and taxes, referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 2172 by Creighton, relating to the creation of the Montgomery County Municipal Utility District number 200, granting limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, or providing authority to impose assessment fees and taxes, referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 2174 by Creighton, relating to the division of the Montgomery County Municipal Utility District number 152, referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 2205 by Springer, relating to the creation of the Hillcrest North Municipal Utility District of Wise County, granting limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessment fees and taxes, referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 2207 by Springer, relating to the creation of the Grayson County Municipal Utility District number 8, granting limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessment fees and taxes, referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 2208 by Springer, relating to the creation of the Rocky Top Ranch Municipal Utility District of Denton County, granting limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessment fees and taxes, referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 2216 by Creighton, relating to the powers and duties of the East Montgomery County Municipal Utility District number 14, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessment fees and taxes, referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 2217 by Creighton, relating to the powers and duties of the East Montgomery County Municipal Utility District number 13, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessment fees and taxes, referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 2219 by Springer, relating to the creation of the Heritage Ranch Municipal Utility District number 1 of Grayson County, granting limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessment fees and taxes, referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SCR 22 by Campbell, designating Kyle as the official pie capital of Texas for a 10-year period beginning in 2021, referred to the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. HR 1019 by Guerin, in memory of Derek Alden Howard of Austin, referred to the Committee on Resolutions Calendars.
Please excuse Mr. Coleman because of important business in the district on the motion of Representative Hura. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 567, SB 721, SB 725, SB 1064, SB 1260, SB 1334, SB 1555, SB 1809, SB 1954.
Is Ms. Howard on the floor of the House? Members, please take your seats. Members, please take your seats. The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to address the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Between a very difficult day yesterday and what's going to be a very difficult day today, I really want to take an opportunity to thank you for being my family over these past 2 years. It was 2 years ago on Thursday during session, on this day, 2 years ago, I can't even talk, that I got the news as I was leaving the House floor at 11-something that night. Y'all don't need to come up here. It's okay, really, seriously. I got the news that my husband had had a cardiac arrest and spent that first week in the hospital while he was on life support. Had some of my friends from this body offer a lot of support to me. Some even came to the hospital, like, not mentioning names, but Mr. Charlie Guerin. And then we spent a long, long time on this very difficult journey. 6 months of my husband being in a residential rehab in Irving and me driving back and forth for several days every week to be there to help with his care. And when you have a brain injury, which he had as a result of the cardiac arrest, there's all kinds of things to deal with. If you haven't done it, Ms. T, I know, has this bill on brain health. Oh, please support this, you guys. It's a tough journey. And after 6 months, even though he wasn't really in a position to come home, it was the end of any kind of extensions of insurance, as you know how that goes. And I had all that struggle, which a lot of people have to deal with. Brought him home to Austin, got him into an outpatient rehab program where I was hoping to have a little bit of time with them taking care of him while I could do a little bit of work, but unfortunately, because of the behavioral issues associated with the brain injury, I was required to be there all the time. So I was basically a 24/7 caregiver. And eventually got some help with some home health people who were wonderful and came into our home, and then COVID hit. And we had to stop those things. In the midst of all that, because of my husband not working anymore and everything else that was involved, our home of 40-something years, I had to sell and downsize and find a home where I could take care of my husband on one floor with a big roll-in bathroom that I had to work out and all the things you have to do when you're having to take care of a family member who can't take care of themselves. I had to pack up that house of memories. I had to figure out how to get rid of things, and I had to do all this on my own because of COVID. So we got moved and had more challenges, of course, there. Got the home health to come for a while, then went into palliative care, and then into hospice. And thankfully, that didn't take long. And my husband died in our bedroom, in our new home. And my children were able to be there and be with their dad before they came and took him. This is not a journey I would wish on anyone, but my journey is not unique, as you know. It's something that affects Texans all over this state. And we are in a position to do all kinds of things to help people go through these very, very difficult journeys. But we also have some great people out there, and you are some of those great people I'm talking about. I was so buoyed and supported throughout this whole thing by my legislative family. Despite any of our differences, you only gave me love. I heard from so many of you. And I just wanted to take this opportunity. Because of COVID, we didn't have a memorial service either. You know, this is the weirdest thing people have gone through that have lost loved ones. You can't hug people. You can't have people around, you know, doing what you normally do where you have all the remembrances. That didn't happen. So we had my 3 kids and I with this wonderful person who bought my home, allowed us to go back over there to the ravine in our backyard and scatter some ashes. Wonderful person. I will even mention his name, Perry Minton. Thank you so much. But I just didn't want this session to pass without telling you, my legislative family, how much you mean to me and how much you meant to me through this whole thing, supporting me. And we've got to remember those things as we have these big battles on this floor. And I want the world out there to know that despite how much we talk negatively with one another, how much the campaigns have negative rhetoric, we actually like each other. We actually love each other here. And we actually support each other. This is a family. So just let me have this opportunity to say thank you for all you've done for me. And I'm going to need you as we move forward, because I got to tell you, once this session's over, this has been kind of a savior for me because I've been so busy, I haven't been able to reflect on my aloneness. So I'm going to continue to need you, and I hope I'm there for you when you need help from me as well. So thank you to my family.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Leach and I would like to move to reduce your writing and place in the House Journal the remarks of Ms. Howard.
Members heard the motion. Rejecting the chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Lamont for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 1348 was not passed to engrossment.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none. Motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1348. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1348 by Desautels relating to the applicability of certain laws to open enrollment charter schools.
The chair recognizes Mr. Desautels for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we're working on a perfecting amendment, so I'm going to move that we postpone further consideration of House Bill 1348 to time certain 11:30 a.m. today.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to reduce to writing and place in the Journal the closing speeches from Rep. Zwiener and Rep. Julie Johnson on House Bill 1280 yesterday.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none. So ordered.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Ann Johnson of Harris for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I request permission to introduce a House bill related to the establishment of a pilot program by MD Anderson to provide telemedicine medical services to certain cancer patients receiving pain management services to supportive palliative care. I'd appreciate your help in getting this moving.
Members, you heard the motion. It does require a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Show Dr. Alverson voting aye. Show Mr. Fierro voting aye. Representative Gonzalez voting aye. Rodriguez voting aye. Have all voted? 141 ayes and no nays. The motion is adopted. Members, we are getting ready to go on the calendar. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 8. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 8 by Hughes relating to abortion, including abortions after detection of an unborn child's heartbeat, authorizing a private civil right of action.
The chair recognizes Representative Slauson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the Texas Heartbeat Act, and I move passage.
The chair recognizes Representative Howard to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I'm not going to belabor yesterday's discussion. I just want to be clear on what we're voting on today. Senate Bill 8, which some have referred to as the Forced Pregnancy Act, will absolutely force most, if not all, women to carry their pregnancies to term because it does not rely on any actual science. And what's worse is that this bill will drive women back into the shadows in fear of harassment through lawsuits that anyone in this country can file. First and foremost, we're voting on a bill that enshrines personal beliefs over science. This ban on abortion at 6 weeks gestation is truly a ban on practically all abortions and just totally ignores the reality of women's bodies. Gestational timelines don't align with more commonly understood pregnancy timelines. ACOG, the gynecologists and obstetricians, they start counting gestation from the first day of a woman's last menstrual period. They also state that pregnancy is assumed to start 2 weeks after that day. The reality is that it usually takes missing a period before women start to even consider whether they're pregnant or not. That would be at about 2 weeks gestation at the earliest, which is when pregnancy is assumed to start. And in actuality, it will take at about 4 to 6 weeks gestation when women really start to notice that they've missed their period. This is why doctors are so opposed to the 6-week ban. It does not make any medical sense. The truly egregious provisions of this bill are its legal provisions. Cases of rape, incest, and sexual assault. The First Amendment by Representative Slauson yesterday only optically provides protections to victims of rape, incest, and sexual assault. The language clearly states that only rapists and other abusers who are prohibited by sections of the Penal Code are disallowed from bringing a civil suit against a victim. That means this only applies to rapists who have an actual conviction or an allegation against them. The reality is that 90% of women, 92% in Texas, do not report that they have been raped. Of those reports, only 3% of rapists are actually convicted. 1 in 6 women have experienced sexual assault, and nearly 75% of those cases are perpetrated by non-strangers, including intimate partners and relatives. This is partly why so many cases do not go reported. This bill will only affect those tiny percentages. This leaves the vast majority of victims unprotected from their abusers. And the amendment narrowly applies to the civil cause of action. If you were raped, if you are a victim of incest or sexual assault and you don't want to carry that baby to term, too bad. You will have to do that under this bill. To make matters worse, the civil cause of action is so broad that women will live in fear of legal harassment. Under this bill, you criminalize legal medical procedures and place huge liabilities on providers. And let's be clear, you're not just placing those liabilities on physicians who actually perform the abortion. For example, if a person became pregnant as a result of sexual assault and the rape counselor provided information to the victim about how to obtain an abortion, the rapist could sue the rape counselor. The rapist could sue the doctor who provided the abortion and anyone, including a family member of the victim who supported the victim in accessing an abortion. This is what the language that allows people all over the country to sue anyone who, 1, performs an abortion, 2, aids or abets in the abortion, or 3, intended to aid and abet in the abortion. These terms are so vague that they can apply to almost anything. Here's an example for all of the rural members who advocate for your rural hospitals, given that Texas has the most rural hospital closures in the country. In 2019, 0.001% of all Texas abortions were done in a hospital. This is because hospitals do not perform abortions that are not medical emergencies. Instead, your hospitals are going to refer out to other facilities that actually do perform abortions. So, under this bill, that would be interpreted as aiding or abetting an abortion. That's a huge liability. That is particularly bad given that there's a floor of $10,000 for fees that can be claimed against each and every defendant in a case. These frivolous lawsuits can ask for whatever amount they want, and it would be allowed under this law, and that is for each and every defendant. We know that rural hospitals are already set to lose millions of dollars in funding once DSRIP ends at the end of this fiscal year. Imagine being in fear of being held liable for who knows how much money just because you're doing your job and referring out a person who may want an abortion when you're not even the one performing the abortion. That is a chilling effect that you're placing on women and on facilities and on all types of providers. I will close by saying that I hope you listen to this, and while I understand how you may feel personally, I want you at least to know that this is what you're voting into state law. This bill empowers rapists and abusers. This bill empowers lawyers and trolls who want to abuse and clog up our courts. This bill completely ignores medical science and undermines physicians and providers. And most importantly, this bill, this Forced Pregnancy Act, disrespects women, puts us in harm's way, totally disregards our agency and autonomy, and drives us back into the shadows. As I said yesterday, this bill will not stop abortions.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Ramos, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Briefly.
The gentlelady yields.
Thank you, Representative Howard. To be clear, in this, you just referenced the amendment, but also according to the bill, an individual can also sue the insurance companies that maybe have provided some kind of assistance in the matter, whether it's the person gets sick or whatever. Trial lawyers will be able to increase litigation, so now they can sue insurance companies for this?
It is the most frivolous of frivolous lawsuit opportunities, yes.
Well, as an attorney, I think that's wonderful that we can increase the litigation and make attorneys, especially trial lawyers, a lot more money. And the final question, you spoke to the amendment, and there was that provision that a rapist cannot sue, or somebody, let's say, that was legally found that guilty of rape, they wouldn't be able to sue within this bill, correct?
They would not be able to sue if they're convicted, which is very rare. Yes.
Okay, but his best friend, one of my constituents pointed out, his best friend could sue, or the rapist's mother could sue, or the rapist's sister.
Anyone can sue.
That is just amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Crockett, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield
Does
for
the
a few
gentlelady
questions?
yield for questions?
Briefly.
The gentlelady yields.
You know, I'm curious because we talked about litigation so much, and I thought we would have a more robust conversation because the representative that brought this bill is an actual litigator. What I didn't hear, and I may have missed it in the conversation yesterday, is most of us understand that when you go into court, you're going into court seeking damages, and you normally have to prove damages. And if you are a random, arbitrary person who normally would not have standing to sue for anything, what damages are you suffering, and what type of money should be paid when you had nothing to do with whatever happened with the doctor, this woman, this entire situation? Did we have a robust discussion about damages and how someone would prove up damages in the first place?
No, which is why I wanted to make this final statement today so people would understand that that is what we're putting into law here. And as you point out, you don't even have to have standing. Anybody can sue in this case, and they don't have to know the person, have anything to do with the person. It is really so open and vague as to be just right, as Representative Ramos was saying, for trial lawyers to have a heyday.
The only other question I have for you is, this exact same body put a lot of effort into passing HB 19
yes,
to reduce litigation.
Yes.
For persons that say are hit and killed by trucks.
Correct.
We thought there's too many people suing.
Correct.
When people are being physically harmed in, say, trucking accidents. And so we've made a completely different set of rules for those that drive trucks. But now we're saying we want to encourage more litigation when there's not even damages for people. Is that
That's
how you
correct.
interpret what's going on with this bill?
That's correct.
Seems a little inconsistent, huh?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Slauson to close.
Thank you, members. Thank you for the vote on this yesterday. I look forward to the passage of the Texas Heartbeat Act, and with that, I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 8. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Slauson voting aye, Representative Hunter voting aye. Members, the chair will give you time to vote from your desk.
Stand with you.
Show Representative Hall voting aye.
There you go.
Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 83 ayes and 64 nays, Senate Bill 8 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1265. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1265 by Birdwell, relating to the eligibility of the National Hot Rod Association Fall Nationals to the Texas Motorplex for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program.
The chair recognizes Representative Elsie to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1265 authorizes the National Hot Rod Association's Fall Nationals at the Texas Motorplex to participate in the Major Events Reimbursement Program. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1265. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Elsie voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 105 ayes and 35 nays, Senate Bill 1265 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 726. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 726 by Schwerner, relating to establishing actual progress for the purposes of determining the rights to repurchase real property from a condemning entity.
The chair recognizes Representative Lamont to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill ensures that actual progress is made in honor of the Groundhog Day movie. I think there's an amendment on, no, just kidding, members, just kidding. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 726. Members, it's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 112 ayes and 30 nays, Senate Bill 726 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 315. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 315 by Huffman, relating to restrictions on the age of persons employed by or allowed on the premises of a sexually oriented business creating a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and I want to thank all the joint authors that are up here and everybody that worked. This is a big piece of the anti-human trafficking bill, and a lot of our programs we talk, here is real action, and I want to thank everybody in this Texas House of Representatives who stands up to do something against human trafficking. And members, thank you for your help. This sets the age restrictions so we can stop this and set the right precedent in Texas. Thank you, members. Vote aye. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 315. Members, it's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 315 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1774. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1774 by Alvarado, relating to the conveyance of certain real property by certain navigation districts.
The chair finally recognizes Representative Canales to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the transfer of special navigational district property, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage, Senate Bill 1774. Members, it's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There Being 142 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 1774 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1118. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1118 by Johnson, related to the creation and administration of the On-Ground Conservation Program by the State Soil and Water Conservation Board.
The chair recognizes Representative Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this creates an on-the-ground conservation program that will help come time for flood season. May I have passage?
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1118. Members, it's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 143 ayes and 1 nay, Senate Bill 1118 is finally passed. Yeah, it just read. Chair lays out House Bill 4492. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4492 by Patty, relating to the restructuring of certain electric utility providers.
Chair recognizes Representative Patty for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 4492 until 12 noon today.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 9. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 9 by Click, related to the criminal punishment and conditions of community supervision for the offense of obstructing a highway or other passageway, increasing the criminal penalty.
Chair recognizes Representative Click to explain the bill.
Members, HB 9 states you cannot knowingly obstruct a hospital interest or prevent an authorized emergency vehicle. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 9. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Representative Click voting aye. Have all voted? Being 90 ayes and 55 nays, the House Bill 9 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1925. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1925 by Capric-Leon, relating to prohibitions on camping in a public place, creating a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Representative Kraus to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this was the bill that Representative Capric-Leon laid out, that if Roe v. Wade is overturned at some point, this law will take effect. Move passage. Move back, members. Apparently, this is a camping ban that has nothing to do with Roe v. Wade. So I'm gonna pack it up and move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 25 as Representative Kraus explained it. On the second time around, it's a record vote. The clerk will read the bell. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 87 ayes and 56 nays, House Bill 1925 is finally passed. There were 88 ayes and 56 nays, members. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 492. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 492 by Wu, relating to prohibition on the issuance of a warrant authorizing the use of a no-knock entry by a peace officer.
The chair recognizes Representative Wu to explain the bill.
Members, this is the no-knock warrants bill that we passed out overwhelmingly last night. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 492. Members of the record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Representative Leach voting aye. Have all voted? There being 143 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 492 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1280. The clerk will read the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill
Mr. Kraus, you're not the clerk. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1280 by Capric-Leon, relating to prohibition of abortion, Friday civil penalty, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Representative Kraus to explain House Bill 1280.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm learning. I appreciate you. This is the bill Representative Capriglione laid out last night, where if Roe v. Wade is overturned, this will go into effect.
Mr. Speaker?
Representative Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a
Does
question?
the gentleman yield for a question?
Happy to yield.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Kraus, how many terms have you served here?
This is my 5th.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, let's pull the trigger on this one. Move passage.
Question occurs on House Bill 1280. Members, it's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 81 ayes and 61 nays, House Bill 1280 is finally passed. Representative Leach, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, could I move to have Representative Kraus, actually, let's just all of Representative Kraus's remarks today reduced to writing and placed in the journal?
Mr. Leach, you're not recognized for that motion. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3034. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3034 by Campos relating to the establishment of a statewide homelessness data system.
The chair recognizes Representative Campos to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, HB 3034 will authorize a study on the feasibility of establishing a statewide homeless database. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3034. Members, it's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 79 ayes and 56 nays, 78 ayes and 56, 78 ayes and 56 nays. Thanks, Representative Kraus. House Bill 3034 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3915. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3915 by Goldman relating to the designation of certain premises as critical load.
Chair recognizes Representative Burrows to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill Mr. Goldman laid out yesterday about critical load premises. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3915. Members, as record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 3915 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2261. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2261 by Wu relating to the authority of a municipal management district to provide public education facilities and public education related supplemental services.
Chair recognizes Representative Wu for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2261 until 2 p.m. today.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4055. The clerk will read the bill. Hold on.
HB 4055 by Mesa relating to reporting and investigating certain cases of child abuse and neglect involving a pregnant woman's use of a controlled substance.
The chair recognizes Representative Mesa to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is to protect expectant moms, their unborn babies, and to protect the doctors, so I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4055. Members, it's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Mesa voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting no. Have all voted? There being 92 ayes and 50 nays, House Bill 4055 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3131. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3131 by Cole relating to the information required to be included in the certificate of formation of a filing entity.
The chair recognizes Representative Cole to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3131 is the bill from yesterday that adds a preferred mailing address to the certificate of formation of documents. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3131. Members, it's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Cole voting aye. Have all voted? Being 141 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 3131 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2628. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2628 by Theory relating to the administration and collection of motor vehicle sales and use taxes.
Chair recognizes Representative Theory to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a comptroller cleanup bill that we passed yesterday. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2628. Members, it's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Theory voting aye. Have all voted? 141 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 2628 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3997. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3997 by Bonner relating to the transfer of certain functions relating to state employee leave for the state auditor to the comptroller.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonner to explain the bill.
House Bill 3997 would transfer uniform interpretations of state leave policy from the state auditor's office to the comptroller. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3937. Members, it's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? 139 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 3997 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3578. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3578 by Guerra, relating to the payment methods for cigarette and tobacco product permit fees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Guerra to explain the bill.
This is a comptroller cleanup bill that allows tobacco permit holders to pay their fees with a credit card. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3578. Members, it's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? 142 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 3578 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2743. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2743 by Metcalf, relating to the salary of certain employees who transfer within a state agency.
Chair recognizes Representative Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2743 will grant greater flexibility to state agencies to adjust its job classifications and salaries. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2743. Members, it's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? 145 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 2743 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3474. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3474 by Theory, relating to motor fuel taxes.
Chair recognizes Representative Theory to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a comptroller cleanup bill that prevents fraud and theft for motor fuel taxes. I move passage.
Please excuse Representative Rainey because of illness for today and the remainder of today. On the motion of Representative Harless, the remainder of the week, sorry, members, for the remainder of the week on a motion of Representative Harless. Is there any objection, Chair? Is none. Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3474. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? 126 ayes and 19 nays. House Bill 3474 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3134. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3134 by Cole, relating to the methods by which the comptroller may provide notice of a hearing to suspend a permit or license.
The chair recognizes Representative Cole to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, House Bill 3134 is the bill from yesterday that allows the comptroller to send email notices to business that not opt in. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3134. Members, it's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Chair Representative Cole voting aye. Have all voted? 141 ayes and 3 nays. House Bill 3134 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2287. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2287 by Thompson of Harris, relating to data collection by and consultation with the Collaborative Task Force on Public School Mental Health Services regarding the task force duties and requiring the Texas Education Agency to report on mental health services provided to public school students.
The chair recognizes Representative Thompson of Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill we passed yesterday on a collaborative task force on public school mental health services. I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2287. Members, it's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 98 ayes and 47 nays, House Bill 2287 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2954. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2954 by Thompson of Harris, relating to a suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention program for certain public elementary school campuses.
Chair recognizes Representative Thompson of Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a suicide prevention and intervention bill. I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2954. Members, it's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 96 ayes and 48 nays, House Bill 2954 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3615. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3615 by King of Parker, relating to chilled water service and district cooling systems.
Chair recognizes Representative King of Parker to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the transparency bill from yesterday. Move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Zwiener, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for some
Does
questions?
the gentleman yield for some questions?
Certainly.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you so much, Representative. Seems like a very niche issue, and I know it was all late last night, and I think a lot of us we're having a hard time wrapping our heads fully around this bill. Could you talk about what this does, especially after it was amended last night?
Sure. So municipally owned utilities, you know, there's three types of electric utilities in Texas. There's the investor-owned utilities, and then there's the co-ops, and then you have the municipally owned utilities. There's like 70 of them. The city of Austin is one of those, Garland, San Antonio, a number of others, Weatherford, others. So one of those has a chilled water system, and a chilled water system, it's really a cool deal and a great service. They chill down the water to a certain temperature, and then it's used, rather than using a lot of electricity for your HVAC system in large buildings such as we see looking out the window, they use that chilled water for that. And it's also a way of, they do that to also bring down the amount of demand on the electricity load. And so it really helps reduce the load, because air conditioning causes a lot of load. In San Antonio, they have it under SAWS, which is their, as you know, the utility that handles water. And so when it's in SAWS, since it goes in, they have revenues and expenses, because businesses buy that service monthly from SAWS, for example. And so that's revenue and expenses to the water utility, and that's made public so they can figure out the public knows how that factors into their rates. When it's with the electric utility, which is only in Austin, other cities could do it, but they don't. Since it's only in Austin Energy, then there's money that comes into Austin Energy and that goes out of Austin Energy that is related to the contracts on the chilled water system. And so the Downtown Business Coalition and others believe that those monies might be there and should be used to lower their electric rate, but they're not given access to know what those revenues and expenses are. It's the only part of Austin Energy that they aren't given that information. And so it's just a transparency bill to say, let us see that information for that part of the electric utility.
Okay, so this is just for these chilled water systems, and do I understand correctly that sort of bringing them under the same transparency provisions under Public Utility Commission right now?
Well, so it's part of the Public Utility Regulatory Act is what this amends. The PUC doesn't really have any role in rate setting for municipal utilities, electric utilities.
Okay, so this is more about information being released so customers can negotiate?
Well, it's so that if you're a ratepayer in downtown Austin of electricity, and you can only get your electricity through Austin Energy, and you know there's revenues coming into that, and you want to have a rate case against the city of Austin, you want to challenge that and you want to say, hey, my rates are too high, then you want to see all the revenues and all the expenses dealing with Austin Energy, so you can know if the rates are set right. Okay. Same kind of things they might do at the PUC on water cases and things like that. And so, or on cases dealing with transmission distribution utilities. And so you challenge that, and for some reason, Austin Energy doesn't want to let its customers look at what those revenues and expenses are so they can see if they factor into and might actually need to see their electric bill lowered.
Okay, so in general in the state right now, chilled water systems have not been subject to that type of...
Well, this is the only place they have a chilled water system that's in a electric. Actually, I think it's the only one of two that are in a utility. This is the only one that's in electric utility. The other, I think, is in SAWS.
I really admire these programs. I know these fluid-based programs, both for heat and cooling, can be incredibly efficient and work so well for large buildings in particular or complexes. Are you concerned that some of these changes might disincentivize other municipal utilities from investing in these more efficient programs that have been popular with customers?
I don't know why it would. In fact, I mean, the rule that we all operate under here, I think, is that everything in government should be transparent unless there's really a compelling reason why it shouldn't be. And in the hearing, no one could give us any compelling reason why this shouldn't be. The only thing they offered up, they said, well, we have contracts, but they have thousands of contracts in Austin Energy, and that's not secret stuff, and I don't know why this one should be either.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Representative Lucio, does the gentleman yield?
So, absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'm sorry I haven't visited with you about this before. Brownsville Public Utility. They're a retail public utility and a water wastewater provider.
Okay. Are they electric utility?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you have a separate water utility?
They do both.
Okay.
And I'm just curious, because I keep hearing that this only...
This only now affects
Austin.
Austin Energy, no other utility in the state.
Okay, and...
That was Ms. Button's amendment.
It's strictly, as I understand it, a transparency, information, access to information to be used during contested rate cases?
Yes.
Okay, and I guess the specific information you want is the revenues that that particular utility...
And the offsetting expenses.
Without you, and I'm trying to make transparency paramount here.
Sure, absolutely.
Follow me on this. Without your legislation, would litigants be able to get access to that information only through an open records request or only through litigation?
They won't release it through an open records request. That's been attempted.
And do you know what exemption they use to not release it?
You know, I did at the time we were doing the hearing, and it was kind of funny because on one thing they would say, well, you can't get to it this way, and then they would flip it back the other way. I forget the detail. All I can tell you right now is it's not available under the Open Records Act.
You know how much you and I have been fighting for ratepayers this session, and how hard they've been hit because of the storm. So I support transparency. I want to make sure we do it in a way that, and I think this bill may do that, but that provides transparency whether it's a public utility or a private utility, right? Like if I'm going to contest a rate case, I want to be able, because I think those same rights apply to rate players with private utilities, correct?
Well, so if it's a municipally owned utility, the only, excuse me, if it's a municipally owned utility, the only place you can appeal the rate to is to your city, and most of them have a process set up to appeal that to their utility board or to the city council directly is the secondary appeal usually.
Is there an appeal from there to the PUC?
No, there is none.
But does your bill touch on that, or it just touches?
No,
on...
it doesn't give the PUC any authority at all.
Have we ever considered that we can appeal those
There
cases?
is a bill that's been floated around for a long time to let people appeal those rates to the Public Utility Commission. It's never gotten out of a committee to my knowledge.
I have a bill to take it back to TCQ on the water side.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Representative Harless, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for some
Does the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
Certainly.
The gentleman
Chairman
yields.
King, do you believe in transparency?
Yes, sir.
And basically, that's what this bill is, transparency?
It really is all it is, and it'll allow them to take what they learn, and if they can make a case to lower my electric rates, that's what they'll try to make a case with when they appeal it to the city of Austin.
So if we all believe in transparency, we probably all should vote for this bill. Is that correct?
Yeah, I really don't see any good argument against it. You know, I understand people want to be careful and everything, but I really think it's information within the utility. It ought to be transparent, and I just think all it does is make that information public.
Thank you.
Mr. Patty, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a
Does
question?
the gentleman yield for a question?
Certainly.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. King. And we obviously heard this bill in our committee and voted it out. And there is this question. Obviously, we all want transparency and disclosure, but there was this question of why the information wasn't being provided. And I actually asked the question myself in the hearing if this was a power utility service, and the witness from Austin Energy said no. However, in their last rate case, they said it was non-electric, and so that it was non-electric, but they were claiming a public power exemption to disclosure. So kind of trying to have it both ways. Would you agree?
And that was that either or thing that I was trying to remember how that went last time. But yes, they were saying under one provision, well, this isn't electric, but yet we're using the electric exemption to not have to release the information. And I think at the end of the day, there's no reason not to release it. And I don't know of any other municipal utility that's holding on to something like that ratepayers need to see with regard to expenses and revenues.
All right. Thank you,
And it may end up not helping them lower their rates. But if they're not wanting to release it, it always makes you kind of concerned.
Sure. Well, thank you for your work on this. This is a good bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, if there's no other questions, I would move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3615. Members, it's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 105 ayes and 27 nays, House Bill 3615 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2256. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2256 by Garrett, relating to creating bilingual special education certification to teach students of limited English proficiency with disabilities.
Chair recognizes Representative Garrett to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill creates a teacher certificate in both bilingual education and special education. This is especially appropriate today, especially because a lady by the name of Juliana Uribe, an elementary special education teacher in Las Vegas, was named the 2021 National Teacher of the Year. She is a National Board Certified teacher who teaches pre-kindergarten through 5th grade, special ed, and focuses on English language learners. She says we need to be creative about how we recruit and retain teachers. HB 2256 would create more teachers like Juliana. This is especially important to me because my mother was a principal and went to the state of New Mexico back in the 60s to learn about this thing called bilingual education. She brought that back to Region 1 in the Rio Grande Valley, and she made that happen. I want to thank all of the teachers out there for working double time during this pandemic, for always going above and beyond their job descriptions to help children learn and grow. Members, Mr. Speaker, I move past.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ortega, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman
Thank
yields.
you. Representative Guerra, I think this is a really important bill, and especially to my community where we have many residents, people from El Pasoans that are bilingual, and some of the children, when they start school, are going into school speaking Spanish alone. I want to learn more about your bill. Tell me how one goes about getting a certification, who's going to set the standards. Could you explain that to me? Because I'd be really interested in letting people in my community know about this legislation.
Well, thank you for your question. And quite frankly, what's especially important about this bill is that it's going to allow teachers to get that not only bilingual education certificate, but also including special ed. And many of those students need to shine. They can shine. They just need help. And with the right teacher, and so many teachers want to help these kids throughout the state of Texas, I think it's important that we get behind this initiative, this bill, and help those teachers succeed so that the kids can succeed throughout Texas.
So is this something that you are actually a teacher and you are interested in getting this special certification, and then so what does a teacher do to go about getting this certification?
Well, they will have to get that certification, and this bill does not create any expense to the state of Texas in that regard, but they will have to get that certification just like any other certification. But once they acquire that certification, they'll be able to help those kids in ways that are just going to be phenomenal.
So in essence, what you're doing is actually improving the child's education by getting specialized teachers who have been certified in this field and know how to go about teaching these students.
That's exactly correct. And I think that, you know, this is 2021, and history has shown that these kids can shine. They can do well. They can contribute to our society and to the great state of Texas. And I think it's important that we promote this. So many of these kids are going to go on to be scientists. They're going to go on to be doctors. They're going to go on to be teachers. They're going to go on through life, and they're going to add to our society in a positive way.
And at what age level is this going to be set up? Is it going to be only at the elementary grade school level? What are we looking at? Kinder, up to sixth grade? Is there a certain number of, certain classification that the child has to be with regard to their schooling level?
This bill targets elementary kids for teachers to be able to help them go along so they can do well in high school.
And I noticed that it says also with disabilities. What kind of disabilities are we talking about?
Well, we see disabilities all the time in our public schools and in society. And these kids especially need help. These kids have demonstrated that if they have the nurturing and they have the education, they can excel. We see it all the time. I'm sure you see it as well.
Absolutely. And I mean, these are actually the kids that actually need somebody who is specialized with regard to teaching, because those are the type of teachers that we need assisting them if they have a disability, a special need. And it appears that this certification is going to be including that.
That's correct.
All right. Well,
and at this time, I definitely want to thank Vice Chair Gonzalez, Mary Gonzalez, because when I laid this bill out, she had some personal experience with this issue, and she was very pleased to see that this bill was coming to the floor.
Well,
and I want to thank Mary Gonzalez for her support.
And actually, Mary is a member of, Representative Gonzalez is a member of our delegation, and I can understand because of the area of our community that she represents. And this is actually also something that's important to me because of my district and knowing that there are special needs students in my district that would benefit from the type of legislation. And so I think that this bill is wonderful. Thank you so much for bringing it forward.
Thank you so much for your questions.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Diave, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, indeed.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Guerra. I want to thank you also for bringing this legislation on a topic that's also important to my district and I think to Texas in general. And I want to highlight the importance of having multilingual students graduating from our Texas high schools. Can you speak to how our Texas economy is going to benefit by having students who speak more than one language?
Well, I think that's an excellent question, and I think it's very apparent that not only in education, but in all of the sciences that I spoke about, these kids can go on to be wonderful scientists. They can go on to be doctors. They can go on to be lawyers. They can go on to add to the workforce, not only in those type of professions, but throughout their life. And I think that employers really, really are begging for this to happen. They understand, many of our employers, the contribution that these children can provide to our society and to our economy especially, and they have actually seen it happen in their businesses.
That's right. And in fact, in this global economy, you know, as we see it's exploding, Texas has one of the biggest economies. That benefit of speaking more than one language is going to benefit us. And in fact, we were looking at some data. The Texas Education Agency cites there are more than 1 million English language learners. There are more than 537,000 bilingual students, 468,000 who have English as a second language. And so, you know, we know that there's been an increase in those students who are speaking more languages. So as we have teachers who are focusing on this issue, I really appreciate the part of your bill also that speaks to students of limited English proficiency with disabilities. So can you speak to the nuance of that as well?
Thank you so much. You know, again, I want to point out how important it is that the National Teacher of the Year, Juliana Uribe, has been recognized because of her contributions and her recognition that these kids can bring to the United States of America, and here in Texas, we all know that.
Thank you, Representative.
Ms. Beckley, for what purpose?
Can I ask a gentleman questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yields.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm
sorry,
looking at your. I'm
My
looking at your
hearing
bill.
aids,
Can you hear me?
I need to turn them up a little bit.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. I'm going to do a commercial. No, just kidding. My district, there are 69 different languages spoken at home, and so I have a very diverse district. And so I have a couple little questions about your bill. Can we address? Are we just talking about one language or multiple language, and how many different? I know a lot of us are Spanish, but we have a Chin population, a Korean population, Pakistani, Russian. I could keep naming them off. Could you tell us a little bit about that? I also have a really high rate of special needs students in our district because I have wonderful school districts. So how would this help them?
Well, this bill is not necessarily only targeted to the Hispanic population. Obviously, we see in Texas and in South Texas the need for bilingual teachers who also will specialize in nurturing these kids with these special needs. But I think it goes straight across the board. I mean, there are other parts of the United States that, as you mentioned, that their cultures in their communities will also benefit from this. But again, this bill is for the state of Texas, and we know there's a lot of Hispanic kids in our schools. And I think, no doubt, in the Rio Grande Valley will be especially important. But I don't think we need to close the door in any fashion to any other cultures. And I think that bigger cities like Houston and Dallas will see the benefit of this in those languages, different languages, than just Spanish.
Yeah, I think this is a great bill, and I think it will help a lot of the kids, especially we have a lot of refugees since we're such a welcoming state. I really think that will help our kids in the districts, and I'm so glad that you brought this bill to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on the final passage of HB 2256. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show me so decibel voting aye. All members voting. There being 113 ayes, 30 nays, HB 2256 is finally passed. Without objection, the following bill on first reading and referral to committee, the clerk will read the bill.
HB 4671 by A. Johnson of Paris relating to the establishment of a pilot program to provide telemedicine medical services to certain cancer patients receiving pain management services in support of palliative care, referred to the Committee on Public Health.
Ms. Johnson, for what purpose?
Not yet.
The chair lays out on third reading HB 2301. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2301 by Parker relating to the change of name for participants in the address confidentiality program administered by the Office of the Attorney General.
The chair recognizes Mr. Parker to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Good morning. Thank you all for hearing this bill last night. This is all about the fight to stop and prevent human trafficking, and specifically helping the victims of human trafficking be able to receive a name change much easier than has currently been allowed. That's what this bill is all about.
Ms. Johnson, for what
Speaker,
purpose?
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Parker, I wanted to make sure that this body knows that the first chance I got to meet you was actually on Zoom when it was a joint group talking about the impact of human trafficking. And I want to thank you very much for your work on this issue. And I want to talk about, if you don't mind, the importance of the bill, and if you would, the intent of the bill with regarding protecting child victims as well as adult victims.
Absolutely, Representative. Happy to.
So in this context, these changes to the code that are being made are not only in the family code, but in the criminal code. And I just want to make sure that it is clear that the intent of this bill is that any child that is also a victim has the chance to go through a court process to have their address and information confidential as well.
Absolutely. Any victim that is certified by the Attorney General's office would have the ability to participate in this program. That's absolutely correct, Representative.
Okay.
That's certainly the intent. My intent as the author, the intent of the legislature.
And also that, just to make sure, the intent is not just for public, but also for discovery purposes, for ensuring that confidentiality is attached as lawyers working on the cases.
Absolutely. The bill specifically seals those records as well. So 100%. Again, what we're trying to do is to help these incredible survivors that have been victimized to have the opportunity to be upwardly mobile in life and to have safety. I mean, they literally fear for their lives every day. So many of these incredible, courageous survivors. And so that's what we're trying to do, is to ease their burden with regard to their safety and provide another level of protection when they're doing this. That's exactly correct.
And I also want to thank you because over the years as a chief human trafficking prosecutor, as an advocate and attorney for children who have been victims of human trafficking, inevitably at some point in our discussion with them as a witness and getting to the point in a trial where they have to have the courage and the strength to step up, to take the stand, and actually hold their perpetrator accountable in court, inevitably, I am always asked when they have the courage to ask about that fear, about can he come get me and do I need to worry?
Representative, you're spot on, and of course your experience in the courtroom has given you unique insight to this issue, but that's the number one fear that these young boys, young girls have, right? I mean, we all can't forget as a body that this is happening to young girls and young boys, and that's their primary issue. To have the strength to come forward, to testify, they are ultimately, of course, concerned with their own well-being, for them and their family. And of course, so often they're stuck in this cycle. They can't escape because they're so worried about what's going to happen, the threats to their loved ones. And so all the more reason why we've got to take this particular issue, piece of the issue, very seriously. Look, there's all these major pieces of policy that we've been working on for a long time in this body to make certain that we eradicate human trafficking from the face of the earth. And this is one of those key components that enables us to give strength to those survivors, to give them the courage to stand up when they're in the courtroom, specifically against their perpetrators.
I want to again thank you, and also Representative Krause has recently also talked about the importance of being able to have victims quickly move to safe shelter. And I want to thank you for making this easier, because the harder it makes for us as a system to get them protected, the harder it is to bring them to court. And so I thank you very much for making it easier for victims to protect their own identity and feel confident in their testimony.
No, thank you, Representative. You're right. Representative Krause has cared deeply about this issue, as have, I think, all the body historically. So I appreciate all the support of all our colleagues and making certain that we continue to do what it takes to provide these victims with the tools they need to recover their lives and to move forward.
Thank you and all the other joint authors, and I fully support your legislation and am grateful that you're doing it.
Thank you, Representative. Move passage.
The question occurs on the final pass of HB 2301. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Parker voting aye. All members voting. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. All members voting. There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2301 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 302. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 302 by Collier, relating to the prosecution of the offense of sexual assault.
The chair recognizes Ms. Collier to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, give me a second to just lay this bill out because it's so important. This bill updates the definition of consent in the Penal Code to ensure the crime of sexual assault covers situations when consent is clearly lacking. Let me tell you why this is important. UT did a study several years ago, and what they found is that 2 in 5 adults will be victims of sexual assault. The problem is that 91% of people do not report their sexual assault. And the reason why is because the law is not clear on what qualifies as a sexual assault. So we need to define that. So all this bill does is say that consent is not there if the person is not capable of giving consent, if they're intoxicated, if they have withdrawn consent. And it also deals with the mental health issues when somebody is a caregiver. If a caregiver is hired to assist the victim with activities of daily life and causes the victim to submit by exploiting his or her dependency on the actor, that's a violation. That's sexual assault. So the first other area is
Ms.
when the actor...
Niave, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the lady yield?
Does the lady yield?
Let me just explain these first two situations first. So, excuse me. When the actor knows the victim is intoxicated, such as the victim isn't capable of apprising the nature of the act. When the actor knows the victim has withdrawn consent and persists anyways. These are two situations where the prosecutor would just have to prove not only that the circumstances existed, but also that the actor knew they existed. And that's just consistent with existing provisions defining consent. And then also, when you're under the care of somebody, you don't want them taking advantage of that person. So it's important that we provide protections in the law for those vulnerable populations who may be subjected to the perpetrator's advances. I will take questions.
Ms. Niave, for what purpose?
Does the lady yield?
Absolutely.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Collier, I want to thank you for bringing this legislation. You know, this is an issue that so many of us care deeply about, and as I was reading your bill, I was thinking through the issue of sexual assaults on college campuses in particular and the impact on college students. I have heard from students. I've, in fact, visited the SMU campus. I don't remember if it was last session or before, and remember hearing some of these girls talk about going to a party, going to an event, you know, and by the end of the night, they had not consented to sex and felt like they could not come forward. And so can you speak to how your legislation is going to help address this issue, to address sexual assaults on college campuses?
Absolutely. In fact, I visited my local district attorney in Tarrant County, and I talked about as many colleges that we have in our area. The number of reported sexual assaults are low, and she felt that we were missing. There were not many reported because she knows in her heart that there are more out there, but people aren't reporting them. And so that's a concern because it's hard, it's difficult right now for the DAs to prove these cases up. And that's why, let me tell you, Speaker Craddock, the Midland County District Attorney came and put in a card for this bill. Tarrant County DA testified, law enforcement was there in support of this bill because we need provisions in place that clearly explain when consent is lacking. And that way, no one should be shamed. We should have more people stepping forward and let people know that Texas will not tolerate this type of, rampant behavior, impressed upon their victims. So we want to make sure that we're going to send a signal with this bill that Texas will not tolerate sexual assault.
Absolutely, and that's what I think one of the great things about this Texas House has continued to take the lead. The state of Texas has taken the lead on addressing sexual assault in our state, and your bill is going to add to that legacy of what we're doing right here in Texas. You know that on average there are about 18,000 rapes that are reported every single year. As you said, many individuals do not come forward, but certainly those that do, we want to make sure that the laws on the books are helping our prosecutors have all the tools that they need to make sure that oftentimes, sexual defendants, perpetrators, unfortunately commit it multiple times. And so I think your bill is going to help address that. So I just wanted to thank you for your work on this and for adding to the legacy of the Texas House addressing sexual assault.
Thank you so much. And we listened to what the district attorneys were saying. They need this legislation, and we heard from the victims who time and time again have said that justice has not been served in their cases. And so we're going to provide justice.
Ms. Menendez, what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
She yields for questions.
Absolutely.
Chair Collier, I first want to thank you for your bill. As a former prosecutor, I know there were problems with a number of cases that I had tried because of the circumstances that you're addressing in the bill. I want to make sure that we just lay out the three important aspects of your bill for the record.
Absolutely.
Okay, and there are three areas that you talk about. One, where the actor knows that the other person is intoxicated by a substance. Two, that the actor knowing that the person has withdrawn consent at some point. And then the third is regarding a caregiver situation. Can you just talk briefly about those three?
Sure. So the first one is when, if Representative Nieve talked about college students or anyone that has become intoxicated by any substance and they're not capable of apprising the situation that they're in. So they don't have capacity to consent. That's how we define it in law, in the law, capacity, meaning that I had the mind set to consent to agree with whatever act or document or whatever it is. And so this bill says, if the two parties know, the perpetrator knows that the person is intoxicated, whether they gave them something, served them a drink, overserved them, whatever situation, this bill would give the prosecutors the ability to go after that perpetrator in that first situation. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to encourage people to report these cases of sexual assault. We want them to know you don't need to be shamed or blamed for anything because you weren't capable of giving consent. And so that's a situation. The other situation is when consent has been withdrawn. That happens. And so we need to make sure that no means no. And that's what we're putting in statute. And then the last one is, again, when the vulnerable populations are being cared for, and they should not be taken advantage of by their caregiver who's supposed to be there to protect them, not take advantage of them. And so this is what this is going to give these tools to to the prosecutors to put the law down and strike that law down on the gavel on them to stop these perpetrators from continuing this acts of violence against their victims. So definitely we're moving forward with this.
Thank you, Chair Collier, for all your hard work. Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Manhattan, for what purpose?
may the conversations between Representative Niave, myself, and Chair Collier be reduced to writing and placed in the journal?
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none. So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I ask for your favorable consideration, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 302. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Collier voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. All members voting. There have been 147 ayes, 0 nays. HB 302 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1824. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1824 by Price, relating to the continuity of services received by persons receiving services at state hospitals and state-supported living centers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1824 is the bill we heard yesterday that enhances better services to residents of our state-supported living centers and creates a pilot project for specialty homes on those campuses. It's a much-needed bill. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1824. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There have been 142 ayes, 4 nays. HB 1824 is finally passed. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Gabe's Burgers are for sale in the members' lounge. Enjoy.
The chair lays out on third reading HB 678. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 678 by Cortez, relating to the administration of medication, immunization, or vaccination by pharmacists.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 678 will increase access to immunizations by allowing pharmacists to independently order and administer all FDA-approved immunizations and will closely align with the language with the Federal PrEP Act that pharmacists have been operating under since August 2020. I move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I do.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, sir. Just have a few questions for legislative intent. Does this bill allow anyone to give a vaccine to a child without parental consent?
No, this bill does not do that. In fact, Texas Family Code 32, Chapter 101, and 32, Chapter 102 specifically require that parental consent be achieved and required before any child receives any sort of medical care or immunization, no matter the location. So that's currently in Texas Family Code right now. And I also have an example of a vaccine consent form from HEB here in Texas, homegrown HEB, and it talks about on the first line how the patient, it has to be at least 18, and if not, then the parent or guardian must sign off on that for the minor patient, or the legal guardian, or any person authorized under law of another state or court order to consent for that child. So this form has all of that. It is required no matter where the vaccine may be given.
So if I'm understanding what you're saying is that if you're at a doctor's office or a pharmacy or anywhere else, the parent or guardian would have to consent before the child receives the vaccine.
Absolutely. As I stated before, that's in Texas Family Code currently, and so that would not change by any means with this bill.
What about outside of a medical facility? For example, in Denton County, we had Texas Motor Speedway set up as a mobile vaccine clinic.
Right.
We set record numbers of vaccines given in a single day, time and again. And at TMS, would a parent still have to give consent for someone to give a vaccine to a child there?
Yes, a parent would have to give consent, whether it's at the location you talked about in Denton, whether it's at a back-to-school fair that we may be hosting in our communities, where we offer, backpacks, school supplies for children, and then we also offer back-to-school vaccinations. That consent form would be required no matter the location.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
I move that the conversation between Representative Cortez and myself be reduced to writing, placed in the Journal for legislative intent.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to speak in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, yesterday I did an amendment to this bill, and I want to make sure there's no confusion. I'm going to be voting for this bill, even though my amendment didn't get on, and I would encourage you to do the same. Thank you.
Any member which speak for, against, or on the bill? Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you for this opportunity to expand access to life-saving immunizations. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 678. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Cortez voting aye. All members voting. There being 137 ayes, 7 nays, HB 678 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4245. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4245 by Frulo, relating municipal registration of vacant buildings in certain municipalities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frulo to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, HB 4245, brackets Lubbock County, so may adopt a vacant building registration. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4245. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Frulo voting aye. All members voting. Show Ms. Goodwin voting aye. All members voting. There being 116 ayes, 27 nays, HB 4245 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2577. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2577 by Kemple, relating to the light-duty motor vehicle purchase or lease incentive program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This just adds electric motorcycles to the term.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just clarifies that the motorcycle program for EVs is separate from the car program. And with that, I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Ms. Goodwin said an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage.
The question occurs on the final passage of HB 2577. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Stevenson voting aye. All members voting. There being 99 ayes, 43 nays, HB 2577 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3084. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3084 by Larson, related to the identification of and funding for interregional water projects.
The chair recognizes Mr. Larson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is about the multi-regional water supply projects. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3084. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 135 ayes, 10 nays, HB 3084 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2535. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2535 by Sanford, relating to the appraisal for ad valorem tax purposes of real property that include improvements used for the non-commercial production of food for personal consumption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Sanford to explain the bill.
Thank you. This is freedom for rabbit hutches and chicken coops. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2535. The clerk will read the bill. All members voting. There being 141 ayes, 1 nay, HB 2535 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2581. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2581 by Cassell, relating to civil work projects and other construction projects of governmental entities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cassell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe there's an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Minhas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Menendez to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a very simple amendment under Section D. I'm changing from 40% to 36.9%. I believe it is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Menendez says the amendment is acceptable to the author. Objection to adoption amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Cassell to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll promote transparency and efficiency. I move passage.
The question occurs on final pass of HB 2581. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 143 ayes, 2 nays, HB 2581 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 237. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 237 by Bernal, relating to student access to certain academic records authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 237 would allow people who owe money to institutions of higher learning, if they're out of school for at least 5 years, to access their transcripts if they make a good faith effort to pay like a payment plan. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 237. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 98 ayes, 46 nays, HB 237 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2064. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2064 by Leach, related to the amount of a hospital physician lien on certain causes of actions or claims.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, members. This is the hospital lien bill we passed yesterday. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2064. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2064 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 679. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 679 by Gervin Hawkins, relating to the standards for attorneys representing indigent defendants in certain capital felony cases.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 679 seeks to build our capital defense attorney bench. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 679. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 126 ayes, 20 nays, HB 679 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2595. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2595 by Price, relating to educational materials and parity law training regarding benefits for mental health conditions and substance use disorders to be made available through a complaint portal and otherwise designating October's mental health condition and substance use disorder parity awareness month.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is House Bill 2595. It seeks to implement the recommendations from the Mental Health Condition and Substance Use Disorder Parity Work Group that was established in House Bill 10 that we all passed in 2017, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2595. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 122 ayes, 24 nays, HB 2595 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 700. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 700 by J. Johnson of Harris, relating to the eligibility of foster children to receive college credit for completing their preparation for adult living program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply lays out an opportunity for our foster children to be able to get into college. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 700. Record vote. The clerk ring the bell. All members voting. There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, HB 700 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3240. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3240 by Click, relating to the composition of the Long-Term Care Facilities Council and rules related to an imposition of administrative penalties against certain long-term care facilities.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 3240 cleans up 3 issues from previous sessions regarding ICF and IDD long-term care facilities. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3240. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, HB 3240 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1447. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1447 by Minhas, relating to the use of remote technology when conducting probate or guardianship proceedings.
The chair recognizes Ms. Mejades to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1447 would allow probate and guardianship courts the option to use virtual remote technology for individuals with disabilities, senior citizens, and other participants beyond the period covered in emergency orders. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1447. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 145 ayes, 1 nay, HB 1447 is finally passed. The chair lays on third reading HB 674. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 674 by Ramos, relating to informing the public about the availability of provisions and protective orders, including provisions regarding pets and other companion animals.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 674 relates to informing the public about the availability of provisions and protective orders, including provisions regarding pets and other companion animals. Currently, the Texas Family Code, Section 85.021, allows judges to include pets, companion animals, and assistance animals in protective orders. And what HB 674 does is require the Attorney General's Office and the State Bar of Texas to jointly develop this information and provide it to the public so they'll know that they can include pets in their protective order. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 674. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 93 ayes, 51 nays, HB 674 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2059. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2059 by Busey, relating to the date of runoff elections.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2059 would standardize the date of runoff elections for both May and November general elections. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2059. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. All members voted. There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2059 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1802. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1802 by Dominguez, relating to a study evaluating the use of alternative therapies for treating certain mental health and other medical conditions.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dominguez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this bill, 1802, conducts a study first of its kind to see if psychotropic medication, psychedelic medication can help our service members who suffer from treatment-resistant PTSD. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 1802. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dominguez voting aye. All members voting. There being 134 ayes, 12 nays, HB 1802 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1090. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1090 by Bales, relating to the appraisal for ad valorem tax purposes, a property that was erroneously omitted from an appraisal roll in a previous year.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bells to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 1090 allows for back tax assessments on real property to only go back 3 years instead of the currently allowed 5 years. This would then align with Section 25.18 of the tax code. Move adoption.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1090. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1090 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2306. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2306 by Fierro, relating to the denial of the registration of a motor vehicle based on certain information provided by the county to the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles.
The chair recognizes Mr. Fierro to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 2306 simply closes a loophole to ensure an information sharing agreement with the DMV. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2306. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 97 ayes, 47 nays, HB 2306 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2375. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2375 by A. Johnson of Harris, relating to meals provided to jurors during deliberation of a civil case in certain district courts.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently the law says we can only pay $3 for a civil juror's lunch. This allows the county to provide a reasonable lunch at their discretion. Move passage.
Question occurs on the final passage of HB 2375. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 139 ayes, 6 nays, HB 2375 is finally passed. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3262. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1259. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1259 by Birdwell, relating to the causes of action for withholding payments for the proceeds from the sale of oil and gas production.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Texas Natural Resources Code provides that in the event there are competing claims to ownership of a royalty interest, a payor may suspend payments until the title issue is resolved to avoid or mitigate the company's exposure to paying a royalty twice. This practice, known as royalty suspense, is protected by statute. A court decision in 2018, however, has resulted in a need for clarity. The bill limits the liability shield to common law causes of action for breach of contract. This language in the bill has been agreed to by all the stakeholders. I would like to thank Senator Birdwell and his staff, as well as all the stakeholders who worked on this bill, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading SB 1259. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1259 is passed to third reading. Representative Smith moves to lay House Bill 3262 on the table, subject to call. If objection, the chair has none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out HB 3827. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3827 by Wilson relating to the municipal disannexation of certain areas formerly designated as a census-designated place.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3827 until 7 p.m. today.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none. Motion adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 1791. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 770. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 770 by use relating to eligibility for job training programs provided under the Self-Sufficiency Fund.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 770 updates labor code by removing the requirement that individuals must be a recipient of financial assistance in order to qualify for the Self-Sufficient Fund grant program. This will allow the program to expand the utilization, resulting in a high-skilled and job-ready population. Move passage.
The question occurs in passage of third reading, HB 770. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 770 is passed to third reading. Ms. Button moves to lay House Bill 1791 on the table, subject to call. If there is objection, the chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 2705. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1126. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1126 by Springer relating to the establishment and administration of the Texas Women's University System.
The chair recognizes Mr. Stuckey to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill will provide the statutory framework for Texas Women's University to become the first publicly funded woman-focused university system in the nation. I do have one amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Stuckey.
The chair recognizes Mr. Stuckey to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment cleans up some language in the bill and also requires TWU to report to the governor and the legislature on their transition and accreditation progress. I move adoption.
Mr. Stuckey sent that amendment. The amendment is acceptably authored. The objection to adoption. The amendment, the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Stuckey to close on the bill.
Thank you, members. I move passage.
The question occurs in the passage of third reading, SB 1126. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1126 is passed to third reading. Mr. Stuckey moves to lay House Bill 2705 on the table subject to call. The objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out HB 3276 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3276 by Parker relating to the security of voted ballots.
The chair recognizes Mr. Parker for a motion.
Thank you, Speaker and members. I move to postpone further consideration of 3276 until 10 a.m. on Friday, May 7th.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 1812. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2093. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2093 by use relating to requiring candidates for nomination by convention to pay a filing fee or submit a petition in lieu of a filing fee.
The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Last session, the legislature passed HB 2504 by now Senator Springer to ensure fairness between the two major parties and the smaller parties by requiring all candidates nominated by primary or convention to pay a filing fee in lieu of collecting signatures. It became evident through various lawsuits that we had placed the filing fee requirements for convention candidates in the wrong section of code. Senate Bill 2093 seeks to correct that oversight by transferring it. Okay, I move passage. Oh, no. No. Everybody's yelling that so much. I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Swanson.
The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. It's a clarifying amendment. Move adoption.
Ms. Swanson submitted an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Objection to adoption. The amendment chair has none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
The amendment is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I move adoption.
The question occurs on passage of third reading, SB 2093. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 2093 is passed to third reading. Ms. Swanson moves to lay House Bill 1812 on the table, subject to call to rejection. Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, it's the chair's intention to take a lunch break. If you have any announcements, please bring them down front. Mr. Harris moves that the House recess until 1:45 p.m. today. His objection, Mr. Chair, hears none, and the House stands recessed. The House will come to order.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action.
Members are back on the calendar. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 1653. The Senate companion is open and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 659. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 659 by Buckingham, relating to disannexation of certain areas that do not receive full municipal services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Craddock to explain the bill. Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1653 under Rule 8, Section 10B of the House Rules and Article 3, Section 56 of the Texas Constitution. The bill is improperly and limited to one political subdivision by means of an artificial device.
Please bring your very long point of order down front. Ms. Howard raises a point of order against further consideration of SB 1499 under Rule 8, Section 10B of the House Rules on the grounds that the bill is limited to in application to one or more political subdivisions by means of artificial devices. The bill provides a mechanism for areas subject to the bill's provisions to disannex from a municipality if the area has not received full municipal services. Ms. Howard argues that the suspect criteria is the language that applies to the bill's provisions to an area that has not received full municipal services if the area was annexed for limited purposes before Subchapter F, Chapter 43, Local Government Code was enacted. An area annexed for limited purposes under Subsection F is not entitled to receive full municipal services. The chair cannot find a reasonable relationship between this criteria and the purpose of the bill. Accordingly, the point of order is well sustained, which precludes further consideration of this bill. Speaker Craddock, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I just have a quick question. Will that be published in the Journal?
Speaker Craddock, that will be published in the Journal.
Thank you.
The chair lays out as a matter of postponed business HB 4272. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4272 by Click, relating to requirements for information contained in the immunization registry.
Is Ms. Click on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the bill.
Members, HB 4272 makes various changes to the Department of State Health Services Immunization Registry. This language is supported by all stakeholders, and it enables greater control by patients over their medical records. It makes technical changes to MTRAC to bring it up to date with current electronic medical records requirements. Mr. Speaker, I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Click.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the amendment.
Members, this removes the $2.9 million negative fiscal note and creates a positive fiscal note. The amendment has been signed off by all stakeholders and is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Ms. Click says that the amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment, the chair hears none, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Click to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment HB 4272. All in favor say aye. Aye. Say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4272 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out HB 3610 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3610 by Gervin Hawkins, relating to the applicability of certain laws to open enrollment charter schools.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. I want to take my time on this bill, and I hope y'all will indulge me, because I truly want this body to make the right decision as you vote on this bill. I've heard a lot over the last week about charter schools, and I want to set the record straight on some things. And I'm speaking to you not just as someone who has heard what others have said, but I'm speaking to you as an individual who knows this environment very well. In 1995, when the legislature passed the charter school law, I was operating a basic nonprofit dealing with dropout recovery students, young people that needed help, that the traditional public schools were not meeting their needs. The sole purpose of charter schools was to be that safety net, that other option under the public space, to make sure that we capture as many young people as we could, to make sure that they stay in school. I want y'all to understand this. I wrote the charter school application. I presented the application. I identified the board members, and we started as a dropout recovery high school, going to 0% dropout rate. Charter schools work in the public space. So when I hear the type of conversations that I'm hearing, I'm quite disappointed, because don't take hearsays and people who are concerned about what they call competition. It's about our children, y'all. It's about what we need to do for children. We know historically, particularly our minority students have done the worst in our public schools. So when I heard about the charter school option under the public space, I was in awe and very happy. Here is law, not what someone says, but law. To be a charter school in the state of Texas, you have to be a nonprofit, a school district, a governmental entity, or an institution of higher ed. So when I hear the word for-profit, let's stop that. That's not the truth. Let's work on truth. So since charter schools are required to be a nonprofit, and many times when they try to lease space, particularly when they start, because think about it, when you start, It needs some time to be able to earn some money, build a credit history. And many times when you're new and growing, because under charter schools, if you're not doing what you need to do operationally, academically, or financially, you get 3 strikes, you're closed without question. So when charters rent space and they have to pay property taxes on that space, all HB 3610 does is says exempt them from the property tax so that those dollars could go into instruction and classroom. Because those property taxes increases the overall cost to educate children. And we need to make sure that the children in public charter schools are not penalized and or damaged. They need resources also. Public charter schools do not qualify for ad valorem taxes, so they have to rely on the state allocation. ISDs and private schools, unlike charter schools, do not pay property taxes on their leased buildings. Millions of dollars of state funds allocated each year could be kept in the classroom. That's good common operational procedures. These state funds could and should be used for teacher salaries. It can pay for that extra counselor that you need, that intervention you need, that parent coordinator that you need. It may be 40, 50,000, sometimes even 90,000. But we need to help our charter schools. Let's not be like the federal government when public health came out and insurance. Let's not gut charter schools. Let's try to see how we can build the harmony with traditional public and public charter schools so they can work together in the interest of our children.
Mr. Huber, for a purpose.
Will the gentlelady yield for just a couple quick
Will the
questions?
lady yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's get to the meat and potatoes of the bill. So House Bill 3610 is allowing, and there is in the Supreme Court a ruling that allows charter schools or businesses that were within the state of Texas right now that have public character to be exempt from taxes. You're aware of that, the Doherty versus Thompson ruling. Are you correct with that?
Correct.
You're aware of that? Okay. And, so what we're saying is that as charters start, they go into a leased property. I'm in the real estate business. And so you negotiate leases under a triple net basis where you have CAM costs. CAM is common area maintenance. Part of that is electricity, water, and by the way, property taxes. So if you become exempt, guess what? Your CAM gets reduced, which means that the money the state is paying. So what's happening is right now is that the state is paying the charters the average allotment or the basic allotment as we go forward on the average of the state, and they're taking that money for the leased property because they can't afford to build a $10 million building when they get going or where they're at, and they're
That's
using
correct.
state money to then pay property taxes back to another entity. So we're taking tax dollars to pay another taxing entity as we go forward. Is that not accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. And so as we continue to fund this, so we're just transferring tax dollars from one bucket to a different bucket. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Instead of taking the money and putting it to the kids to educate the kids. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so as we go forward, I know there's going to be a couple amendments that will clarify some of these things as we go forward. But I'd like to get to the amendments so we could get that. But the genesis of this is very simple. Is that if you have a leased property, you are a charter school, we are exempting that portion of it for the landlord. There is a false narrative that is being put out there by some of the ISD groups of saying the landlord benefits from that. Patently false. That is just not accurate at all. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And there's an amendment.
Mr. Van Dever, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield
Will
for
the
a couple
lady
of
yield
questions?
for questions?
I will, sir.
Thank you, Representative, and I appreciate your passion for students and the work you do, and let me say that up front. But I do have some questions, and I appreciate what Chairman Huberty just said. Are you aware of any public school today that leases property that the landowner, the property owner, is exempt from ad valorem taxes?
I'm not advised.
Okay. Do you think there would be a possibility of a landowner or a property owner leasing to a public school in order to keep from paying taxes?
First of all, if a landlord lease space to the public school, only that portion of square footage that is used for the public school would be tax exempt under this bill. So if you have a 50,000 square foot building and the school leases 15,000 square feet of that building, only that portion.
Okay, can you tell me what qualifies, what uses of that space would qualify for the exemption?
That's it. Mr. Van Dever, I'm sorry.
No.
Okay. I'm going to allow Representative Huberty to answer your question because right now,
I don't.
What you got? We'll let Representative Huberty answer that question when you ask me some questions that I can't answer.
Okay. So again, I want to go back to, I am not aware of a school district that leases space and is exempt from ad valorem taxes. And I would love to hear some examples of school districts that do that.
Well, Mr. Van Dever, I don't know because I don't know the traditional public space, but what I would recommend, if you believe that is something that they should be entitled to, I'll be more than happy to accept an amendment to include traditional districts.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to serve children the best way we can. All Texas children.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Allison.
The chair recognizes Mr. Allison to explain the amendment.
Speaker, members, this is simply a clarifying amendment deleting certain dates specified originally in the bill, and then further clarifying that the ad valorem tax treatment will be effective for the first tax year after the effective date of the bill. And I believe it's acceptable to the author, and I move passage or accept it.
Mr. Allison sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption. The amendment chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Huberty to speak in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an issue that we've been dealing with for a very long time. And I recognize what Representative Van Dever is saying. I can tell you that I know that we negotiated when I was on my former school board. We had space that we would rent and we would apply for tax exemptions. And as I will say this to you is that we visited with our attorneys, the attorneys on this particular issue. Under Articles 8, Section 2 of the Texas Constitution, the legislature will grant an exemption to any type of school, to any person, association, persons come together to operate a school, but it must be used for school purposes. And as I pointed out earlier, in the case of Doherty versus Thompson, the Supreme Court of Texas held that, as before said in Section 2, Article 8 of the Constitution, gave the legislature the power to exempt property held in private ownership or used for the purposes what is given to a public character. I think we'd all agree that public schools, charter schools are public schools, give it public character. We would all agree on that. Supreme Court has already ruled on this issue. It is allowed to do so. As a real estate owner, examples of this are across the country. The latest, I just negotiated a lease in Hawaii as an example for the Hawaii Performing Arts Center, which is a nonprofit, which is tax exempt status. And in the lease specifically, we said, if you get tax exempt status, meaning property tax exempt status, because you have common area maintenance fees, which your property taxes are included in those common area maintenance fees, we will reduce your common area maintenance fees. Why would we want to do that for charter schools? Well, because that would allow more money to go back into the classroom for our teachers. And that's what we're talking about. We're allowing the opportunity for the kids to get more opportunity for these resources to do a better job. In addition, Representative Van Dever talked about there's another existing statutory. The Texas Supreme Court long recognized the constitutional amendment is necessary for exemptions into that. And there was another case, the ultrasound tech versus DCAD, that basically talked about the argument and notes that the Texas Constitution itself, talks about property from taxation, the entire property itself. I believe Representative Van Dever asked that, but it authorizes the legislature to provide specific exemptions for that amount of space. And I think Representative Gervin Hawkins made a great argument. If you have a 50,000 square foot building, 10,000 square feet is used for the school district itself, then guess what? That 10,000 square feet is going to be exempt. Unfortunately, that has not been recognized at that particular time. And so what we're saying is that we're looking at this from a very simplistic perspective, is that we have said this before. Section 2, Article 8 of the Constitution gives the legislature the power to exempt the property held in private ownership used for private purposes. That's what we're asking. We want to get as much resources into the campuses, into the schools. And here's the other thing that I would say. I don't understand why the ISDs are pushing back on that. We just sent them $11 billion. $11 billion to the Title I campuses in the state of Texas right now. We're asking for the ability to have this exemption as we go forward. And with that, I am asking you to please vote for this bill. This is something that is very good for the children within the charter schools, which, by the way, in the most cases are serving our underpopulated or our underrepresented youth and our children in the urban areas that we exist. And I'm asking you to please vote for this. Thank you very much.
Mr. Van Dever, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
I will yield for my friend, Mr. Van Dever. Absolutely.
Yield for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Huberty. I appreciate it. I want to say I appreciate your passion and all the work you've done. I've enjoyed working with you. But I do have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
One is it not true that this legislature appropriates funds to go to charter schools to pay for leased facilities?
Right now, there is no. That's not true. What they're getting right now is they have access to, and we gave that to them, I believe, in 2017, the existing debt allotment that we put in the existing debt allotment. There was resources that were out there, specifically that. They get the average of the basic allotment that is across. That is what their primary source of that is. And so as charter schools are starting up, they do have access to the existing debt allotment. My recollection serves me correctly, and that was so they could have bonding capacity. But that was for schools that had to meet very certain levels of criteria, high levels of criteria, high levels of academic accountability, high levels of performance. So not all charters that are starting out have the ability to get there, because you may be a charter that comes in and says, and has a great performance in a different state or a different area, or maybe you want to be a dropout recovery like Representative Gervin Hawkins created, because guess what's happening is that we have a pandemic in our ISDs of dropouts, and so these people are going back and getting that, and they may not be able to afford to build a $2 million building, but they can afford lease space. So why wouldn't we take those resources and put them where it belongs in there? So right now, they are able to access state funds through the existing debt allotment, but it's very few of the charters that currently are able to qualify for that right now.
Okay. Well, I was just going back to the HRO statement on the bill that says charter schools already are allocated funds by the legislature for their leased facilities and may receive tax exemptions for facilities they own.
Right.
So,
well, it's included in what you would consider the basic allotment. That was a portion of that. That's the reason that they created the average, the average across the barrier. And that's one of the issues. I know you and I have talked about that all the time, right? Hey, my school district gets less basic allotment. The current basic allotment is $6,130, but they're getting the average, which might be $6,400. That's unfair. But the problem is they're not getting any facility funding through the INS, right? We know that they're not getting any, and that's the majority of where that's at. And, and candidly, unfortunately, because all the federal money came in, we've been trying to figure out a way to reduce debt. We're not allowed to use any of the federal funds that came in to reduce our to reduce the debt on the INS side of the deal. So we're trying to figure out a way. It's such a small amount of schools. It's such a small amount of money, but we're transferring from one bucket to the next bucket. That's all we're doing.
Yeah, and when we think about transferring from one bucket to the next bucket, I want to ask you, and again, I think everyone in this chamber recognizes the great work you did and others did last session on House Bill 3. And we know that House Bill 3 is really dependent upon local taxes, school taxes being collected. Mm-hmm. So as we debate how we fund House Bill 3, and that was a huge concern coming into the session, and thankfully with your work and others' work, we're going to do that. We're going to keep that promise. But how can we maintain that promise if we continue to take taxable property off the tax rolls?
Well, the reality of the situation is we already have situations that exist today where there are nonprofits like a Goodwill, like the hunger centers, like the homeless shelters. I can keep going if you would like, that do not pay property taxes for buildings they do not own. And they're provided, or they're leasing the property. So it may be owned by the city of Austin, example, and they lease it to Goodwill, but there's no property tax associated with that because they're leasing it and they're in those buildings. There's tons of examples. Nonprofits don't pay property taxes. That's just a fact. And there's just a little catch-all that we need to fix on this so that the charters have that same benefit. And so, yes, you're right. If they own the property, get the tax relief. They lease the property right now. There is some resources available to them, but it's so small and insignificant. We're trying to do the best we can. And I appreciate all the hard work that you did over the last several years, but wait for the next couple weeks and wait till you see what's going to happen next, because there's going to be great things coming, more money. So you'll be really happy. You can go back and tell your district what a hero you are.
I look forward to that.
Okay,
thanks, Chairman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to speak against the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, I want to tell Representative Huberty and Representative Gervin Hawkins that I appreciate their passion. I appreciate all their hard work, especially their diligence and their drive and love for children. But the reality is this: all charter schools are not created equally. And I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the charter schools where I'm from. Recently, they were in the media for wanting to buy a jet. A jet? They were going to buy, or had spent, several $100,000 on Spurs tickets. They recently paid the guy leaving for the cause of scandal $1 million. It seems like they're doing all right to me. This is going to pull property off the tax rolls from the schools that we're already drawing from because of charter schools. What we have in Texas is some good actors, a lot of bad actors, but the reality is this body in the legislature has not fully reined in what charter schools are. And so before we start giving more breaks and handing out more money and taking off properties off the tax rolls to help a system of schools that has publicly acknowledged corruption, publicly acknowledged self-dealing, I think what we need to do, in a minute I'll take
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
When I'm finished, Representative, I'd be more than happy to.
All right.
Not at this time.
I'll tell you that the schools are doing some good work, but the reality is the fiscal responsibility is not there. This body has not held them accountable, and these stories that I'm telling you are not anecdotal. They are well documented in the media. I don't know of one school where I'm from that's buying a private jet or hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of sports arena tickets. And if anybody comes up and tells you that was all donated, well, we'd have a huge difference of opinion. But the reality is here is that at this time, they're coming to you to ask in this bill to take property off the tax rolls that would otherwise fund the public schools that are now being drawn from charter schools. Let's hold them accountable. Let's make them more transparent. Let's cut all the jet buying and tickets and squandering money and $1 million golden parachutes out before we start handing out more money. And I yield.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Now, the situation you just described about the charter school, are you aware that that's all under investigation?
Yes, I'm also aware that, that other schools are under investigation for widespread cheating in the examinations, so that they get more funding because of the widespread cheating schemes.
So it's not something that.
And that's my point, Representative, is that there's so many investigations. You are right, and that's what the body needs to hear. They're under investigation. So now they're coming to you and say, let's give all these entities that are under investigation more tax dollars.
Are you aware that also the charter school you mentioned that had the plane has sold all the interest in the plane?
And rightfully so. Because they're getting called out, and that's what I'm doing right here. We're calling out the problem. And maybe it's just one, but the reality is, Representative Dutton, that we have to do a better job of making sure that they're fiscally responsible. They are public charter schools that use public dollars from this body. And what I would say to you is, let's fix that system before we start handing them more money.
Well, I think you and I both agree that accountability ought to be at the top of the equation. But let me ask this: in terms of the bill, I guess you realize that what we're doing is trying to decide either if we don't do this and charters lease a facility, they're going to be paying the money to the landlord.
Not necessarily. That's the equation that they're promulgating from the dais. That is what's going to happen from the podium. That they're going to save that money. Well, let's just say that they do save that money. Is there any guardrails in this bill to ensure that that money is not going to be self-dealt? That it's not going to be spent on other nonsense, or what? And so your question, you're saying, or the landlord's going to get that money? We don't know where that money's going to go because we don't know how that contract's negotiated.
But the reality is, the landlord charges rent or lease for the building.
Yes, sir.
And that includes probably the property taxes.
But that tax is not charged by the landlord, Representative. It's an ad valorem tax by the county and or the school districts. And so
and that's assessed against the landlord, who obviously would carry that over to what he charges the charter school.
But it's not profit for the landlord, if that's what you're getting at.
It's not a what?
It's not a profit for the landlord.
I wasn't trying to suggest a profit. I was just trying to establish with you that the money that we're talking about here.
Yes, sir.
Is either going to be paid by the charter school to the landlord who charges.
Correct.
Or we're going to allow that to be exempt, which is what
or the charter school could pay it directly to the county and or the school districts that are charging it. But what you want to do is now take more money from that school district and the county.
You don't pay ad valorem taxes unless you own the building.
Is that a question or a statement?
Well, no, but you were saying that somehow the charter school is going to go pay the taxing authority. I'm just saying that was.
Well, you're saying in a lease it could require them to pay those taxes. Yes, in a triple net lease, it could direct the tenant to pay it directly to the taxing authority.
It could, but that's essentially the landlord passing the cost on to.
However you slice it, the money's going to the taxing authority, not to the landlord.
Right. And if we stop it from going to the taxing authority, and it doesn't go to the landlord,
then you're stopping it from going to the other children at other schools.
Hold on. I'm trying to ask my question.
I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's all right. So if it doesn't go to the taxing authority and it doesn't go to the landlord, it stays with the charter school. Is that right?
Ostensibly.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for question. Gentleman yields.
Representative, what about La Jolla ISD?
La Jolla ISD is a public school, and it's not in my district.
What about their water park? What about
you
their
could
golf course?
Direct those questions to the
It's nice that you
representative.
can point out an very old story about one.
I'm not advised
plane.
on La Jolla ISD, sir. It's not in my district, but I
They
believe
don't
the
have a water
representative's here
park.
if you want
They
to
didn't
speak to
build
him.
a water park with public dollars.
I'm not
They didn't
advised
build
on
a
anything
golf
to do with La
course
Jolla
public
ISD.
dollars.
I'm not advised, Representative. Thank you. I believe that this is not necessarily bad policy, but it's not policy we should institute right now when we haven't reined in charter schools gone wild. Vote against this.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to close on the bill.
Members, I respect Representative Canal as well, but all what he said is related to one school. Let's not throw all the schools in one bucket. Not to mention, obviously, the challenge that school had was identified. I don't own a plane. Our school has not misused any funds. There's annual audits. There's accountability that the state does for financial accountability. Please don't get caught up in the hype. Let's help Texas children and vote yes on this bill so we can put more money in the classroom. With that, I close. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment. HB 3610. Mr. Kaysen has requested a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Toth voting aye, Mr. Cassell voting nay, Mr. Huberty voting aye, Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye, Mr. Raymond voting aye. Ms. Romero voting no. All members voting. All members voting. There being 66 ayes, 76 nays, HB 3610 fails to pass the engrossment. The chair lays out HB 1348 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1348 by Deshotel relating to the applicability of certain laws to open enrollment charter schools.
The chair recognizes Mr. Deshill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill, Committee Sub-House Bill 1348 violates House Rule 4, Section 32C 1, 2, and 5.
Please bring your point of order down front.
The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Representative Destel for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1348 until Sunday, June 27th at 10 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
The chair lays out HB 4492 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4492 by Patty, relating to the restructuring of certain electric utility providers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patty to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the ERCOT securitization bill that we talked about yesterday. I do have a clarifying amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Patty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patty to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment will just clarify the interplay between the co-op and ERCOT securitization bills, ensuring that costs are not shifted and stay with the parties that are currently responsible for them. I move adoption.
Mr. Patty said that the amendment is acceptably offered. Objection to adoption. Amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Patty to close on the bill.
Thank you. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading, HB 4492. The question occurs on final passage, HB 4492. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. Mr. Wilson voting nay. All members voting. There being 129 ayes, 15 nays, HB 4492 is finally passed. Is Mr. Huberty on the floor of the House? The chair lays out HB 2261 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2261 by Wu, relating to the authority of the municipal management district to provide public education facilities and public education-related supplemental services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the bill on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I do have an amendment to fix some of the problems that were brought up.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, whether we intended to or not, we ended up adding a pro-voucher amendment onto this bill. And what my amendment does is two things. One, it strips off the pro-voucher language. And two, reduces the bill to the smallest change possible, and to do what my district has asked me to do, that we just help fund after-school activities from the management districts. And the reason for this is because part of the role of the management district is to help abate crime, help abate graffiti, help deal with damage to property. By having after-school programs, as many of y'all in here know, by having after-school programs, we occupy children, we occupy their time, give them something to do, and by providing sports, we drain some of their energy so they're not out causing damage, they're not out tagging stuff, they're not out getting pregnant. And so I think this is something that, that solves the issues that people have with building, with even putting in playgrounds. You can't even do playgrounds. Just let management districts help pay for uniforms, pay for sports teams, and just do some minor things that lets them do after-school programs to occupy these kids' time so they're not tagging graffiti, they're not out damaging property.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
I will.
He yields.
Thank you, Representative Wu. Yesterday, this body added an amendment to this bill. Does your amendment basically eliminate the amendment that was added yesterday?
It does, because the amendment itself basically knocked out charter schools, it knocked out public schools. The only thing that's left are private schools.
Okay, and so these MMDs, these management districts, are they school districts?
No, they're not. They're management districts.
So the property taxpayers, they pay money as a tax into these MMDs, is that correct?
Yes, and not every property, just select properties in the district that are usually just purely commercial properties, usually along busy streets, usually along a corridor that wants to have a unified theme for their commercial appearance and things like that. The management districts do cleanup. Many of the management districts in my area provide private security. They do additional surveillance and things to help reduce crime.
So the MMDs, they're not school districts, but the property taxpayers that pay taxes into the MMDs, do they also pay property taxes into a school district?
Yes, I would assume so.
Okay, so these taxpayers pay taxes into a school district. They also have to pay property taxes into an MMD. Does the school district have an elected board by members of the community? The school districts? Do they have an elected board?
Yes.
Okay, but the MMDs, their boards are largely appointed, is that correct?
No, they're elected by the membership of their taxed entities. So the commercial properties that make up the district vote for the board members.
So my understanding is that only residential ones are actually elected, that they are appointed.
There are no,
maybe even by the previous slate of director.
There are no residential properties in MMDs.
Okay, so then they're not elected. They could be appointed by the previous board of directors.
They are elected by the commercial properties that are required to pay the tax.
Okay, but the property owners do also pay school taxes, and what your amendment does is that they would have to also pay property taxes in addition to their school taxes to MMDs for school activities.
They have already done that, and what this bill does, not the amendment, what the bill does is it gives a permission, it makes it permissive. It makes it permissive if your MMD, and most of y'all do not have MMDs, if your MMD chooses to help schools, like schools in my districts that are poor, have families that cannot pay for school uniforms, cannot pay for helmets, and cannot pay for many other things. I know that may be a foreign concept. That may be a difficult concept that you have students, have families that can't even pay for soccer jerseys, but they exist in my district.
So with these after-school activities that are going to be funded through tax dollars through the MMDs, would these after-school activities compete with the local schools or any nonprofits or any businesses in your district?
I don't know what compete means.
Compete? I mean, if we have after-school activities, I'm assuming the school district's not doing that. Are there any nonprofits that are doing that? Are there any local businesses that are providing these activities?
In my area, no.
Okay. And then last question, would apartment complexes, would they be considered residential or commercial property taxpayers for these districts?
I think it depends on the way whether they were drawn in or not. If they're considered commercial and they were a part of the original management district, then yes.
Okay, so in the MMD, you could potentially have an apartment complex filled with kids who you've admitted cannot even afford their own soccer jerseys, but we're wanting to raise taxes through MMDs to be able to provide them with soccer jerseys that they already can't afford without the money flowing through taxes to an MMD?
And I think there's a misunderstanding is about raising taxes. No one's raising taxes. These taxes are already right now being paid. The management districts are asking the ability to help their community, to assist the poor schools and poor families in their community with very basic needs, with things that actually help the management district, like providing after-school programs, like providing uniforms, like providing helmets and other things. I mean, the existing law allows them to work, to build marinas, to build parks, to build plazas. We don't have a problem with that, but we have a problem with them helping like really poor families just get soccer jerseys.
So what you're saying is that the MMDs are charging taxes and they have so much money from raising taxes that they're looking for other ways to spend it.
No, manager districts have decided that it is in their business interest. It is in the interest of their membership. It is in the interest of the community that they have programs for kids, that they help kids have after-school programs, help them have parks, help them have things to do other than go and go cause problems at their businesses of their members, graffiti tag stuff, to do whatever the kids do when they're not in school and just up to no good.
So if we do not grant these new school authority taxes to MMDs, you're saying that they would in turn lower property taxes for people because they already have the money to do these things. They just don't have the capability to do it.
The rates of these these taxes for these select businesses are already set in law. For as far as I understand, they're set. We have to undo them. We have to change them here.
Okay. So
this bill does not affect them at all. All they're asking you to do is being able to help a poor community with just a little bit of assistance.
So what you're saying is that they're not going to have to raise taxes to be able to do all these additional after-school
Absolutely
programs?
not. They cannot. They cannot, because we have not changed anything in the bill that changes their tax rates.
So they're not going to have to raise taxes to do this, but you're also saying that they're not going to lower taxes if they don't get to do this?
They can't, because we set their rates. Because it's in the law. My bill doesn't change the tax. It doesn't add to it. It doesn't subtract to it. It just says, hey, if you think it's in your district's benefit, if you think it's good for your business people, if it's good for your businesses to make sure that kids in the area have something to do other than screw around on their properties.
So, yeah, but you're saying
then
businesses,
do this.
And we already outlined that apartment complexes, while a commercial industry, those residents actually in their rent, they're paying for all the property tax burden that the owner of the complex has. So really what we're talking about is raising taxes on families that are living in apartments.
They're already paying it. They are already paying it. They are already paying it. They are already paying it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Members, I'm trying to strip off a voucher-like amendment and trying to reduce my bill to the simplest form possible to help kids in poor neighborhoods. I move adoption.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Holland. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Holland voting no, Mr. Huberty voting aye, Mr. Middleton voting nay, Mr. Wu voting aye, Mr. Wu voting aye, Mr. Stuckey voting nay, Mr. Raymond voting nay, Mr. Toth voting nay. All members vote. There being 79 ayes, 64 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to close on the bill. The chair recognizes Mr. Wu for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I am loath to do this. This is a bill that we voted out 126 out last time, but I will move, Mr. Speaker, I will move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2261 until June 1st, 2022 at 10 a.m. Hopefully we'll be here for a special session.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Mr. Kane on the floor of the House. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 6. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 6 by Kane, relating to election integrity and preservation of the purity of the ballot box through the prevention of fraud in the conduct of an election, increasing criminal penalties, creating criminal offenses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 6 until 5 p.m. today.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. Chair hears none. Motion adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1900. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1900 by Goldman, relating to municipalities and counties that adopt budgets that defund law enforcement agencies.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. To quote Yogi Berra, it's like deja vu all over again. Here we are with House Bill 1900, the pro-public safety, pro-police, back the blue bill. Members, when last we met, we did make some changes that Representative Anchia and Representative Turner requested in the bill. It was sent back to State Affairs, and those changes were made. And now I lay out House Bill 1900 in its current form, and I believe there are several amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goldman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is just clarifying language on the dates that this is adopted, and I move passage.
Mr. Goldman sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption. The amendment the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goldman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the amendment.
Thank you, members. Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment is about a municipality in defunding under a chapter. It's clarifying for that particular section of the bill, and I move adoption.
Mr. Goldman sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to adoption. The amendment the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Dutton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We, all of us have to live within the district that we represent. And there's a reason for that. That's because you ought to know more about that community before you can come here and say you represent that community. You ought to know what that community does. You ought to know what they feel. You ought to know what they want. And essentially, you ought to know who they are. I think that's the same position that we ought to apply to people we allow to have a gun and they can actually patrol your neighborhoods without living in those neighborhoods. And so what this amendment does is says that this bill won't go away. It just starts to apply only when 35% of the police force actually live within that municipality. It doesn't require 100%. Because I thought that was too much. And you know why I thought that was too much? Only because the percentage is so low now for police officers within the city of Houston. That's what I'm talking about. Within the city of Houston, so few police officers live within the city. Now, I was talking to Frullo back there. He said, well, that's because it's unsafe. And I said, well, that explains it, doesn't it? If we had more police officers living in the city would obviously be safer. And you know why you ought to know that? Because you passed a bill that said if more people had guns, we would be a safer community. And so this follows that same logic, that all the people who we now already let have guns, if they could live in the community would be a lot safer. And so that's what this amendment does. I applaud police officers. I'm having a meeting with the chief of Houston's police, who's a very good friend of mine. He grew up in my neighborhood, and he's actually coming here next Tuesday, so he'll be here. But and I shared it with some of my police officer friends, and he said, well, you know, some of them said, well, we'd like to live there, but we just haven't been asked to do that. And so what this amendment does is ask that this bill apply only when 35% of the police officers live within that jurisdiction. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As we discussed last week on this amendment, it should not matter where a police officer lives. It should matter where they serve, and they serve admirably in our cities and municipalities, and that's why, respectfully, I'm going to be against Representative Dutton's amendment.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I know this is not a tough vote, but then they don't pay us $600 a month to not do tough votes. And I know this one is tough because it looks like it's aimed at police officers, but it's really not. What this is aimed at is safer communities, because I'll guarantee you where the police officers live and wake up every morning to go to work, I'll bet that's a safe community. And so one of the things I think we ought to do is, in making communities safer, we ought to do that by starting to allow the people who we employ to help our communities be safer, have them live there as well. And so if we could do that, I guarantee you we would have a safer community, because I'd love to make this percentage 100. I think if you made it 100, you wouldn't even have anybody around here saying anything about defund the police, because they would be your neighbors. They would be the people you go to church with. They'd be the people you see at the grocery store. And so unfortunately, there are some communities that don't exist like that. There are communities in this state where the people who live there don't see a police officer until something bad happens. And so all they ever associate police with is something bad has happened. They don't see the police officers at your church, at your grocery stores, at your civic club meetings.
Mr. Reynolds, for
next door.
Would Chairman Dutton yield for questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Dutton, I believe I understand the reason and rationale behind your amendment, but I wanted to ask you a few questions to make sure my understanding is correct. So is your amendment to basically ensure that police officers live within the areas they patrol, to make sure that police officers are familiar with those areas that they're patrolling, that there is more accountability? Is that part of your?
Yes, and more especially so the people will be familiar with them. Because like you and I both know, there are a lot of people in Texas and communities who the first time they see a police car, they react the way you and I would if they saw one in the rearview mirror with the lights flashing. So, I mean, the blood pressure goes up. And so what this tries to do is to say, police officers aren't bad. Police officers are great. Police officers are needed in these communities. And not just to patrol the community, but to live in this community.
So, Chairman Dutton, and I know this is when you talk about defund the police, wouldn't you agree that that's a false narrative, that really is most people who have coined that phrase were talking about reimagining to reallocate and not to end policing, but to shift resources so that there is more, for example, neighborhood policing. So there is more.
Yeah, it was, somehow or another, I think there was some people who sort of stole the narrative of defund the police because they caused it to mean one thing when the people who started that phrase meant something totally different. For example, if you talk to the people who started that phrase, you'll find out that what they meant when intended was that police officers ought not to be called to anything or an event that doesn't need law enforcement attention. Sometimes if there's a dispute between a husband and a wife, and it's not a violent confrontation at the time, then you may need somebody to go over there who can do something else other than be a policeman. If you've got a mental health problem, then you may need a mental health person to go and try to diffuse the situation or try to help that situation. But just imagine that if it's a mental health situation and somebody shows up with a gun, well, then you've added more fuel to this fire, and that's what happens many times in our communities.
And Chairman Dutton, isn't it true that when you have police officers who live within the communities that they serve, that you don't really have as many incidences of racial profiling?
Oh, absolutely not, because the community is more familiar with the police officer, and the police officer is more familiar with the community. And if a police officer is your neighbor, you understand and appreciate police officers more.
And that builds more trust within the community and the police.
And as a consequence, you end up having less crime.
So basically, your amendment would help reduce crime and build safer communities. Is that correct?
And absolutely. I think the best thing about this amendment is it'll cause police officers to recognize now communities, particularly communities of color, as something other than to be an occupying force. Because many of them don't live in that community. Many of them don't understand a lot of times the people in that community. And so this helps on both sides. This helps on the community side and the police side.
And if the police officers live in the community, they may understand all communities aren't the same. They understand the unique needs that community has, correct?
Absolutely. And the community would understand the police officers as well, because they have a job to do. And, you know, if only time you ever see a police officer is when something bad happens, you tend to think of police officers as bad people, when that's not really who they are. And so if they live in the community, I think the community will have a different appreciation for police officers.
And then it would be less likely that the police officers would view those people in that particular community as a potential threat.
Exactly. And this doesn't say they have to live there. This just says this bill, as it's drafted now, only applies when the percentage of police officers who live in that community reaches 35%.
Well, Chairman Dutton, I think you have an excellent amendment that would bring accountability. It would ensure safer neighborhoods. It would build more public trust, and it would be good for the communities and the police. And I hope that people will support your amendment. Thank you for bringing it.
Thank you for that.
Ms. Ramos, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Dutton, or Chairman Dutton, I think this is an amazing, this is a wonderful amendment. I think it's often really overlooked. Have you worked with children in communities, in diverse communities, sir?
When I was in in college, I worked at a United Fund agency called Julius C. Hest House. I was the athletic director. And there were police officers I worked with who would actually bring youngsters to me to say, look, we're going to release you to Mr. Dutton, but if you don't do everything he tells you to do and he calls us, we're going to come back and take you to juvenile. And so that happened at least probably once a week for a whole year, a couple of years.
And that officer was able to communicate with the children, kind of speak to them in their own language, something that they were familiar with.
Yes, and the children understood the officer. And the moment we started playing basketball together and baseball together, everything changed. And so their idea about the police officers and the police officers' ideas about them, I think that had a lot to do with the changes.
Yes, sir, and I think especially now where we're at now, a lot of our young communities, our young generation, especially of color and even progressive whites, in the urban areas, there's a lot of distrust right now with police. And I think having those as your neighbors, people in your community, you will not see them, nor will the community see the police as others, but the police won't see the children in the communities as an other either, that they coexist and live together. And I think this is a very brilliant, and I hope that we support this amendment because everyone here is expected to live in their community. Isn't that correct?
Right, and there's a reason for that. Like I said earlier, it's because we need to know what those communities desire.
Exactly.
And the only way you're going to know that is you live there. And if you don't live there, then, you become part of that occupying force that comes in to do things. And we don't require that. And we require just about every elected official to live within a certain jurisdiction or within certain boundaries within that jurisdiction. And again, that flows throughout until you get to people who are employed. Now, I think that the reason we ought to do it for police officers is because we give them the absolute authority, and we don't give that to any other elected official. We don't give that authority.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask for a record vote.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Dutton. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Goldman voting nay, Mr. Dutton voting aye. All members voting. Ms. Cole voting aye. All members voting. There being 65 ayes and 78 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by G. Johnson of Paris.
The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply says that it's not considered defunding if we reduce civilian positions within police departments. In the city of Houston, there are over 1,200 civilian positions. 1,200 civilian positions. Some of those positions, and this is coming directly from their budget, includes a buyer, a car attendant supervisor, a custodian, customer service cashier, fixed asset clerk, payroll clerk, laundry worker, truck driver. This is the HPD, Houston Police Department's police budget. Truck driver, word processor, cleric typist. These are civilian positions within HPD, Houston Police Department. At any given time that HPD decides we no longer need a car attendant, we no longer need a car attendant supervisor, we no longer need a truck driver, we no longer need a typist, that does not mean that the city of Houston has defunded the police. It simply means that those fiscal conservative city council members of your city has made the conscious decision to do what's in the best interest of that city. There is no reason why state legislators need to tell the city how they should fund or not fund or reduce or increase budgets for their constituents, which are your constituents. Many of you in this room were city council members just like me. And I certainly would hate for some state legislator to tell me I defunded the police because I reduced a janitorial position from HPD. Of a $800 million budget, I reduced $10,000, or I reduced even $1 million. Let's stop with this rhetoric of defunding. This is not defunding. These are city council members and mayors looking out for what's in the best interest of their budgetary bottom line. None of you want to be placed in that position. Please don't put cities in the same position to try to make a decision about how they should use policing, because they want their neighborhoods safe as well. This amendment simply says, for the fiscal year in which the municipality adopted a budget is less than the budget from the preceding year, that the reduction change is for non-active duty personnel, which means those that are not police officers. No one in this building, not one Democrat, not one Republican, not one Libertarian, not one independent, white or black, Hispanic, Asian, wants police officers reduced because they are the protection that we oftentimes need in our communities. So let's not start playing this game by saying we're defunding. That's red meat that we don't need. We want to make sure that our cities are safe, but we also want to make sure that we don't take authority away from city mayors and city council members to do their job. Members, I'm asking you to simply vote conscience, not party. I'm simply asking you to vote what is common sense that all of you out here talk about every single day. This is the most common sense bill amendment that I can put forth. Let's not play games with police officers. Let's not play games with cities and pit them against one another. Let's not do that. I'm asking you to vote yes on this amendment so that our cities can be made whole and our police departments will be taken care of.
Ms. Cole, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe you served on the city council in Houston just as I served on the city council here in Austin. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that capacity, we came to have an appreciation for local control. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you feel that this bill erodes local control.
Well, it erodes it all the way because it's telling, the legislators are telling the cities that what they have to do with their budget. If a city has a reduction in its taxes, if a city has a reduction in its sales receipts, property tax, if it didn't get if its bonding went down, if any factors come into play, we have taken away the authority and the power for that city to make a decision on what it should and needs to do for the best interests of its constituents.
So we take away the authority that the governing body was elected to do for the people that it serves.
That they were absolutely elected to do.
Let's talk a little bit about this narrative of defunding the police as opposed to reallocating funds for the police or reimagining funds for the police. Isn't it true, as was in Houston?
Well, before we get to that, I don't want to reallocate because my bill doesn't reallocate. I mean, this amendment don't reallocate. And I would hate for somebody to say to stay with the amendment because I do have another amendment as well. But
okay, I'll ask you some questions
we can stick
on that
with the narrative of what defunding means, which is a misnomer. There is no defunding. There may be a reduction, as my amendment just pointed out. It's a reduction in police budget. That does not mean defunding. It just simply means that's a reduction in the budget because we reduce budgets all the time. Here in this state, we reduce budget. In 2015, the Governor Abbott, reduced DPS's budget by $50 million. No one said anything about it was defunding. No one said, Governor Abbott defunded the police. That was not defunding. That was a governor making a conscious decision about what he needed to do for the best interests of this state. Now, while it may have irritated many constituents like myself, I still did not say that he defunded anybody because it wasn't defunding. The governor made a decision. But when it boggles my mind when we start to talk about defunding police because we know what that narrative is. And that's not what we're here to do. We're here to be good legislators.
So wouldn't you agree that if a local governing body decides to use its budget differently than what the states think is true or is correct, that would be overstepping its bounds, the state's bounds?
Way overstepping. Way overstepping.
Thank you. You have a good amendment.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Ramos.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Johnson, I think this amendment, I think it's really important. I think we need to look at it as you, sir. Do you have staff in your Capitol office, whether it's here or the district?
Yes, ma'am.
So you don't legislate all on your own?
Ma'am?
You need a team of people to support you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And not everybody in your office is a legislator, correct?
No, ma'am.
Right, and
they may think they are because they tell me what to do all the time, but
sir, I think that's an important point to make because our police officers need an army of support in their people, like you said, whether it's car attendants, whether it's car washers, whether it's people there to assist them in the data entry or whatever. I think it's a false narrative to say that it's only the boots on the grounds and the uniformed officers when in all honesty, it is a whole slew of personnel. And I really appreciate that your amendment addresses that it's not only the officers, but it also protects the non-officer personnel or the non-duty personnel who provide that additional support that our communities are asking for and desperately need.
yes. None of the positions that I mentioned, I mentioned to you typists and car attendant and custodian, none of those reduce the number of police hours on the ground in our communities. None of those reduce the presence of police officers in our communities. It just simply says that these people can be helpful to policing and the police force, but it's certainly not changing public safety at all.
Exactly, and I think what your amendment does is makes the officer's job easier for them and it makes them better at what they do because they have that personnel and that support behind them. But by not addressing that in this bill, you're essentially punishing the officers, the actual boots on the ground, for some consequences that may be indirect, that will directly affect them, but they're indirect consequences of this bill. It's a great amendment, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman in opposition to the amendment.
I'm sorry, Ms. Thompson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Ms. T. Members, obviously, if a department has too many janitors or other officials in there, we want that money to be maintained within the police department's budget to be used for public safety. So respectfully, I'm going to oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson to close on the amendment.
In city budgets, when you cut, you don't simply say, oh, we have extra money, let me just move it over here. Let me give you a raise. There are processes in place. You don't just simply say, this is the budget it's going to be forever. Forever. The fact that cities may have a reduction in population. The fact that crime may go down. Isn't that a novel thought? Wow, crime actually went down in Texas.
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for a couple of questions, clarify something?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
I don't want to cut into your flow. You got a flow when you finish?
Well, you already messed up the flow, brother.
You already cut into his flow.
But it's all good. I mean, it's still there.
The flow is still there.
Okay. I'm gonna go with the flow. I just wanted to clarify because I'm listening. I read the amendment and I'm listening, and this is what I'm hearing. And if I'm wrong, tell me. So let's say, because you talked about Houston, so let's say 150 of these positions get cut. Okay?
Out of the 1,203 positions that are in the city of Houston, civilian positions.
So let's say there are 1,200 civilian positions, but they're under the umbrella of funding for law enforcement, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if your amendment passes and 200 of those positions are cut, then you don't want that reduction to be used in the calculating whether or not the budget went down, right?
No, sir.
No?
No, sir. It's not considered defunding. What the bill says is that any reduction in a police budget would result in what the author considers defunding.
So if 200 of these were cut under the current proposal, right? If 200 were cut, then the budget obviously went down, right?
Yes.
And you don't want it. You don't want that to be counted against Houston, right?
It should not be. It should not be to the fault of Houston.
Right.
And then Houston.
So I hate to say I'm confused, but because I try to fight for the little guy, and so I'm hearing you say it's okay to cut the little guy. That's okay. We don't want you to use that against us if we cut the little guy. But if you cut police, then you get it. So that's what we're hearing. I'm not the only one we were talking about this. Well, wait a minute. So he's saying it's okay to cut the little guy?
You mean the author? Or you mean my amendment?
I mean your amendment.
No.
With your amendment, you can fire, what'd you say, attendants, and what are some of the positions you're talking about? Say them again.
Non-civilian, these are all civilian positions,
yeah, but tell me,
active duty.
But what are some of the positions? You mentioned
janitor, truck driver, web designer.
Okay, so if you
word
cut
processor, typist.
Let's go with janitors. So if you cut 50 janitors, you fire them. You don't want that to be used against the city. And that doesn't make sense to me, man, because it's like you're saying it's okay to fire the janitors.
That's what I said was that does not reduce policing in our communities. The bill, we only need to talk about the bill. The bill talks about public safety. This is about backing the blue. This is about making sure that public safety. This has nothing to do with cutting the little man. What it does is gives the power to the cities to be able to make their decision on what's best in the best interest for that city. If the city has said, our website is already built, we've already built the website, so therefore this position is going to go away at the end of the fiscal year. We're not going to re-up that position.
Let me try to pose try to pose the question another way. If your amendment passed, okay, and the city of Houston wanted to fire 200 people, non-uniform, but that are in that category or in that department, they wanted to cut 200 of them. Let's say they're janitors, just to make it custodians, just to make it simple. So if your amendment passes and they cut 200 and they fire 200 custodians, that's okay.
We're not going to call it firing. That's not that's not my point. That's
I'm
not
asking
my
the
point.
question, if they fire them,
my point is, if they decide to reduce positions from the city of Houston, it shall not be held against the city because it does not take away from public safety. You are now mixing up. I shouldn't have let you interrupt my flow. Now I regret letting you interrupt my flow because you're mixing this thing up. That's not what I'm talking about. You're worrying about whether or not the city is going to have to let go. The city reduces and fires and let people go and people retire and they don't rehire for those positions all the time. Every business retires individuals. Wait a minute. Every business retires individuals. Every business fires. Every business lets people go. That does not mean that they're heartless and they're careless, and that does not mean, that's not what I'm saying. I am not trying to step on the little guy. If you stick with my amendment, if you stick with the bill says by reducing any budget of any policing, we will punish cities. What the bill says is that cities no longer have authority over what they can do with their police budget. That's what that says. It takes away power from from cities to make decisions in the best interest of the city. That's all it does. I don't want to get into who got fired and who this and that's not what my bill does.
Well, I do, because it's hard for people to find jobs these days.
Tell me in Houston, if one of your cousins got fired, I will talk for them.
You, my friend, we are on the same side almost all the time. Maybe if you amended the amendment to say if people retired and they decided not to fill that position, that's different to me than the way this is written. They can fire 200 janitors, they lose their job, and that's a way to cut the budget, and it's okay. And I just, that's the way it's written.
So do cities have authority to make monetary and budgetary decisions? Do they have that decision to make on their own, to make a decision on positions? Do they want to see these positions filled? Do they want to reallocate resources? That's what that is. This is not about staying the same. It's about being what's in the right interest for the city.
I'm just saying that when you respond, you said if they retire and they don't want to fill that, that's very different than some little guy having a job trying to make it and they get fired and it's okay. That your amendment makes it okay.
So if someone leaves from the janitors, let me give you another example. Because you keep saying fired, and that's what you got in your head. At the end of the day, they may take the janitor from HPD and say he's no longer needed at HPD and move him over to building services. They still have a job with the city of Houston. But that's a budget reduction to the HPD, because that's no longer a position in HPD. This individual who is the janitor still has a job. The typist and the truck driver.
That's a much better scenario. But that's not the way the amendment's written.
But I'm not trying to get into the weeds, but at the end of the day, people don't have to lose their job, but if positions are switched from department to department, it's still going to be a city position. Members, again, my amendment simply just says that it gives power back to the cities. We're not reducing public safety. We're not reducing the number of police officers or police hours that are patrolling our communities. This just simply gives power to the cities to make a decision that's in their best interest. And if, believe me, and if those cities do wrong, their constituents will vote them out. Leave the power in the hands of the city, the cities themselves. I move passage.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. This is a division vote. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Show Mr. Johnson of Harris County voting aye. Mr. Goldman voting nay. All members voting. Mr. Cortez voting aye. All voted. Strike the board. The amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by J. Johnson of Harris.
The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson to explain the amendment.
I don't know if anybody's listening because you're going to go party line anyway, but let me give you another example. I mean, let's real talk. I don't get up here and talk just to talk, but I know this is party line and you guys don't want to go back to your cities and say, oh, we defunded the police, because somebody with a scorecard going to tell you you defunded the police when you didn't defund the police. You just simply made a fiscal conservative decision. Now, when the Super Bowl came to the city of Houston, we had to go and contract and give overtime to many police officers to make up for the hundreds of thousands of new residents that were coming to the city of Houston for the Super Bowl. That means we increased the budget because we knew we were going to need overtime for that festival. Somebody put up a bill today talking about hot rods. Well, they're going to go into that city, they're going to need more police officers for that hot rod show. The same way we need more police officers when we're putting on big festivals, South by Southwest or anything else. That means those budgets have to increase by sometimes $10 million. But then the Super Bowl is gone the next year. This bill says that the city has to leave that budget at the additional $10 million. That's what it says. But they don't need the $10 million because the 100,000 people that came into the city are gone. So where do we get this additional money? Because the Super Bowl is only one time, but I got to keep that budget consistent for the next how many ever years the bill says. My amendment just simply says we take into consideration when there are large festivals, Super Bowls, or other special events that will make budgets increase during that one budget session or during that one budget season.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to respectfully oppose this amendment. It's redundant. What Mr. Johnson is saying is already covered in the bill. They are allowed to increase their budgets if they need to.
The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson to close on the amendment.
Of course they can increase their budgets if they need to, but then they wouldn't be able to reduce it if they have to. That's all it is. I move passage.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. This is a division vote. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Show Mr. Johnson of Harris County voting aye. Mr. Goldman voting nay. All members voting. Strike the board. The amendment fails. Following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by J. Johnson of Harris.
The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson to explain the amendment.
Hello? Just want to make sure that we got everybody's listening. And you're out here looking at me, and some of you out here nodding your head going, that makes sense. My God, that makes sense. And I'm looking at some of yours. That makes sense. But then you turn right around and you vote no, and it makes sense. Why? Because I got to go party line. We did not come to this body to be delegates. We came here to be leaders. Please stand up and be a leader. This amendment, because the idea about policing is to make communities safer. We want to make our communities safer. Now, Police officers, and I've talked to them, you've talked to them, they are an interventive body. They intervene after a crime has been committed. Well, you know what police officers want to do? If you talk to any of your cousins, friends, uncles, brothers, husbands, wives, if you talk to any of them, they would tell you, we want crime reduced. My question is, how do we reduce crime? There are many different measures that we can take to reduce crime. And if we reduce crime, then we've done our job, the police have done their job, and everyone can be happy.
Ms. Ramos.
I'm almost finished because the other one messed my flow up, and I don't want you to do that. We want to reduce crime. My bill simply says that the police themselves can put in preventive measures to help reduce crime. This would be done at the police department's request. This is the police department saying, we voluntarily want to reduce our budget to put money into preventive measures. Far too often, Mr. Speaker. I know I'm talking loud and y'all talking louder than me.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
The point is that police officers don't want to be mental health police officers. They don't want to deal with that. And oftentimes, when police officers are called to the scene, there is somebody who's in psychosis. There's somebody going through turmoil. Police officers want somebody to be there to support them. And so if the police department chooses to reduce its own budget to create preventive measures, that's what this amendment says. The police department asks for a reduction in their budget to create preventive measures. Thank you. I'll yield. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Representative Johnson.
Ms. Ramos, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. You spoke about being a leader, and I think this is a great amendment because would you agree that many times in our communities, police officers are there in a reactive position more so than a proactive?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
And this amendment allows the police department through various initiatives to be proactive versus reactive.
Yes, ma'am.
Which could mean different initiatives that address crime or that address criminal areas where there is a lot of crime through various measures, not just uniformed officers, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if you know this, and many people probably don't know this, but you spoke about being leaders. The city of Dallas is a leader in this initiative, and I'm sure your Houston Police Department is as well in many of the municipalities. Unfortunately, this bill requires me to know what's going on in McAllen or Timbuktu, Texas, the overall bill, but your amendment allows the different municipalities to make their own decisions and not one blanket uniform policy. And one of the things that is, if people here just Google, research proactive policing, just lighting in a community that essentially could be a high crime area, lighting that is not necessarily the police department, but it could be through various departments, like the city of Dallas has the Office of Integrated Public Safety Solutions. When you put lighting in a high crime area, drug dealers don't want to hang around there anymore. And as a matter of fact, our former colleague, Mayor Johnson, had a press conference about the reduced crime just due to lighting, not boots on the ground. And so I commend you for this amendment because it allows police departments, it allows municipalities, it allows good leaders to make those decisions to address the criminal element and high crime areas through various initiatives and not in a very narrow-minded way of boots on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cole, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Johnson, you talked about police officers not wanting to be mental health providers.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us an example of how that is overstepping the bounds of their particular expertise?
Oftentimes, police officers called to the scene of crime. At the scene of the crime, the individual is going through a mental crisis. They're in psychosis. They're not able to follow simple commands or simple instructions. And the police officers realize that this is happening and realize that it's happening far too often. They may want to use resources to then bring in mental health therapists, to do more trainings for police officers. They may want to contract with other departments that will be able to support these police officers in dealing with many of the calls to service from people who are having mental crisis.
Now, do you consider when a governing body makes that decision to use those funds that came from a public safety budget to be defunding police?
It's not defunding police. It's all working together. It's allowing cities to make what's in the best interest of themselves. It's allowing the police department to have better resources, because what we don't want to see happen, and as we have seen all the time, when things happen, we have to be able to respond and react. Unfortunately, what we will not be able to do as a city, any of these cities, will be able to respond and react to their own budgets when it comes to their cities, because they'll be hand-tied, literally, because they will not be able to do what they need to do for their budget. This is truly about local control. I don't know why we don't have an amendment or a bill somewhere that simply says we're going to cut out all city councils and mayors, and we from the state body will start to run all municipalities.
I couldn't agree with you more, Representative Jarvis. This erodes local control and stands in the way of our city's ability to govern. In my city here in Austin that I represent, in my district, the city of Austin made a decision to use more public safety funds for mental health provisions to avoid any allegation, to not make sure that they didn't intend that to be defunding the police. And so I'm glad that you support that decision and understand it. I support your amendment.
Thank you. My amendment simply says that if the police department from your municipality decides to put more training in for 911 calls or to do preventive measures, they can do that, and it will not be to their peril. It would simply be for the best decision that they can make for the best interests of the police department and the city. It allows the city police department to make its own decision on whether or not it wants to cut its budget, because it has done its own evaluation and know where it needs to put preventive measures in place to reduce crime. At some point or another, we have to start talking about reducing crime. And you reduce crime by putting preventive measures in place. That's what my bill does. My amendment, I'm sorry.
Ms. Beckley, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So there's been a lot of talking going on. So I just want a clarification. You want to put more power in the hands of the police to decide how they spend their funds?
Yes, ma'am.
So in one of my communities, they have decided to reduce.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I respectfully oppose Mr. Johnson's amendment.
Ms. Davis, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I'd be happy to yield for questions.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Chairman Goldman, tell me why you're opposed to this amendment that would protect the integrity of the department.
Well, in my opinion, this just gives reason for budgets to, according to Mr. Johnson's amendment, it would give reason for the budget to be decreased in the police department, and we don't want to do that. The whole point is to keep these budgets at current level or increase. We want more money spent on police to keep our communities safe, not less.
And so, Mr. Chairman Goldman, are we prepared to send DPS to the cities? I'm trying to understand why.
We have. In fact, we've sent DPS to Dallas, Ms. Davis.
I'm trying
At the request of Dallas, we sent DPS to Dallas because there was a...
But it's probably because of something like this that you've done. So
No, it was a request of the city of Dallas. They asked for the help because their police levels were not where they wanted them to. So at the city of Dallas' request, the state of Texas sent DPS offers to your city to help protect your citizens.
And I'm aware of that, but at our request, did it have anything to do with you all telling, or the state telling the city how to do their budgeting? Was that part of the dilemma that you were trying to address, is that we were not budgeting properly?
My understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the city of Dallas is trying to hire more police, and there are not enough police on the streets, as many as the city of Dallas has budgeted for and want.
And the question is, what does your amendment do? What does your bill do to help get more police in Dallas if it didn't have anything to do with budgeting?
It makes sure if the city of Dallas wants to take money from their budget, from the police budget, that it does not allow to do that.
But that was never an issue with regard to the city of police reducing their budget to get policemen.
So then there's no problem.
So that's not an issue here. That's not the issue here. So let's not talk about apples and oranges. Let's talk about the fact that we're now, as a state, attempting to now do budgeting for our cities.
I believe we're talking about the amendment, Ms. Davis, not the entire bill.
That is the amendment. The amendment is saying that that he's trying to make sure that the cities can budget properly for their police department.
I believe his amendment is about police departments specifically, not about the city budgets.
But the police department's budget comes from the city.
I agree.
And so therefore that's relevant to this conversation.
Okay.
So the question is, why are we here in Austin talking about what city departments can do at the expense of taking the city elected officials out of the equation?
Because we have seen nationwide where cities either defunded their police departments or they've redirected funds from their police departments for other uses.
What cities have defunded their police departments?
Defunded or redirected funds.
No, what police departments? Let's talk about defunded
I'm
first.
saying, look, we can talk semantics all day.
No,
we
but
can
you
say
said
defunded or we can say redirecting funds.
Okay, so what cities have decreased their public safety dollars for some other issue like you just described?
We are in one right now, Ms. Davis.
I'm sorry?
We are in one right now, the city of Austin. And they admitted by a city councilman here in City Austin, they took money away from their department and put it towards other things.
Toward improving the quality of life in its city for its residents. Is that correct?
Is that what abortion is? Because the city of Austin admitted that they took funds away from the police department for abortion services.
So Mr. Goldman, let me ask you something. Has there been a reduction in your cities that you represent?
I'm sorry?
Has there been any reduction of funding in the cities that you represent?
No, ma'am.
So then you're now determining what happens in another city that you don't represent.
I'm not determining. We are saying that we don't want money taken away from the police force because public safety as elected officials, public safety, in my opinion, is one of our #1 priorities. If we can't keep our citizens safe, how do we think that more people will want to move here? We're 29 million people approaching 30 million people.
I don't think Austin is worried about more people moving here. I think they're worried about the legislature being here. I think their greatest concern is what we do to them while we're here.
I think the people of Austin spoke about some of their city council rulings this last week.
And I've spoken to folks who say they worry about the legislative initiatives that impact cities. And so what we find ourselves doing here every session is trying to usurp the authority of local elected officials. Would we like the federal government to do that to us? At some point, we got to be responsible for what happens in Texas in this House and let those other elected bodies be responsible for what they're elected to do. But this is just a political agenda trying to advance an argument around a political issue. This is not about safety.
It is all about safety and making sure we keep the current police force on the streets protecting our citizens.
Ms. Crockett, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield.
He yields.
So you brought up my city as well as my district, so I felt compelled to get over here in my kitten heels and have a quick conversation. You just talked about the fact that the city of Dallas needed help from DPS, correct?
That is my understanding, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that wasn't because at that point in time, the city of Dallas didn't have funds to have officers. It was the fact that people were not applying to work at Dallas PD. Is that correct?
I will have the city of Dallas defend the reason they requested DPS officers from the state to come into their city.
Okay, but let's talk about this. When DPS left my district, do you know why DPS left?
No, I do not.
So you're unaware of the fact that there was a DPS officer that shot yet another unarmed black man. You're unaware of that.
I'm not aware why DPS left your district, Ms. Crockett.
So here's the issue. We've not addressed the elephant in the room. This summer, we saw protests in the streets. We also saw elected officials that decided to make decisions because of police brutality. But for whatever reason, we still haven't seen Ms. T's bill on this floor. We've not dealt with the George Floyd Act. We refuse to improve policing in this state. Instead, we attack those that are trying to take care of their citizens. How does that make sense? You're saying your cities didn't do this, but mine did. And guess what? Every single one of those city councilmen that decided to make whatever decisions about their budget, they all got reelected on Saturday. Every single one of them. Not one of them lost, no matter how many people put out mailers against them. So let me be clear. You should let my elected officials decide what to do in my city, because sadly enough, plenty of people haven't been to South Dallas, where black people are afraid most of the time because they don't know if they're going to get killed. And instead of us doing something to protect people in this state, we decide to punish people who are already suffering. That is what's wrong in this house.
And the goal is, Ms. Crockett, by passing this bill, is that we keep more police on the streets to protect your citizens.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Johnson to close on the amendment.
On the amendment, again, this amendment just simply says that the police departments can make their own decision about a budget that they have that they want to use for preventive measures. Those preventive measures: improve 911 calls, prevent violent crimes, direct veterans, children, individuals with mental health, families, economic crisis to services designated to prevent crime. That's what this amendment does. It puts the power in the hands of the police departments to let them make their own decision. It does not take away from police. It helps police to make the best decision that they can make for their own municipality. And if the police department has said, we want to put money towards this, then it should be done. If we want to give to other departments to make sure preventive measures are in place, the police department has the authority to do so. If you care about police officers, as you have obviously demonstrated, as we all do, make sure that you vote for this amendment. These are amendments. Does not say that you have to go against the bill, but we're only trying to make the bill better and more user-friendly for municipalities. So this party line stuff on amendments, look at the amendments for what they are. Look at the amendments. It's not the overall bill. I'm not trying to change the bill. I'm not trying to change police officers' budgets. I'm not trying to reduce it. This final amendment says police officers have their own authority to reduce a budget if they so choose to use for preventive measures.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. The record of vote has been requested by Mr. Johnson of Harris County. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Johnson of Harris County voting aye, Mr. Goldman voting nay. All members voting. All members voted. There being 62 ayes, 82 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez-Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez-Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a very important amendment. This legalizes marijuana. So I want to make sure you're listening, okay? I really wish this bill would have come through Ways and Means, because it's really more about taxes than it is about public safety. And it's real simple. The bill says if you spend less on police, if you, quote, defund police, we will adjust your tax rates and penalize you for it. And that's really a revenue one-way street. I take Chairman Goldman at his word. I've listened to this debate. I know you have too. Chairman Goldman says his number one priority is to make public safety his number one priority, or our number one priority. And what this amendment does is it creates a revenue two-way street. And what it says is that if a city actually increases the amount of money it spends on police, that they get a hold harmless. They get a hold harmless. They will not have it counted against them if they make the decision. I'm from the city of San Antonio. In the last budget, they increased spending for police. And if they do it again next time, if they're fortunate enough to do it, they should receive a hold harmless. If a city, we heard a lot about the city of Houston, if the city of Houston is struggling and has to let go of non-police personnel, if they spend the money, they get a hold harmless. And so all this does is it's really, if we really, really care about protecting public safety budgets, let's tell our local jurisdictions, for those over the 250,000 population cap that this bill applies to, if you spend over the amount, you get a credit. Bear in mind, we just sent a bill to the Senate yesterday that we told cities and counties that we would not penalize them for roads. We would not penalize them for heavy equipment. We will not penalize them for spending money on police cars, fire trucks. We said we're going to make some priorities, use that revenue instrument that you're using, and we're not going to hold it against you. That's all this does. It creates a revenue two-way street. It's a complicated amendment because it's a formula on a no new revenue, but that's all it does. And I certainly hope that Chairman Goldman will consider it and at least adopt this amendment to keep the conversation going.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As much as I would love to take this amendment, Representative Martinez-Fisher, I'm going to oppose it. It's my opinion that it actually raises taxes, and this is not a bill about raising taxes. It's about keeping the public safe, and so I'm going to oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez-Fisher to close on the amendment.
I thank Chairman Goldman, and I rarely disagree, in the words of Chairman Leach, vehemently, but it doesn't raise revenue because if it did, this would be a Ways and Means matter. This is a state affairs matter. It's not a Ways and Means matter. It's not a revenue matter. All this says is whatever policy we're trying to adopt here, if cities take away, they get punished.
Mr. Speaker.
And all
Mr.
I'm saying
Romero,
is cities...
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
I'll yield.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Martinez, or Representative Martinez, I want to understand as I'm reading the bill, I just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly. Is your understanding of the bill then that any municipality that ever raises their budget will never be able to move it down in any way whatsoever? And what your amendment is doing is saying that if next year I decide to raise it, in essence what we're doing as of today, 2021, this is the floor, this is where I'm starting at. So if I raise it, I have the ability to come back to this point. In essence, is that right?
I think, because it does create the baseline
Correct.
You know, there'll be local governments that will just hold the line because they don't want to raise that hurdle. They don't know when the next recession's coming. They don't know when the next pandemic's coming. They don't know when federal funds run out. And so, yes, I think there'll be folks who say we better not do it because if we can't maintain that, we get in trouble.
And I know the author can't speak to this again since you're closing on the amendment, but I think that's the point that I wanted to get at here is that what's the incentive right now for a city that may or may not be growing to actually add police officers to their force, knowing that they may not be able to reduce that budget? I mean, is that where you're going here?
I think there is no incentive. I mean, it's, you know, it's sketchy. And so again, look, it's, regardless of how you feel, when we make this policy, if it's the wisdom of this body to enact a law that says we will punish jurisdictions if they cut funding, then we should be intellectually consistent in that same tax policy and say, but on the other hand, if you decide to spend more money, then we're going to give you a credit. We're going to hold you harmless. We're going to incentivize you to do it. So at the end of the day, it's not a tax. We're not raising taxes. We're just telling folks that we're not going to penalize you with the revenue that we've given you to spend. And so if it's important enough for us to hold harmless a tractor, if it's important for us to hold harmless a telephone system or a IT system or a laptop, then we ought to be able to say for the men and women that put the uniform on every single day to protect and to serve, that we're going to give them a hold harmless too when it comes to their budgets. And so this is not something that's, you know, black or white. We can be both for law enforcement and we can also be both for our cities that have these budgets and tell them we're going to give you the tool you need to raise the money. And I'm also big enough to correct myself when I'm wrong. The word was resoundingly. We should resoundingly adopt this amendment, Chairman Leach. Thank you. I'll consider this a co-sponsorship of this amendment. So let's just take this amendment. Let's add it on. If it ends up becoming something that's too hard to bear, there's always going to be the time to deal with it in the Senate or some other place. You don't want to walk this back and hear from your local officials that we gave them a hold harmless to buy a tractor, but we're not going to give them a hold harmless to invest in police. And so I hope you vote for the amendment. I'm going to ask for a record vote.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. Mr. Martinez-Fisher has requested a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. So Mr. Martinez-Fisher voting aye, Mr. Busey voting aye, Dr. Oliverson voting nay, Mr. Goldman voting nay, Mr. Harris voting nay, Mr. Turner Dallas voting aye. All members voting. All voted. There being 67 ayes and 78 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Cole.
The chair recognizes Ms. Cole to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Members, this amendment is a simple one. We all remember Winter Storm Uri and the blackouts that occurred. This amendment simply states that if a municipality is determined to have defunded the police, its municipally owned utility can still raise rates and fees if the funds raised are going towards weatherization of the municipally owned utilities, generation, transmission, or distribution facilities to reduce the risk of power outages. Black and brown communities have suffered disproportionately with power outages and blackout. These communities should not be subject to blackouts and additional dangerous situations because the governor has determined that a municipality has chosen to defund the police. I ask for a record vote, and I move past.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to speak against the amendment.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment either raises fees or raises taxes at an unlimited amount, and so respectfully, I'm going to oppose the amendment.
The chair recognizes Ms. Cole to close on the amendment.
This is simply an effort to help our municipalities when the state has usurped them from local control. I ask that you vote aye on the amendment.
The question occurs on adoption of the amendment. Ms. Cole has requested a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Cole voting aye, Mr. Goldman voting nay. All members voting. There being 58 ayes and 82 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Herrero.
The chair recognizes Mr. Herrera to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment clarifies that a municipality that may be determined to be defunding police wouldn't somehow negatively affect the pensions of those municipal employees. And so this amendment ensures that the contributions that the employees and the municipalities are making towards those employees' pensions remains as what it was the preceding fiscal year before they were determined to be a defunding municipality. So I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Herrera says that the amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman. Oh, back up. Is Mr. Sherman on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Sherman to speak in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that this is a very contentious subject that we've been discussing. And Deacon Representative Johnson, you certainly had a lot of amendments. Representative Goldman, certainly you have been working on behalf of your constituents, I believe. But I got to say that when you refused the amendment that would give the authority to the police department, that concerns me. The very police department that we're saying we want to empower, you said that you would not accept that amendment. I started writing notes about this issue and what it means. You know, I'm known here as a pastor, but I haven't always been a pastor. In fact, before I came here, I was a city manager. And I resigned as a city manager because my predecessor, Representative Helen Giddings, who served here for almost a quarter of a century, asked me to run. She came to my office and asked me to run. And I got to tell you that the $600 compared to what I was making there is a little difference. But I was driven, Brother Thompson, by this body, audacity to just forget about local control. Lord, take us back to the 80s when Republicans met and believed in local control. I don't know what happened, but it's like there is no regard for the intellect of the city managers. Do you even know how the process goes for establishing a budget? I know you do, Mayor. I know you do. The city manager drafts the budget. I know you do, city attorney. The city manager drafts the budget. He convenes all of his directors in. The number one director in those meetings are your police chief. Your police chief provides the city manager what budget amount he believes he needs. If he thinks he needs more police cars, he gives them to the city manager. He drafts a budget for the city manager. Same with the fire department. You know, sometimes I know we get sick and tired of being here, and, you know, we miss home. And, you know, I was having one of those moments where I just missed home, and I had to text my youngest son, who is a police officer. I didn't share with him what we are talking about right now, but I showed this picture to Representative Gary Van Dever, and he said, he's a handsome young man. He said it like he was surprised. And then he said, I bet his wife or your wife is gorgeous. You know, those budgets are drafted based on the needs of the community. This state mandates that our budgets, we can't budget more than we take in. But it's as though, you know, no one is aware of that here. The number one issue for us is public safety, because we're the ones who go into, and when I say we, as a former mayor and city manager and city council member and mayor pro tem, I'll tell you, when we run into HEB or to Tom Thumb in my community, the citizens see us. We can't just arbitrarily raise taxes. We're not here at the Capitol. I'm not 3 hours plus away from home when I make these decisions back home. I'm at home. So let me stick to my notes because I'm getting a little excited. My son told me, Dad, I'm getting ready to meet with our city manager, our new city manager. I know her. She's really dynamic, from Virginia. And she's about business. I have to ask, you know, I know we seem to be really partisan here. And that's one of the things that when you've served on a local level as a mayor or a council member, you really miss. Because we're not partisan. This is partisan. I was so depressed after my first session here. It doesn't matter whether something is good or bad. I had one of my Republican friends write something for me. I'm not going to say who it was and what it was. He wrote it. I liked it. I said, I'm going to submit it. I want you to sign on it. He says, I can't do that. They'll put somebody in a primary and run against me. What universe are we in? I didn't run for this office to worry about staying in this office. I ran for this office to make a difference. My predecessor, Helen Giddings, whenever there was an issue dealing with municipalities, she would call me when I was a mayor. She would call me when I was a city manager, because she had never served as either. If I have a question about the medical field that is regarding a bill that we're discussing here on the floor, you know who I talk to? I talk to the doctor that we have on the floor. Yeah, I talk to Dr. Oliverson. And Dr. Oliverson can give me some input. When I have a question about education administration, I talk to Gary Van Dever. I think he may be the only ISD former superintendent here. I know that I've been told that I'm somewhat of an enigma I'm a pastor, former city manager, former mayor, former council member. When we were talking about this, or when some were talking about this, nobody talked to me. No one asked me any question about this. This is politics. What makes me different? If I have a question about any of these areas that I don't know anything about, that don't relate to my background, then I'm going to talk to Van Dever. Representative Goldman, when I walked up here, you said, "I love you." And I'm sure he meant that in a, agape manner, right? And I love you too. You stated one of the most important issues to you here at the state. It's public safety. Public safety. Each of us has a Bible in our desk. Am I right about that, Representative Krause? I'm sure you've opened yours many times. Each of us has a Bible in our desk. If this is our number one priority, why is it that cities outspend us for public safety? 65 to 70% of our overall budget is for public safety. We know city business. But you know what the state spends for public safety? About 6% is what we spend for public safety overall. I think if we changed our focus and put our focus on what our focus should be on, education should be number one, healthcare should be number two. But we have lowered, talk about defunding police, we've defunded education. I know that we did a good job last session.
Gentlemen, time's expired.
Sir, may I finish? I've got some closing remarks here, about 3 minutes. 3 minutes, sir, just 3 minutes.
Is there objection to the extension of the gentleman's time for 3 minutes for his closing remarks? Chair hears none, the gentleman's time is extended.
Thank you. Parenthetically, Jesus says, where your treasure is, that's where your heart is. Matthew chapter 6, verse 21. Where your treasure is, that's where your heart is. The city's heart is in public safety, 65 to 70%. Ours is about 6%. I asked my fellow city managers how they felt about this bill. Not one of them supported this bill. And they support police. Every city where I've been a city manager or a mayor, I have raised the salaries of our police and our fire department. Every one of them. Even when we had budget constraints, we did it. They've been watching us, the city managers, the mayors, and council. And what they believe is that the penalty that we have applied here, even if you don't reduce funding for police, but increase funding for other areas or at a faster pace, is a problem. It's problematic. In my conclusion, I have to say that it is, I get behind this podium, it's legislative overreach. The big concern is that the bill's definition of defunding caught too many situations where defunding was actually happening. Also, the consequences were automatic and there was no recourse or appeal process to prove up police were not actually being defunded. I'm reading this from a city manager. This is a battle they have with Austin, and they should leave the rest of us out of it. That's coming from a city manager in North Texas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope and pray, I implore you to not vote politics, but actually vote for our police. Vote for our police. That is all. So I'm asking you to vote too. I know I'm not of the same party that you are, But I'm just a little guy from the local, okay? So we need your help, please. Stop stepping on the city.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to speak in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I think I've done this a couple of times where I've gotten up here and said, I sense that the Republicans are all going to vote for this, so I'm going to talk to Democrats. And sometimes we're going to disagree. My dear friend, Carl, and he is a good man, but sometimes we're going to disagree, just like we saw Joe Desatel and Dr. Mary Gonzalez disagree a little while ago, and that's going to happen. When I first ran for office, I don't know, all of you can remember your first run for office, for State House. You know, they asked me, what's the most important thing to you? What's the most important issues? And I said, well, there are a lot of important issues out there. Education is important, healthcare is important, jobs are important. But I said, the most important thing to me is public safety. And in the 27 years I've been here, that's how I always answer the question. The most important issue for me is public safety, because if our communities are not safe, if folks don't feel safe, if we don't have law and order, then nothing else really matters. And so when this issue bubbled up last year, I understand politics. We're all political in here. We're all politicians. We are. That's not something I'm ashamed of. I'm proud of it. I embrace it. You have to run for office to get elected, and by definition, you're a politician. That doesn't mean that we don't study issues and look at them. But when this came up, in my view, it was very simple. We don't need to invest less in law enforcement. We need to invest more in law enforcement. I see what just happened in Minnesota with George Floyd. That was such a big, important event, if you will, and a tragedy. But I watched it. I watched part of the trials. And what became clear to me was that if you had not had the police chief and 3 or 4 of Chauvin's, a police officer who'd been charged, his supervisors get up there and testify, that's not how we train. We don't train police officers to do that. He did not follow proper protocol. That is not the way we train people. If they had not testified that way, I'm not sure George Floyd would have been convicted. I mean, that he would have been convicted for killing George Floyd. That's how I saw it. But when you had the training and you could show these folks were trained, and if they do something wrong and they don't follow the training, then we weed them out. That's how you're going to get there. You invest more. You invest more in training our law enforcement officers, not less. With all due respect, members, it is not less, it is more. That's how you make it better. How do we make our schools better? We invest more. How do we make our health care system better? We invest more. That's what we do. We don't invest less. And so it is not political for me. Now, do I understand politically that if you don't vote for this bill, it could be misinterpreted that you are not strong on law enforcement? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd use it against you. I'd use it against you in a heartbeat. So expect that. If that's you want to think about politics, fine. But let's push past that and ask yourselves, how do we make our law enforcement organizations better? As Democrats, we fight all the time for police officers and firefighters, first responders. We fight for them all the time. Let's fight for them now to make sure that we better train them, that we can pay them better, that we can have better quality folks in these very, very important positions. So yes, I'm speaking to you Democrats, my colleagues, my party. And I hope every one of you votes for it. You know, I know it's a redistricting year, and some of the districts are going to change up, and issues will come up. They just will. So yeah, think about that a little bit. But I hope that you agree with me why I...
Ms. Ramos, for
not at this time. But I hope you agree with me. It is about the policy for me. I've had personal experience, especially in recent times, where I've seen how lacking we are in how we train law enforcement and how we've got to do a better job of making them better. And you don't do that by cutting budgets. You just don't. You want to cut budgets? I'll cut your budget. All of you know, you want to talk about city councils? Hey, they're all my friends. But I know about discretionary funds. I see things that they spend money on that I'd never spend money on, I hope, if I were in their positions. You want to go through budgets? We'll go through budgets. We can find you money. Don't cut here. Cut somewhere else. That's what this is about. Don't cut in the public safety. Cut somewhere else. So let's not make it political. Let's make it about protecting the folks that we represent. Let's make it about having a better quality. Continue to invest in the quality of our law enforcement system out there, our entities, our organizations. That's what it is for me.
Ms. Ramos, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Raymond, the page 1 of the bill says it applies to municipalities with a population of more than 250,000. How many municipalities in your district have more than 250,000 in its population?
I have one municipality. I represent the city of Laredo, not even the entire city. If you want to look at my district, as you know by definition, I don't think any of us have a district that exceeds 150,000, not as we're about to redistrict.
Do you have a municipality in your district with
Is
a
Laredo
population?
250,000 today? I won't know till we get the census numbers. We may or we may not be.
So the answer is no. Thank you, sir. No more
well,
questions.
if it's no, trust me, I want this to be for every city in the state. If that's what you're asking me,
it doesn't apply to your district.
You know what? Do an amendment that says Laredo, and I'll vote for it. Write it up for me. If you're trying to make a point about Laredo, let's go. Put Laredo in there.
Sir, you're talking about communities that
I'm
don't
not
even
going to know
interest
until the
you.
census numbers come out, but put it in there. Put the word Laredo.
We're still on the bill. You can do that now.
Do it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, members.
Members, we're closing on the bill. The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson of Harris to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have talked about public safety. This is a public safety bill. I'm sick and tired of always having to come up here and say how much I love police officers and how I care about police officers and how I got to put a disclaimer on loving police officers. And I'll do it again. I thank police officers every single day for the job that they do. This bill, in reality, is not about public safety. And let me tell you why it's not about public safety, because this bill is bracketed for 11 cities. 11 cities is all this bill affects. 11 cities. That means out of the other 489 cities, I guess it don't matter. They can cut their police budget all they want, anytime they want. Ask yourself, why is this bill only bracketed to 11 cities? That's not even half Texas's population. So what happens to the rest of the population that has populations of 100,000? What happens to those people if their communities decide to do what's fiscally conservative and fiscally right, to rearrange their budget to make sure that they can meet their budgetary needs and requirements? What happens to those? Are they considered not backing the blue? Would they be considered defunding the police? Come on, if we're going to be serious about this, and let's stop playing this game of defunding the police and all this other rhetoric, as my colleague just said, does it look like you're defunding the police or you're against the police if you vote against this bill? One thing I love about this body is that every time I talk to my colleagues, every last one of you, you all believe in policy. You all believe in what's fair. You all say that to me every single time. This is what's right and this is fair. But we just made a bill that is punitive to large municipalities only. Smells like political rhetoric here, but smells like a political bill here. Doesn't smell right. Secondly, this bill is not about public safety. This is about local control. That's all it is. This is about taking control away from Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, El Paso. That's what this is about. This is about rhetoric and dialogue and going back and forth about defunding police and how some groups talk bad about, but that's not what, nope. This is truly about saying to cities, hey, we control you now. We control you now. We control how you think. We control how you decide how you're going to make policing for your city. And the reason why I know this is not about public safety, because when I put an amendment on that simply gave police the authority, it gave police the authority. This body voted against giving police the authority. How are you telling me you're for police if you didn't even give police their own authority to do what's in the best interest of police? How are you telling me you're for police officers? The sheer hypocrisy in that alone is blinding and deafening. We talk about backing the blue, and we didn't even give the blue their own authority to do what's in the best interest of the blue. How are you telling me you're for police? We're supposed to be here to make this state better. Let's finally get there. Let's finally get to a point where we do something that's right and in order.
I know.
And not just simply political expediency. I'm not against police. I'm for police, as everybody else in this building is. But I think this right here is divisive rhetoric that puts us all at odds. For those 11 cities, you're telling those mayors they don't know what they're doing, but you know better. Because there are people here from rural Texas telling the mayors of Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, that you know better than they do on what's best for their city. When I was growing up, I put money in my piggy bank, and when I got older, I started putting money in the bank. And when I had a good week, a good month, a good year, I added more. But imagine if my bank told me that, well, I'm not gonna let you put less in, not gonna let you put less in, but I don't have it. I don't have it this year. But can I still help? Can I still work? Can I still? Nope. And matter of fact, we're gonna penalize you for putting in less. Come on, that's what this bill is. Members, I'm asking you, if this is about police, backing police, let's make sure we take care of all citizens of the entire state of Texas, not just 11 cities. Not just 11 cities. Every citizen in the state of Texas should be protected, if that's what you're saying here today. I move passage.
Ms. Beckley, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman yields.
So of those 11 cities that are 250,000 or more, what is the party of the representatives who represent those cities, most of it?
I would venture to believe they're all Democrat.
Yeah. So
those are all Democratic cities.
So this bill is purely a political move to force in an election year for Democrats to take a bad vote because it is bracketed specifically for that. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes.
And what about those in swing districts? Is it a bad vote for them too?
I don't know what's a good vote and what's a bad vote. What's a good vote is a vote that you need to make that's in the best interest of your city. It's in the best interest of your constituents, not political rhetoric and political positioning.
Well, I represent a portion of Dallas, so therefore I have to make that vote, and I'm forced into it. I wonder if the author will take the $250,000 off so everybody in this building has to make the same vote equally.
That would be left up to the author.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Ramos, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy to yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Goldman. Going back to what you bracketed, the municipality with a population of more than 250,000, how many municipalities would fit that description in your district, sir?
In my district,
How many cities have more than 250,000?
I represent 4 cities are in my district, and 1, the city of Fort Worth, would be represented by this bill.
Okay, just one city. When Representative Crockett asked you about what was going on in the city of Dallas.
My district. Sorry.
Yes, sir. So you have 1 city out of 3, so a quarter of your cities in your district this bill would apply to.
Yes.
I'm sorry, a third. So essentially this will apply to Fort Worth, is that what you said?
Yes, it would apply to the city of Fort Worth.
Okay, and Representative Crockett talked about what's happening in her district in the city of Dallas, and you said you were not advised, correct?
Well, I read the papers.
Right, but she asked you a specific question about different DPS and things going on in her community, and you said you weren't advised, correct? You don't recall?
I don't recall the exact thing of what I said based on what you're discussing.
Yes, sir. Well, she asked you about the police and different initiatives in the city of Dallas, and you said you weren't advised, and I think that
I don't know everything that the city of Dallas does. That's correct.
Okay. You don't know what the city of Dallas does.
I don't know everything that the city of Dallas does. That's correct.
And thank you, sir, because that's exactly the point. You
Great.
don't know what they're doing. Yet you have this bill to legislate what they're doing when in fact you just said you have no idea what they're doing.
And Ms. Ramos, if they are consistently keeping their budget where it is for the police, or they are increasing their budget for the police, this bill has no effect on them whatsoever.
Okay, so a budget that stays the same or an increased budget, essentially money, right? More money, based on your definition here, means success, right? So we're tying money and budget to success. Is that what we're doing here?
I don't know what you mean by the word success.
You just said more money. That what we're doing in this
bill does not affect any municipality that keeps their current budget the same for the police or increases their budget for the police. This bill does not affect those municipalities one bit.
But we want to keep the budget, or we want to increase the budget for those police departments, because what we're saying is with that funding, they're able to essentially be successful in their public safety initiatives, because the reverse would be they would be less successful in their public safety initiatives, correct?
Well, we have seen where cities across this nation have either defunded their police or diverted money away from their police, and crime has increased.
Okay, thank you, sir. And you're talking about crime. And I think that's wonderful, because if what we're doing here today, members, is really addressing public safety, not one mention of a reduction in the crime rate. Not one mention in your bill. So if we're really about public safety, then we would address the reduction in the crime rate.
Well, anecdotally, Mrs. Ramos, we have seen a parallel that when you reduce budgets for police, that crime increases. We've seen it. The facts are there.
Sir, nowhere in your budget addresses the crime rate. So essentially, if the police
departments... That's right. So the hope is with more police on the streets...
It punishes municipalities. It punishes the cities and municipalities who are offering creative solutions and possibly spending less money in addressing the crime rate This essentially punishes those cities for offering
No, ma'am, it does
creative
not.
solutions
If they want to
that
have
address the
creative
crime rate.
solutions in their police budget, of course they're allowed to do so.
Sir, there are more than one ways for municipalities to reduce their crime rate. Would you agree with that?
Oh, I'm sure.
Exactly, and that's the problem with your bill, sir. That's exactly what happens.
Then you have every
Thank
right
you
to
so
vote
much.
against it.
Mr. Johnson, for what purpose?
I want to ask the gentleman a question.
Gentlemen, yield for questions.
I would be happy to yield.
Gentlemen,
You
yield.
you keep mentioning if everybody keeps their budgets the same. What about the other 400 cities underneath the 250 threshold? What if they change their budget?
They're not
Does it
included
matter
in this
to them?
bill, Representative Johnson.
I'm sorry?
They're not included in this bill.
Why didn't you include them in the bill?
I chose not to. You had every right to do an amendment to put them in, and one was not offered.
So the public safety of all the other millions of residents across the state of Texas didn't matter?
Of course it matters, but anecdotally across this nation, the cities, the larger cities who've defunded their police or diverted funds from police, they're the ones who are having the increase in crime.
No, nobody defunded police. There's no such thing as defunding
if you don't
police.
believe in the word defunding, then certainly monies have been diverted from police departments.
Is it
and their
defunding the
budgets
police
have
when
been
Governor
dropped,
Abbott?
and their crime has increased.
Do we call it defunding when Governor Abbott reduced $250 million? Is that defunding?
I don't
Did
know
he
what
defund?
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Johnson.
Did he defund
I don't know what
by
you're
$50 million in 2015?
I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm just trying to make sure we can be consistent with this.
I'm happy to be. I don't
sure
understand the premise of your question. I have no idea what you're talking about.
So again, cities underneath 250, they can do whatever they want with their budgets. If they decide to reduce, increase, they can do whatever they want.
They are not
and
included
and
in
we're
this
not going to punish them.
They are not included in this bill. That's correct.
So they won't be punished, but they can do whatever they want.
I believe I've answered that question several times.
One more time for me, just for the good record.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy to yield.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. Representative Goldman, am I correct in that this bill was on the floor prior to being removed for a point of order?
It was on the floor last week, yes, sir.
Okay. And during that time, an amendment was actually offered to remove the arbitrary cap of $250,000 from the bill. Was that not correct?
I don't remember every single amendment that was offered last week, Mr. Wu.
Okay. But it would be fair to say that would be reflected in the House Journal, correct?
I'm sure it would be.
Okay. And earlier, just before, Representative Johnson asked you why you had the cap at 250,000 population. Did you recall that?
I mean, that was just a few minutes ago, yes.
Okay, I want to make sure. I wasn't sure if there was And your answer was because you felt like it, correct?
Not because I felt like it, because anecdotally, Mr. Wu.
I'm sorry, your answer to Representative Johnson was because that's what I felt like.
No, I'm saying because we have seen anecdotally across the nation when municipalities, if you let me finish answer the question, when municipalities have decreased their funding for police or diverted funds away from police, from those budgets, we have seen a spike in crime. We have seen where their citizens have responded and said that they fear for their safety because there are less police on the streets. And we do not want that to happen here in Texas.
And I apologize. English is not my first language. Let me ask again. And when Representative Johnson asked you why you chose the cap at 250,000, your answer to Representative Johnson was because that's what I chose. That's what I felt like.
I don't recall my exact words, Mr. Wu.
If I told you that that's what you said just a few minutes ago, would you disagree with me?
I'm going to repeat what I just said.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to repeat what I just said.
Okay.
Okay, so let's get to your point.
Do you have a specific policy reason for
Yes.
choosing the exact number of 250,000.
Yes.
And what is
Because
that?
anecdotally, we've seen across this nation that the major municipalities, some of the larger municipalities, when they defunded their police or diverted monies away from their police departments, crime has increased, and the citizens have responded that they did not want that to happen.
Okay. And what does that have to do with the number 250,000?
Those tend to be some of the large municipalities in this state.
Okay, so why not 200,000?
You could have done an amendment to make that change, Mr. Wu. You did not do so.
Well, we actually offered an amendment again.
You
but
did not
don't-
today.
It was offered on this bill last week, but
Okay,
you don't remember.
you didn't offer it today. You could have.
Okay. Well, generally we can't offer the bill amendments multiple times on a bill.
I'm sorry?
We're not allowed to offer the same amendment multiple times on a bill.
Oh, absolutely. Mr. Herrera's amendment was going to be offered last week. I accepted it today.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would also move that all conversations on this bill in the front and back mic be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, chair hears none. The motion is adopted.
Members, a vote for this bill is a vote for public safety. A vote for this bill is to back our police. A vote for this bill is to back the blue. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment HB 1900. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. If someone would like a record vote, you must come down to the dais. The question occurs on passing the engrossment HB 1900. Record vote is requested by Mr. Johnson of Harris County. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 91 ayes, 55 nays, HB 1900 is passed in engrossment.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Bowers, for what purpose?
I move to have all the comments for House Bill 1900 reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Mr. Wu has already made that motion. That motion has been adopted.
Good. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 1232 Taylor relating to the management and investment of the Permanent School Fund, including authorizing the creation of the Texas Permanent School Fund Corporation.
Thank you. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 6. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 7. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 7 by Hughes, relating to elections, including election integrity and security, creating a criminal offense, providing civil penalties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, in Article 6, Section 4 of the Texas Constitution, the people of Texas delegated their constitutional authority to the legislature to make all laws necessary to detect and punish fraud and preserve the purity of the ballot box. And the legislature shall provide by law for the regulation of all voters. House Bill 6, also known as Election Integrity Protection Act of 2021, or Senate Bill 7, now also known as the Election Integrity Protection Act of 2021, contains 6 articles. Article 1 of this bill provides that the purpose of this bill is to exercise the legislature's constitutional authority. Section 1.03, Subdivision 3 says that reforms are needed to the election laws of this state to ensure that fraud does not undermine the public confidence in the electoral process. To that end, Section 1.04 of the bill requires the conduct of our elections and the election code to be applied uniformly and consistently throughout this state. It further provides that public officials, which means anyone elected, selected, appointed, or employed by this state, an agency of this state, or a political subdivision of this state, shall be strictly construed. Article 2 begins with a provision that seeks to ensure that our voter rolls are accurate. That's done by requiring that local registrars send the abstract of deceased voters to the Secretary of State no later than 7 days after the abstract is prepared. And it clarifies that spoiled ballots be properly tracked and recorded. In the third article, we ensure that poll watchers are permitted to observe the conduct of an election and report any potential irregularities or violations to the election officers. It protects watchers from being improperly excluded or removed, and it makes it a crime for an election officer to refuse to accept a watcher.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Will the author yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Kane, why did you file this bill again?
Well, I filed this bill to, ensure that we have a equal and uniform application of our election code and to protect people from being taken advantage of.
And what is your main purpose behind this bill?
Well, the main purpose of this bill is to protect every single voter in Texas.
Was there a specific incident, event, or a crime that you witnessed in your time as a candidate or a voter that prompted for you to file this bill?
No, ma'am. But I believe that all voters deserve to have their right to vote to be protected.
Or in the hours we spent in elections committee, did anybody give an actual example of these things occurring in the state of Texas to warrant this bill?
I believe there was a lot of people in testimony that gave examples of things.
Like examples that had data behind them, actual data, not just something that they heard.
Okay, well, I think we observed witnesses talking about how they themselves were excluded from places that they were, duly appointed to be watchers at. Yes.
Based on credible data, based on actual facts they can point to.
When they filled out their witness affirmation form, they took a sworn oath under penalty of perjury. So I think I would trust what they had to say.
And do you agree with the Secretary of State when they testified in our committee that we have free, fair, and safe elections?
I mean, I think the goal is to have free, fair, and safe elections.
I'm sorry?
I mean, that is the purpose, and that's exactly what this bill seeks to do.
No, I said, do you agree with me? Because the Secretary of State's office testified before our committee that very first day, and the Secretary of State said that the 2020 elections was free, fair, safe, and secure. Do you not agree with that, with what the Secretary of State said?
I think that's their opinion, sure.
That you think what?
I believe that's their opinion.
That's their opinion?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I mean, I think for the most part it was free, fair, and safe, yeah.
Okay.
But we heard testimony that said otherwise.
But if the Secretary of State's office was there for a reason, and so I would imagine that their opinion would be highly regarded, that our elections were safe and secure.
Okay.
Do you disagree with the Secretary of State's office?
I've heard people say that they disagree with the Secretary of State's office in committee, so.
So are you saying that you disagree with the Secretary of State's office is what I'm asking you?
I mean, I think they're probably right in the adding up of it all from what they saw, that we had a free, fair, and secure election.
So as of right now, our elections are safe and secure, correct?
What this bill seeks to do is to make them safer and more secure.
I'm asking you. I mean, if the Secretary of State's office said that, and you said that you agree with them, right? That currently,
Okay.
as our elections are right now, they're safe and secure. I'm just trying to figure out what the purpose of this legislation is. If the Secretary of State has said that our elections were already safe and secure, and you're agreeing with the Secretary of State.
Well, the purpose of this is to make them even more safe and secure. You know, the Constitution commands the legislature to pass legislation to detect and punish fraud and preserve the purity of the ballot box. And I've seen a lot of polling. I think we'd all agree that people's trust in the electoral process is down.
So if it's not broken, then what are we trying to fix? I mean, that old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Well, you know, every session we see omnibus election bills filed, and this is no different. We're here to clean things up. It's a patchwork system, and we want to clarify. We want to restore trust to the voters so that they have confidence in the outcome of their election, so that they trust the laws we make.
I mean, I'm just trying to understand. I mean, because I know that, in the last 2 terms that I've served in the legislature, and one of the first questions that you get asked, right, when you file a bill is what are you trying to accomplish? What is the intent? What are you trying to fix? What happened that you're trying to fix? And so that's what I'm asking. That's what we've been trying to figure out in the elections committee every week when we meet. And so that's all I'm simply asking is that what are we trying to fix here that is not broken?
Okay. Would you like me to finish laying the bill out and we can discuss some of that?
I'd like you to answer my question, please.
Okay. Well, I think we'll get to that if you let me finish the bill layout. I'll probably answer more of those questions.
Well, you did yield to some questions, so I would like to continue my questions.
Well, I happen to believe that, we don't need to wait for bad things to happen in order to try and protect and secure these elections and to make sure that this is a process that everyone's following.
Okay. So before bringing this bill to the floor, and I know this question was asked in committee as well, did you ever take the opportunity to speak to any of the minority groups like MALDEF, NAACP to get their feedback in regards to the language that you laid out in committee before us?
Yes, I've spoken to, I can't remember his name, in the hall, and I've actually read some proposed amendments yesterday from the NAACP.
Okay, so you were able to discuss their concerns and maybe make some changes to the bill.
Actually, one of the amendments that we have was based off of some suggestions from the NAACP that I would like to lay out soon.
Before bringing HB 6 or I guess SB 7 to the floor, did you or the AG's office perform any analysis about how this bill might affect minority voters?
No, I hadn't done that. I'm not sure if the Attorney General's office did that.
So you didn't consult with him in regards to what the effect of this bill would have on people of color in Texas? Yeah. I mean, Texas does have a history, a history of discrimination, and so I would just imagine that's an important question to ask. I mean, this bill affects every single person in Texas, every person who's an eligible voter.
Look, this bill is designed to protect all people, regardless of the color of their skin or their age or their abilities.
To protect them from a problem that doesn't exist, right?
Well, most of this bill is designed, and it's targeted at those who conduct our elections, not at people, not at the voters.
Okay. Did you talk to any of the civil rights organizations, like ACLU? Were they included in those conversations as well?
During the committee process, and several of the bills that are we've passed through this chamber and passed out of that committee are also included in this bill, and we took testimony from them. And in fact, I mean, we would point to the exact organization, but we've got some amendments that I'm ready to get going on that reduce crimes, some that add elements of mens rea to make sure that we have the specific intent requirements of some of these things. And that came from hearing testimony in committee from organizations like the ACLU and the Civil Rights Project and others. Yeah, it was very valuable and helpful.
Okay. Did you talk to any attorneys about this bill? Members of the AG's office today, the back hallway?
I did not talk to anyone from the Attorney General's office today.
Okay, can you explain the major differences between the original version of the bill? It's the exact same version of HB 6, right? You modified it when you did the substitute.
Yes. The committee substitute for House Bill 6, which was passed out of our committee, is identical to the House committee report of Senate Bill 7 that's before us right now.
And in your opinion, how did our first hearing go on that bill?
The first hearing? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. It was a bummer we didn't get to finish it. It kind of slowed things down. Yeah.
And how long do we have? I'm not going to tell you. After you, no, hold on a second. In your time in the House, have you ever witnessed a chairman or a speaker stop a vote before calling the question, or after calling the question?
Have I seen someone call the question?
Mm-hmm. I'm referring to our committee hearing where we got the substitute a minute before we had to vote. you called the question, the vote wasn't completed. Why did that occur?
Why did it occur? Well, I think it occurred because
it would have failed.
You had expressed some concerns and things, and other members had, and so I thought it was the right thing to do.
Because it was going to fail, correct?
I disagree with that, but that's okay.
All right. After 22 hours of testimony, where leaders of the NAACP and MALDEF, disability rights, pleaded to the committee about how your bill would suppress their vote. Did that factor into your desire at all before bringing this bill to the floor today?
I'm trying to understand.
Well, we heard more people testify against the bill than on the bill, and so, if our job is to pass legislation that for our state, for our constituents, we're here to pass policy that they want, not force legislation on them that they don't agree with.
It's okay if I disagree with some of the witnesses that come to the committee. I don't believe that this bill suppresses any votes. In fact, I think it's designed to help all voters. And if we thought this was suppressing votes, I wouldn't have voted for it or written it, and I don't think any other members on that committee would have voted for it.
Well, I mean, there were legal experts that have done work, voting rights work for years, that argue before the Supreme Court that would say otherwise.
Okay. I think we've consulted others that disagree, and that's what this chamber does.
So this long history of discrimination in Texas just doesn't exist anymore? Or it's never existed in your opinion?
Absolute. I'm not saying that at all. Discrimination is a disgusting thing, and I don't think a single member that voted for this bill or I would have written it or drafted it if we thought it was discriminating against anybody.
Well, in effect, it discriminates against people. I mean, that is something that you weigh in when you bring legislation and you force it on Texans. It's going to disproportionately impact people of color. You have to understand the damage that you're causing.
I disagree. I think this is
So you disagree with somebody who is disabled, who's pleading to you and saying that it's going to be more difficult for them to go vote? You're going to say, oh, I don't believe you, even though you're the one that's disabled.
Well, one of the amendments that I've filed was actually from working with a disability organization, and we're literally doing every single thing they wanted except for one. We're writing it slightly different, and so we did take that into consideration. And when we had drafted it, even during committee, we heard it, and I said, oh, they're right. And then we came to us, and I know Representative Schofield also met with them, and when we get to that point, we can explain that again. And
so the hundreds of people that have testified against or they submitted comments against this bill, you just disagree with all of them, right? That people that have done this for years, legal experts, arguing in front of the Supreme Court on this issue, that have protected the right of people of color, protected their vote for years, you disagree with all of these people because you understand what voter suppression looks like, right?
I disagree that it does that. Yeah.
So you disagree with these experts that have said otherwise?
I suppose you could say.
That have challenged these things in court and have been proven by the Supreme Court of having that effect.
I believe that that it's incumbent on the Texas legislature to improve the electoral process for all Texans, and that's
it's incumbent upon the legislature to enact laws that are going to help the people of Texas. That is our job, not to pass laws that are going to hurt them. So that's what I'm trying to find out from you. That is, why would we want to do that?
Well, I don't think this is voter suppression. I believe it's voter enhancement. I think this bill seeks to improve things for all Texans, and so
it's expanding participation. More people are going to be able to vote as a result of this bill.
Yeah, we're protecting voters to ensure that no one's taken advantage of. Yeah.
How is that increasing participation? By adding more restrictions and criminalizing minor things, mistakes that somebody could make.
I don't think this bill at all criminalizes minor mistakes. No, it doesn't do that.
It doesn't criminalize somebody for making a simple mistake.
It does not.
I mean,
That's
I
one
don't.
thing
I
this
guess
bill
you
doesn't
don't
do.
recall the testimony that was elicited from the AG's office and how they're going to enforce this bill, and some of it sounds really scary, and could affect every single person in this room who runs for office when we run for re-election.
Yeah, I understand. I think from the testimony.
And so we're
though,
willing for people to put their spouses in a position who may be helping them block walk or poll greet. And there's a slippery slope there. They could potentially be accused of illegal voter assistance simply because they're trying to help their loved one get reelected.
Can you explain to me what section or page number in the bill would do that?
I don't have the bill in front of me, but I can come back with the question. But there was testimony that I asked the Attorney General in regards to the definition within the code that defines someone who is assisting to have some kind of benefit. So, for example, let's say my colleague here, Gina Hinojosa, that she has her husband on her health insurance. That seemingly is a benefit because he's getting a health insurance benefit. Now, if he's helping her get reelected, he could potentially be committing a crime under the way the bill is written. And the AG's office said that.
What section is that?
The AG's office said that.
We need to fix that. What section does that?
I mean, I can find it, but it's in there. And that's pretty scary.
Please do.
That's pretty scary.
Please do. If someone's going to get in trouble for being on their spouse's insurance while they're standing polls.
But that's what your bill does. And
could you show that to me?
I definitely will.
Okay. I don't see it. And I guess that's why we're here. I'm not seeing that.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. So, Representative Kane, your bill discusses fraud a number of times. It's there in the caption, it's in the purpose of the bill, it's in these new legislative findings that you're creating. So can you detail for the body how many instances of election fraud occurred in the 2020 elections?
This bill, like you said, it targets voter fraud, and it's
just a number.
Yeah,
just a number is all I need.
In the 2020 elections.
Yes.
And what state?
In the state of Texas. This is a bill that applies to the state of Texas, is it not?
It does. It does. Look, the whole point is it protects every single voter because I believe that's the goal of everyone. And any amount of fraud is too much fraud. Wouldn't you agree?
But you don't know of a specific amount of fraud, a specific number of instances of fraud.
No, I don't know, but it's really hard to find what you don't look for.
I see. Well, so a couple months ago, you were at a press conference in Houston, were you not? I believe with Senator Betancourt and Governor Abbott. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that.
Yeah, and you talked about House Bill 6 and Senate Bill 7 and why we need to crack down on voter fraud in Texas. And the governor was asked at that time by a reporter, were there instances of fraud in the 2020 elections? He said he wasn't aware of any at that time. And what I'm wondering in the 2 months since, have you or the governor or anyone else unearthed any fraud? And I think you're saying the answer is no.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to extend time.
Members, you've heard the request to extend time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman's time is extended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, so Representative Gonzalez already covered with you the Secretary of State's testimony in your committee that Texas had an election in 2020 that was successful, smooth, and secure. You do recall that testimony, right?
Yes, I do. But can I answer, the Attorney General's office did come in and they talked about some of the things they prosecuted. And, sometimes these things can take 2 years to build their cases before they prosecute it. So, I'm not sure one of the main reasons they might have data from that is it takes that long before they, file an information.
Well, I'm glad that you
charge.
brought that up because that's actually my next question is about the Attorney General. So, do you know how many staff hours that the Attorney General spent investigating election fraud?
No, sir. Could you tell me?
22,000 staff hours. And beefed up the election integrity unit now has 17 staffers, 8 more than previously, so nearly doubling. So after all that, and I presume you've heard this testimony in your committee from the Attorney General, Can you tell me how many instances of fraud the Attorney General found after that incredible investment of staff time?
From what time period to when?
Since he spent 22,000 staff hours on.
When did they do that? I'm just trying to know, what was this, 2010?
I believe it was 2018, 2019. I can get you the exact number, or the exact year.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They discussed that in committee. I'm sorry, I don't have it memorized. But, Mr. Turner, you asked me to answer a question for you.
16 total instances out of 22,000 staff hours. Okay. 16 out of a state of 29 million people and over 15 million registered voters.
Well, Mr. Turner.
16, 1-6.
Mr. Turner, we also discussed there have been fluctuations in their staff. For example, I believe during Harvey, their person that was in charge of elections was put to be there for price gouging. They didn't have one. So that's fluctuated with their manpower.
So what does price gouging have to do with this?
Well, because that meant they literally did not have a person over in charge of elections. And what I'd say again is you can't find what you don't look for. And I think some of these areas...
So we haven't found it, but we got to keep looking. Okay, I get it.
No, you can't find what you don't look for. If you weren't looking, it can't be found. Some of these things, our laws aren't clear enough. So, and actually this is a good thing. The Attorney General's office and prosecutors, and I hope this is true, and I've heard so, won't prosecute somebody unless the statute or the way that law's written fits it exactly. And to their credibility, they haven't done that because there's not a lot of flexibility in the code that's really clear of what things
sure, and
are
I would agree you can't find what you don't look for. And that's why when Representative Gonzalez asked if you had done an analysis of your legislation to analyze what the impact would be on minority voters in the state of Texas on communities of colors, you said you hadn't done that.
I hadn't heard of that being done for any of the bills this session. And I guess maybe
it's something that's done often in terms of voting rights bills, or bills that suppress voting rights, like this one does.
Well, I disagree that it suppresses voting rights.
So your legislation, other members have questions, so I want to get through mine. Your legislation says that problems with voting, quote, threatens the stability of a constitutional democracy by undermining public confidence in the legitimacy of public officers chosen by election.
Yeah, wouldn't you agree?
And so I've heard a variation of that statement a lot over the last year. And so my question very simply, Representative Kane, is this bill simply a part and a continuation of the big lie perpetrated by Donald Trump that somehow he really actually won the presidential? Is that really what this is all about?
No, not at all.
Is
This
to
bill is
validate
not about
the former
2020.
president's falsehoods, that he somehow actually won an election that he lost by more than 7 million votes? Is that what this is about?
No, this bill is not a response to 2020. A lot of these things have a long time coming. We see bills, again, like this filed every session. And
I've never seen a bill like this filed. But let's move on. Does your bill, since we're talking about threats to democracy, does your bill in any way address the aiding and abetting of an insurrection?
No, I don't believe so, no.
Why not?
Well, this bill's about, this was about protecting voters. This is about, making sure our voter rolls are clean. This is about restoring the integrity of the process and the trust of the voters. This is about making sure people aren't taken advantage of. This is also about making sure that when things happen, that people can get heard in court in a timely manner, because as you know, when an election's over,
do you think an insurrection that is predicated on a big lie about bogus election fraud is a threat to our democracy?
Yeah, I guess, that's bad to have an insurrection, of course, yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kane, Senate Bill 7 was considered in your House Committee on Elections last week. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're the chairman of that committee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as I review the bill, it seems that both the Senate Bill 7 and House Bill 6 have identical captions. Is that correct?
Now they do. Yeah, now they do. After we did a committee substitute to 7, now it has the same caption.
So yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as I reviewed the committee substitute to Senate Bill 7, which was considered in the Elections Committee, it seems that the bill language itself is maybe not identical, but nearly identical to the current version of House Bill 6. Is that correct?
I'm under the impression of the same thing, yes, sir.
Okay. So you believe they're identical. You chose a peculiar term in drafting this bill, and it's on page 1, line 12. Do you have a copy of the bill in front of you?
I do, yes, sir.
And you talked about preserving the purity of the ballot box. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a quotation from the Texas Constitution. It would be Article 6, Section 4.
Right. And are you aware of the history behind that provision of the Constitution?
I'm not.
Okay. Are you aware that references to, quote, purity of the ballot box used throughout this country's history has been a justification for states to disenfranchise groups they deem unfit to vote or somehow lacking?
I didn't know that. I thought it meant...
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anchia.
Can you kindly direct our guests in the gallery to refrain from outbursts?
The chair will remind members, guests in the gallery to refrain from outbursts. This is your first warning. Please contain yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, so I wasn't aware of that. I guess I thought purity meaning not having fraud in it or something. And,
okay. Are you aware of the 1972 Supreme Court case Dunn versus Blumenstein?
I'm not.
All right. In that case, they noted that statements, quote, related to the preservation of purity at the ballot box, while a formidable sounding state interest, cannot be used to justify any and all voting requirements that a state might think up. End quote. Did you run across this explanation when you specifically used that term?
No, not at all.
What was your motivation for using that term purity at the ballot box? Because that's a specific set of words that has a lot of meaning in state history.
Well,
what was your intention?
I'm going to answer for you. You know, you may have figured it out by now. I really like the state constitution, and I think as a legislative body, just as Congress should, they should be looking for their authority from their charter, from the thing that gives them power. And so when we're looking at what authorizes us, right, the sovereign people of the state of Texas who delegated their authority through the Constitution, we then should look to the Constitution and say, what gives us authority to do anything on this issue? And that's the provision that does that. And so that would be why.
And do you know what the motivation was for that Texas Constitution? And you're referring specifically to the Texas Constitution of 1876, correct?
Yeah, our current Constitution, yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Did you look at the history before using that word?
No. The only thing, if we were to have a discussion, maybe over some coffee or a drink, somebody I could go into the details of Article 1 really well. I've read the debates in the journals of the Convention of 1875 on that for that thing, but I'm not familiar with the one.
You may have missed it then.
Article 6.
And this would have been very obvious, I think, to anybody who looked at that and looked at that language. And that provision was drafted specifically to disenfranchise black people, black voters, in fact, following the Civil War. Did you know that?
No, I'm sorry to hear that.
And are you familiar with white primaries?
We've heard and read of such thing. I'm glad
have you read about those?
It's a disgusting thing, yes.
Did you realize that purity of the ballot box language in the Texas Constitution gave rise to all white primaries?
No, I didn't.
And did you know that this purity at the ballot box justification was also used during the Jim Crow era to prevent black people from voting?
No, those are troubling things. I didn't know that was their
Did
reason.
you know that in states across the country that penal disenfranchisement schemes were put in place, including in Texas, as far back as 1845, to effectively lock African American people out of the political process? Are you aware of this history?
You know,
I think we said a few times that I wasn't aware of any kind of malicious intent in the use of that term.
Okay.
And the reason it was used is I looked at the Constitution because I believe our authority is derived from the people, and that's why.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
given the importance of this subject to the voting rights of all Texans, I move that we extend time for all question period for the pendency of this debate.
Mr. Anchier, I cannot recognize you for that motion, but I can recognize you for the extension of time right now.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I therefore move that the gentleman's time be extended.
A third extension does require unanimous consent. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The gentleman's time is extended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, because we have that history in place and the references in your bill that evoke some of that very dark history in our state, I wanted to ask you, I want to fast forward to the last decade. Are you aware that there have been multiple findings of intentional discrimination against African Americans and Latinos by the state legislature, found by 3 federal courts?
Yeah, I don't know the numbers, but I believe you said it. By the way, I'd be totally fine with an amendment to maybe strike the word purity and say integrity or something, if you want to offer that.
Okay. No, I was just curious, because I think language is important, and the language you chose to use in this bill might reflect on one's intent, because if you are a student of the Texas Constitution, as you said you were, I think that might be probative, and that's why I wanted to ask those questions. Because of the history that we just outlined, that you said you were generally aware of, you weren't exactly sure of the number of times, I will tell you that in the D.C. Circuit Court, in an El Paso court, and in a 3-judge panel composed of 2 Republican appointees and 1 Democratic appointees, there were findings of intentional discrimination against the Texas legislature, specifically against communities of color. So in light of that history, can you tell me why you did not do a racial impacts analysis on how this legislation would affect people of color?
Well, Representative, you had asked if I was familiar with it. And when were those, by the way? Because I wasn't, and so...
I'm sorry. It was from 2010 to 2020, in the last decade.
Yeah. I'd like to pretend that I was younger than that. I really don't recall that, and so your question's based on in light of this.
Were you genuinely aware? Have you heard that
I wasn't
has
aware
been
of it, and so I couldn't be in light of that, and therefore do this, in spite of or something. And so I'm not aware of it, sir.
Okay. Well, given that history, did you ever give thought to how this legislation might impact African Americans? Did you ever give it thought?
Did I give it a thought? Yeah, and if I thought somehow that this was designed to have some animus against any people group, it wouldn't have been written that way. In fact, due to the number of this bill, I don't think our speaker would have allowed it to be done that way. I don't think we'd have as many people signed on to it. They wouldn't have done that. I don't think the members of the committee would have voted for it or supported it if it did that. So no, I didn't.
Well, it's difficult
it crossed my mind, but I didn't think it did it, and so.
So as a result, in an effort to make sure that there was, forget the intentional discrimination that occurred in Voting Rights Matters during just the last decade, did you worry that there might be a discriminatory effect, even if you thought there was no discriminatory intent? Because under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, we have a discriminatory effect standard. Did you ever look to see if there might be or solicit a third-party analysis or any third-party testimony about the racial impact of this bill?
What I can tell you is in crafting it, there were things that people had proposed and brought us, and when I read those things, I thought, man, that I don't like that. That looks bad, and so we rejected it. Does that make sense?
Because you didn't like it.
No, because I'm thinking, no, these are bad things. These are things that I actually thought might have
And what does bad mean to you?
Something that would have a disparate impact on somebody. Something that could go, hey, that I think that's wrong.
And how did you make that call?
Just kind of by your heart, kind of a gut feeling.
It was your gut feeling, right? It was you know, you may not have known, but you just thought it was your gut feeling that, hey, that feels bad to me, and I don't want it to be in my bill, right? Is that what you're saying?
You know, from people that we talked with, there's lawyers.
Is that what you're saying? Like you said, it came from your gut, and you thought
begin.
There's some stuff that would be bad.
So here's how
right?
it begins.
Mr.
Anchia, if you allow me to answer the question, please.
Well, I'd
so
love
you
for
look
you to
at it and you
answer
go,
the
man, you know, I don't like
question
that.
that
And I'm
is
going to go
being
talk to.
asked.
I'm going to go talk to.
And I'm going to say your words back.
And I'm going to go talk
you.
to other members about it because you're construing it. Let me finish. You see something, you go, man, you know, I'm not sure about that. That happens in this chamber all the time. And then we go and talk to people. Go, hey, I think maybe that's not good. You agree? And then other people say, yeah, and so that's why I wouldn't have come in.
And so to whom in the chamber did you discuss these things?
You know, members of the committee and friends and other people, yeah.
So you asked members of the committee if proposals might have a disparate impact on Latinos and African Americans. Is that what you're saying to the body?
No, not like that. What I'm saying is, do you know, hey, I'm not sure about this. Is that bad? And you know, maybe they'd agree.
And what was their analysis when you asked them?
I'm not saying any of this is about some racial impact. What I'm saying is whether we thought maybe, you know, I don't think that actually helps people.
But the question was specifically about Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and not discriminatory effect, but intent, but rather discriminatory effect. So
I don't recall you mentioning.
I've allowed you to finish your
Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So I'm sorry.
I have allowed you to finish your answers. So if you can allow me to restate my question again.
Is it on the bill?
You said you were, for lack of a better term, deciding what would go in and not go in to the bill based on your gut feeling. And some things you did not put in the bill because of that gut feeling, or because, as you have said, you spoke to other members of the committee about those things. Did you ever think to ask for testimony in your committee on racial impact from this legislation?
Will you allow me to answer your question?
Yes. Okay. That is a very specific question. Did you ever do that?
All right. So you would phrase it, and I was talking about kind of going with gut feeling. I wasn't talking about impact on any kind of particular thing.
Well, that was the frame of the question.
Well, you keep bringing up the gut feeling thing, so I think I need to clarify it. What that means is, you know, I thought that wasn't good law or something.
What is good law here?
I think anything
what does that mean
treats
to you?
everybody
What is good
equally
law?
and make sure that watchers aren't excluded, that they're able to watch the process, to make sure that it's fair, that we don't have people that are receiving assistance being taken advantage of. You know,
but in making good law, it doesn't sound like you're including understanding what the impact is on African Americans or Latinos, right? Because you did not do that. Is that correct?
Did we have an impact study done? No. And I think I've answered that. Yes, sir.
Okay. Why did you not have one done? If you were trying to figure out what might constitute good or bad law, and you knew that rather than having a discriminatory intent, which you're telling us today this bill does not have, that it might have a discriminatory effect.
This bill is designed to protect all voters, and so I guess because I didn't think this was treating anyone differently, I wouldn't have thought there was a reason to study it, because it literally is about all.
Were you ever asked in committee by a member of the committee to do such a
Actually,
study?
someone asked, had we performed one, and that question was done, and I answered it then that one wasn't done.
Okay, and did you think to do one after that request had been made?
No, I didn't think so. I didn't think that was necessary, because I believe that this bill is designed to protect all voters, every single one of them.
Because it was because you thought that this bill was neutral, and you trusted that gut feeling. You trusted how you felt about the bill, right?
Recall that you'd asked, you were trying to pin me down on the gut feeling thing, and I told you that was about whether I like language or not. It wasn't about.
I'm just restating your terms.
Yeah, but it wasn't about that in context. I was trying to reestablish context. So, in writing it, whether we think words are good or bad, must or shall, those kind of different things. Yeah, but no, this wasn't about.
Can you describe what types of voter fraud this is intended to stop, this bill? Because you said earlier that this is about protecting voters and sort of allowing people to watch polls. What fraud is it designed to stop?
Okay, yeah. Well, you know, we're trying to maybe stop what we call ballot harvesting.
And what does that mean to you?
You know, that means when someone's, compensated in order to go and harvest votes. I mean, they're being paid. In fact, I prefer the word ballot trafficking more.
What do those terms mean to you? Walk me through how ballot trafficking works.
Okay. Let's go to the section of the code that'll fit it for us. We're going to go to chapter 276 in our code.
Okay.
And so we're going to go to 276.014.
And what page is it in your bill?
I'm going to find it. Yeah. Here we go. So 276.014 is entitled Paid Vote Harvesting. And the purpose there is to, you can't have any benefit. So vote harvesting means a direct interaction with one or more voters in connection with an official ballot.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Mr. Speaker, would you recognize me for a motion to extend time?
Mr. Anchia, we do not extend time beyond 3 extensions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez,
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
I caught the last part of this as you say that the gentleman's time has expired and that time can no longer be extended.
We extended it. He had 20 minutes. We extended it once. We extended it twice. We had 40 minutes. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Prior to the third extension of time, I believe the Chairman Anchia had asked for a suspension of all limitations on debate. And I believe your answer was that you could not recognize them at that time. Would this now be the time to extend and remove time limitations on debate?
The chairman will entertain extensions of time as members are recognized to speak.
Yes, sir. And I'm asking for that recognition, Mr. Speaker.
As each member is recognized to speak, I will entertain an extension of time for that member to be extended.
And Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
With respect to the motion to extend the time to debate, in essence to suspend that rule, I'd like to make that motion.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, please come down front to
Yes,
discuss
sir.
your extension.
Absolutely.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measure.
Members, without objection, the author's time to lay out the bill is extended to 7:15. The chair hears no objection. The chair is extended. The author's time is extended. The chair recognizes Mr. Kane. Mr. Ranchia, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for additional questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman yields.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing us to continue this dialogue. Mr. Kane, I don't know, you probably don't know this, and if you can confirm it for me, you know my dad doesn't speak very good English because he's an immigrant. Did you know that?
I didn't know that about your father, sir.
Yep. Do you know how many people in Texas are speakers of a non-English language?
I'm unaware.
8.6 million. They need help when they vote. So do you know how, have you inquired how your bill will affect non-English speakers in Texas? The 8.6 million of them?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
In fact, Chapter 64.
What page are you looking at?
Oh, I'm just going to the election code, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Chapter 64 of the election code speaks to assistance of voters, and a person that's eligible to receive assistance is someone that needs help writing their ballot or reading it. And what this bill does for them is we want to make sure no one takes advantage of them.
Can you point to me where instruction is given, where in your bill instruction is given in a language other than English? Because you said this bill is designed to help those people. So where in your bill does it talk about non-English speakers and assisting those people?
Well, it doesn't speak to that, but what it does is ensures that, like in the oath of assistance provision of this bill.
What page are you talking about?
Let's look for it. Yeah, there we go. We're on page 10, but this section begins at the top of 9, so it's section 4.02. And in chapter 64.031 of the election code, I believe sets out those who qualify to receive assistance.
What line of your bill is that?
Okay. Of what?
What you're referring to. You said in your bill, and you directed me to page 10. What line are you referring to?
Yeah, we're going to be at section 4.02. So going below section 4.02, so that's page 9, line 25.
Page 9, line 25. Go on.
Yeah. Okay. So that's why we're amending this existing oath, to make sure that people who are eligible for assistance, that no one pressures them or maybe takes advantage of them. Someone that maybe is unable to properly or to read the ballot in the language that it's written in. Because under chapters...
And is that oath in a language other than English? Or is there a provision in your bill related to that?
No, but I'm not opposed to ensuring that the Secretary of State makes sure they write the oath in more than one language. That sounds like a good thing.
Do you have any data on how the provisions of your bill would impact non-English speaking voters?
Well, here's how I know it would impact voters. So eligibility for assistance.
I'm specifically referring to non-English speaking voters. I think you're trying to answer a different question than what I'm asking.
This is about this. Listen. So it's section 64.031 says a voter is eligible to receive assistance in marking the ballot as provided this chapter if the voter cannot prepare the ballot because of a physical disability that renders the voter unable to write or see, or an inability to read the language in which the ballot is written. Right?
My question related to data. Have you looked at any data on how your bill, have you solicited testimony? Have you asked for a study? Have you asked the Secretary of State for data? Because it's not specifically about the provision you're referring to, but how your bill would impact non-English speaking voters. Have you done any of the things that I just described?
No, sir. I didn't hear anybody during the testimony mention that. But I don't think it's a bad idea that we ensure that the oath of assistance is in more than one language. I mean, this is a diverse state.
Okay. Now, your bill significantly increases the role of poll watchers at polling locations. Is that correct?
I don't think it significantly increases the role at all.
Does so it doesn't increase the role at all, in your opinion?
Simply
It doesn't
clarifies
change existing law to,
well, we change existing law
to give that poll worker more power.
That's correct. It does not at all.
Okay.
At all. So Chapter 33, by the way, is entitled Observers, but it's all about watchers, actually. Observers is a federal law term for some reason, but we're on watchers, and it doesn't.
And so under current law, an election judge has complete authority over poll watchers, correct?
Yeah, they've got
and under your
they're
bill,
the boss at the polling location.
They would no longer have that authority, correct?
No, I don't think it changes their authority or anything. We're really clarifying it, For example, this bill makes sure that a watcher who's appointed and properly there, they can't just be removed for any other reason. But to clarify that, we've got some amendments today that we'd like to offer that make sure to clarify,
Is that Representative Click? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand who you were referring to.
Oh, I've got an amendment as well.
You have an amendment.
That'll make sure to kind of clarify that. It'll clarify, that they can obviously be removed for violation of 276. We got one that wants to be very clear that, hey, you can call the police to have them removed for breaches of the peace. And by the way, they're not even allowed to communicate to a voter in the code. I don't know if you're aware of that. Watchers, it's illegal for them to even talk to a voter, and we've got some that want to clarify, that also means you can't harass them. So I agree to that.
Let me ask you on page 5, line 18, where you discuss removal of the watcher from the polling place. You put limitations on the presiding judge's ability to remove the watcher on line 19, where you say that the judge may remove the watcher from a polling place only if the watcher engages in activity that would constitute an offense related to the conduct of the bill. So that changes the authority of the watcher vis-a-vis current law, does it not?
I think it's clarifying what the existing law is, but we also have, I've seen some amendments we're working on that would say, or of this code, a violation of the code to kind of really further clarify that. I think it's already their power.
But let's be clear about this. Under current law, the election judge that otherwise has the power of a state district judge, you're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would have complete authority over the poll watcher to make sure that they could conduct the election. And here, you are placing a limitation and saying that the election judge can only remove a poll watcher under a very specific set of circumstances. Isn't that right?
Yeah, so...
So is that yeah as in yes?
So the overarching goal of this bill is to...
Wait, just help me out. Did you say yeah as in yes at the beginning of your answer?
Yes, and it's because the overarching goal of this bill is to instill the trust in the electoral system, and that's why we're ensuring that watchers can do what they were, appointed to do.
Thank you for your answers, Mr. Kane.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Kane, for allowing me to ask you some questions about this bill. I just want to pick up where Chairman Nchia left off. If you could turn with me to page 4 of your bill, and it says, in this code, a watcher who is entitled to observe an activity or procedure is entitled to sit or stand near enough to see and hear the activity or procedure. What does this word observe mean, and why is it in quotation?
Well, I think it would be related to the concept of what a watcher is there to do. And by the way, this observe, in Texas, we call them a watcher. Under federal statute, they call them an observer. And in the federal statute, they say an observer is allowed to watch. And in Texas, we say a watcher is allowed to observe. And so it's just kind of the way the term's done there.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, why is it in quotes? Is it for emphasis, or the bill has observe in quotes?
Yeah, I guess to emphasize they're entitled to observe.
Is there a different meaning to that word than what is in the dictionary? I'm just trying to figure out what is meant by observe.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, and do you define observe somewhere else in this statute or in this bill?
Yeah, if you give me a moment, let me find it real quick. Yeah, so currently in the election code under section 33.056, B, it says a watcher is entitled to sit or stand near enough to a member of the counting team, to read correctly or to verify the votes are tallied correctly. You see that concept there. We also got other provisions under Chapter 33 that say the same thing, and we're repeating it again so that we be really clear that the whole purpose is they can be, near enough to see and hear the activity or procedure that they're to observe.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what the purpose is of the quotes for observe.
Maybe it's an emphasis thing.
Well, is it reference to, are you citing something else? Is it citing a different part of the election code? It just doesn't have any type of purpose. I don't know what the purpose is.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's there to be clear.
Typically, when you have quotes over, you have words that are encased with quotes, they're in reference to something, maybe a quote from somebody, but I'm not sure what the quotes would mean in this measure. So are you defining observe somewhere else?
I'm not sure. If you give me a moment, I'll look at it.
Okay. So does this part of,
I'm trying to get somebody to help me find it.
okay.
It may appear to be a Scrivener's error. I was looking at House Bill 6 committee substitute that we passed out of the committee to double check, and it's there as well. Maybe it's a Scrivener's error, I assume.
Okay,
Something
so
we could
it's
fix.
an error.
Yeah.
It is not meant to mean anything. Is that correct? With the quotes, I mean.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yes.
Okay. So does this part, Section E, that we're still on, does that mean that a watcher is entitled to see a voter's ballot?
No, not at all. In fact, they're not allowed to do that under the election code.
Okay. Does this mean that a watcher is entitled to see what a voter marked on their ballot?
No, not at all. In fact, Section 33.057 Election Code A says a watcher is entitled to be present at the voting station when a voter is being assisted by an election officer, and the watcher is entitled to examine the ballot before it's deposited in the ballot box to determine whether it's prepared in accordance with the voter's wishes. And then B says a watcher may not be present at the voting station when a voter is preparing the voter's ballot or is being assisted by a person of the voter's choice. Yeah, that means they can't be there. That's wrong. Anything would stop the security of someone's private vote, and they can't do that.
All right. Would you agree that the suppression of lawful voters and voiding lawfully cast votes threatens the stability of a constitutional democracy?
The suppression of lawful voters, yeah, that's a bad thing. I think so, yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with, no. Will this bill permit a presiding judge to have a poll watcher removed if that watcher intimidates a voter?
That would be a crime if they were to intimidate someone. I think, of course, they could be removed. The police are there to enforce our criminal laws and things. And right now, under 276, and I have to go review 276 if voter intimidation is under that. But yeah, that's a bad thing.
So will a presiding judge be permitted to have a poll watcher removed if they are intimidating a voter under your bill?
Can you tell me what, just real quick so I can answer it, what would they be doing?
Intimidating a voter.
Tell me
Just
how that
a second ago, your bill says a poll watcher can be removed only for violations of Chapter 273.
276.
Oh,
Yeah,
276.
I think so.
Yes, thank you for the correction. So would that include a presiding judge being able to remove a poll watcher if they have intimidated a voter?
I guess it depends if it meets 276, but we'll get an amendment that would add, including an offense under Chapter 276 or of this code, just to make sure that be included.
So that, not at this time though, so
I'm not sure if 276 covers that, but we do want to make sure that we go and make very clear. Yes.
Sure. So will this bill permit a presiding judge to remove a watcher who causes physical harm to a voter?
I guess if that would be a violation of the code, otherwise they really should call the police so that person could be arrested.
Well, I mean, would the presiding judge be able to have that poll watcher removed?
Yeah, they're 100% able to call the police and have those people removed, and I'm sure they could ask them to step outside, yes. And I hope they'll call the police. It's very, very important.
I understand, but your bill does not provide for that. It says Chapter 276?
There are, again, they have the power of a state district judge, so I don't see why they couldn't already do that.
Well, because you limit it in this bill. You said a poll watcher can only be
there you go.
removed.
So, I don't know, 276.001 says a person commits an offense if in retaliation against a voter who's voted for or against, it's illegal to harm or threaten to harm a voter already under Chapter 276.
So physical harm?
To harm or threaten to harm.
So if they cause physical harm, the presiding judge can
Well, it also
remove them?
says or to threaten the harm.
Okay, so then your bill would allow a presiding judge to have a poll worker removed if they cause physical harm to a voter?
Yeah, a watcher. Yes, I believe so.
Yes, okay. All right. Does this bill require poll watchers to identify themselves to the public?
I don't think that's in this bill, but, they're not actually even allowed to talk to voters under Chapter 33.
Well,
They're
do
not
they
allowed
wear
to
anything that
communicate.
says that they're a poll watcher? Is there anything that says, I'm a poll watcher?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, so there's no way a voter would know that the person that is sitting or standing near enough to observe the activities, they would not know if they're a poll watcher.
Well, the watcher, by the way, they present their credentials to the presiding judge when they get there, so the presiding judge knows exactly who they are.
But what about voters that are there, the people who are there to vote? Will they know who they are?
I think some counties do it optionally. They let people wear name tags and things. I've heard about that.
Does anything in this bill prohibit poll watchers from being paid?
Does it prevent poll watchers from being mean?
Paid.
Paid. Let me look at, I think when we're looking at bills, it's sometimes important to look at existing law. I'm not sure they can actually be paid. Yeah, I don't think you can be paid to do this. It's a volunteer gig, just like well, actually, it's not really volunteer for other people. Some election workers do get paid, but it's not in the bill.
Okay. Does this bill permit poll watchers to videotape voters inside the polling place?
This bill does not do that.
So does this bill prohibit poll watchers from videotaping voters inside the polling place?
It does not, but current law does.
I'm sorry?
Current law does. It's already illegal under current law.
Okay, so this bill would not change that?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, see, while watcher may not be accepted for service if the watcher has possession of a device capable of recording images or sound. Unless the watcher agrees to disable or deactivate the device, And yeah, so they can't do that stuff, yeah.
Are you
That's
fa-
existing law.
Okay, and you're not changing that. Are you familiar with the campaign Operation Eagle Eye?
I'd never heard of that.
Okay. Earlier, Representative your Vice Chair Gonzalez asked if you had reached out to any organizations that specialize or that focus on voting in elections. Did you reach out or did you have any communication with the Texas Civil Rights Project?
They were in the hearing room a lot, and they also often handed things to us, and I'd read through their documents, and
You
we had a
read
lot
through
of
their
communication. Yeah, then they handed things out for the bills. Yes.
Did you consult with them when crafting this piece of legislation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Let me just give you an explanation because they provided this document to talk about Operation Eagle Eye. The Republican National Committee recruited tens of thousands of volunteers to show up at polling places in communities of colors and challenge voters' eligibility, taking unwelcome photographs, loudly described voters on two-way radios, and summoned Republican-friendly police officers. And in Texas, there were over 10,000 volunteers alone to do that as poll watchers. You weren't familiar with that?
I'd forgotten about the term. I remember reading something like that. Now, yes, Operation Eagle Eye. Okay.
Were you aware that in 1980...
Oh, but by the way, I mean that I'd read the term, but I'm not familiar with the rest of that.
Sure. Were you aware that in 1981, the RNC organized a partisan poll watching group called the National Ballot Security Task Force?
I'm not advised.
Okay, so this group included armed off-duty police officers who patrolled polling places, and they occasionally removed voters in Latinx and Black neighborhoods.
You know what? That's actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. We've got a provision in this bill. It's under Section 3.08, okay? And this is to clarify who can be in a polling place, because we don't want that exact thing to happen. Polling places aren't libraries, they're not the courthouse steps.
Well,
and
I actually
that's
have
why,
a polling place that is a library.
Well, when you're inside the polling place, you know, those
Okay.
doors where it's voting, and that's actually why we clarify who can be inside of it. And it's people that are, any kind of government officials are there to do a job, and if they're not doing exactly what they're supposed to be, they don't need to be inside there. And so we say that during the time prescribed, it can only, under this one for a polling place, only the election judge or clerk, a watcher, the Secretary of State, the staff member of the Elections Division of the Secretary of State, performing an official duty in accordance with this code, meaning they don't just go hang out.
Sure.
They got to be there to do a job.
Let me ask you this. In 2018, Dallas poll watchers had to be escorted out for looking over voters' shoulders. Were you aware of that?
I was not, but that's wrong, because I think when we go to the code, it says they can't do that.
But that's just a tactic that they use. In 2010 and 2020, Houston poll watchers were reported for being too close to voters. So,
What do you mean by too close?
well, I guess it was closer than the 6 feet that you reference.
I don't represent 6 feet.
Okay, so
I wasn't really
this
good at
is-
following those rules.
This is what the problem is. When you have in-person elections and people have to be there, and we're still in the pandemic, and there's COVID-19 going on, if you have a poll watcher who is too close, that could become concerning. That's very concerning. Were you aware that poll watchers in Texas have also been known to call Border Patrol in an attempt to curtail Latinx voters?
No, I'm not advised. I didn't hear anybody in committee explaining that either.
So in Dallas County, were you aware of this? A voter reported that a white female poll watcher was standing within 3 feet of all the voting machines and taking notes on a clipboard. Will your bill allow for that process?
We're not changing that. Current law under Chapter 33 allows people to take notes, and they can't leave with their notes without giving them to the presiding judge. And that's current law, and we're not affecting that at all.
So they can stand close to the voter while they're voting. Is that permitted under your bill?
The bill says conveniently enough.
Okay. So in Bowie County, a black voter had someone who appeared to be acting as a poll watcher looking over her shoulder. And this is why I asked you about whether they need to, if your bill requires them to have identification. So they had a poll watcher, somebody acting as a poll watcher, look over her shoulder as she voted and ask her about who she was voting for. Will your bill prohibit those types of actions?
It's already prohibited in the code. They're not allowed to communicate to a voter.
Okay, so they're not allowed to.
Yeah.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Amendment by Gonzalez of Dallas.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This amendment simply strikes the enactment clause in the bill. I don't think that anyone in this chamber would advocate or condone voter fraud. All of us can agree that anyone who commits voter fraud should be prosecuted, convicted, because that's just not how our democracy is supposed to work. But members, the only way our democracy can function is by allowing people to be able to participate in that democratic process, not creating barriers that make it more difficult, intimidating, and make people fear going to exercise their right to vote. That's what I think will happen if we pass this bill. And I don't think that Texas wants that. As a woman of color who has worked in the Department of Justice in the voting rights section and led the voter protection charge in Nevada in 2012, I know what discrimination looks like. And HB 6 is just that. It's old Jim Crow dressed up in what our colleagues are calling election integrity. We cannot deny Texas's long history of using a racially gerrymandered legislature and blatant attempts to pass discriminatory laws with the intent to disenfranchise people of color. Yet here we are again. Even Governor Abbott was asked a few weeks ago when he was promoting this bill, was there voter fraud in the 2020 election? He said, I can't think of any. I don't know of any, but there may have been. And the Secretary of State, who was appointed by the governor and who oversaw the 2020 elections, said to the Elections Committee that the election was smooth and secure. Members, this is by far the worst piece of legislation that Texans have seen. We should be encouraging more Texans to vote, not trying to turn someone who makes a simple mistake a felon. I think about me when I was young and I was a new voter. I was excited, but I was really nervous. It's scary to go to the polls for the very first time. I remember even asking for assistance because I was scared that I would push the wrong button and my vote wouldn't count. Creating these additional barriers is going to make it even scarier for people and limit the assistance the person may need. Just like the 18-year-old Jessica who went to go vote for the very first time. This bill places burdens on elderly, disabled, and minority voters by virtually guaranteeing that a large percentage of their mail-in ballots will be rejected. These ballots will be rejected not because of fraud, but because the voter did not fill out the paperwork in the way that it is delineated in this bill. There is no cure process for this type of disenfranchisement. This will silence thousands of potential eligible voters. And haven't we heard this over and over by the supporters of this legislation that any cancellation of any legal vote is voter suppression. And so that's what this bill is going to do, in effect. This happened to me once, and I will say that I was so disappointed. It was the 2008 presidential primary election, one that it was historical in the eyes of many. I was a law student, and I went to school out of state, and I applied for my vote by mail ballot. It was the first time I ever had. I was so excited about receiving it, and dropping it in the mail felt like the very first time that I went to go vote. Come to find out, I got a letter in the mail about a month or two later, and found out that my vote was never counted. And I haven't really told a lot of people that story because, to be quite frank with you, it felt embarrassing. I was embarrassed by it because technically I didn't go vote. And I was so excited about voting in that election. Mainly, I was heartbroken about that because I did not have the opportunity to have my voice heard in that primary. This bill is going to increase the chances for those in that type of situation for it to occur more and more. It's going to affect people who are in the military and students who go to school out of state. And we should not be making voting more difficult. And that's what this bill is going to do. In addition, this bill places poll watchers in positions to intimidate voters in the polling place, and those watchers, no matter how disruptive or coercive they may be, they cannot be removed unless they are violating part of this code. And in fact, it makes it a crime to remove a disruptive poll watcher. Poll watching is not a constitutional right like our right to vote is, and we need to understand that. The idea that we should allow poll watchers into the polling place and not remove them when they disrupt the administration of our elections is ludicrous. Even after 20 hours of testimony of people testifying of the dangerous effect this bill will have on Texas voters, this bill was still rammed through our committee, as if these real concerns were insignificant nuisance. And still, we're being forced to hear this bill today, despite the outcries of the people of Texas. Finally, the biggest tragedy of this bill is the chamber's failure to work together. I think that there are many things that the folks in this House can agree on. And there are provisions in this bill that no one should accept. But when you only talk amongst the people who you agree with, this is the result. This bill right here is the result. We are Texans and we take pride in our state, of who we are, where we came from, and we must do better. We can do better. No one on this floor got here because of voter fraud. The reason I know that is because the Secretary of State told me so. Told members of the Elections Committee that were present during the hearing and the thousands of Texans across the state that tuned in that our elections were safe and they were secure. So I'm not really sure what problem we're trying to solve today. Every single member on this floor believes that election fraud is a crime and should be prosecuted. Where we disagree is that we do not believe that legal voters should be rejected and disenfranchised because of the extraordinarily rare crime of election fraud that, again, doesn't really exist. People may want to deny the fact that systemic racism doesn't exist, that Jim Crow laws from the old days aren't coming back, but we know that they do. Texas is one of the main reasons that the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was passed by President Lyndon B. Johnson. Because Texas and other southern states, and for us to ignore the fact and pretend that these problems never existed is insulting. It's insulting to the people of color, it's insulting to all the people who have faced discrimination in the past, and it is insulting to the people of color of today. We should not be making voting more difficult. You know, I have a sign on my door in my office that I bought here to the floor today. It says, "No Negroes, no dogs, and no Mexicans allowed." And I have it in my office, and I have it hanging by the door, so I can see it every single day when I walk out of my office, that our rights should never be taken for granted. It will be a dark day in Texas if HB 6 becomes the law. Let's reject this bill and start again, and let's do right by Texans. Thank you. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields.
Vice Chair Gonzalez, I want to thank you so much for your steadfast leadership on the House Elections Committee. You have done a fine job. I appreciate your leadership and being the voice of those who have been left out. Thank you,
Madam Chair. Thank you.
I want to ask you about the information about your amendment to strike the entire amendment. On the committee, you heard information, you heard testimony from the Attorney General's office. And did they provide you with evidence of widespread voter fraud in Texas?
No, ma'am.
Did they provide you with evidence of issues with fraud and limited integrity? Like, did they show you where, or did they provide information about where the purity of the ballot box is in question?
No, ma'am.
There was no evidence of that?
No.
Did they provide you with any information about those that they are currently investigating?
They did. They personally didn't at first when we requested it at our organizational meeting. They had just given us a blanket number. I believe it was like 500 and something, seemingly making it look like that they were investigating 500 individual cases. But in reality, it was offenses. And the reason that number had spiked so much was because there were individual people that were getting charged with all these other offenses, right? And some that were overlapping, like conspiracy and things of that nature. And so it was very misleading to the members on the committee because it made it sound like they were investigating that many people when in reality, if I'm recalling correctly, all those offenses broke up into about 5 or 6 people.
That's what I recall as well. So the people that have been the target of the Attorney General's investigations, did they give you the racial makeup of those individuals or ethnic makeup?
They did not. They said that they do not keep that information.
Okay. So in the past, those that have been charged with voter fraud, did they give you the racial or ethnic makeup of those individuals?
No, ma'am. They told us, we requested it. They told us that they do not keep that information.
Okay, they do not keep that information. Would it surprise you to know that people of color have been the target of those
Gentlelady's time has
investigations?
expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
I move to extend the time for the gentlelady.
Members, you've heard the motion and the objection. The chair hears none. The lady's time is extended.
So you talked about the poll watchers. You said that that was a concern for you. Are you familiar with the history of the poll watcher? Are you familiar with how the intimidation tactics they used?
I'm aware of it happening.
In fact, it's happened in the 2020 election.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we're still seeing these intimidation tactics, do you have any idea why we would need to further empower a poll watcher?
Absolutely not. I mean, I've seen some of this happen actually to one of my colleagues from my Dallas delegation in one of her reelection campaigns.
Okay, so, but it's your understanding that this bill would empower poll watchers?
Yes, ma'am.
And do poll watchers take an oath now to be a poll watcher?
No.
Okay. Are poll watchers trained?
No.
They're not trained, but the presiding judge is trained.
I believe so, yes.
The election judge is trained. They received a training. They take an oath, but the poll watcher is not taking an oath. So let's talk about the criminal penalties that you mentioned that you say are unnecessary. Under this bill, well, let me ask you this. And based on the information that you have and based on your experiences with elections, traditionally, has it been difficult to enlist poll workers?
Yes.
And I'm talking about poll workers, people who are at the clerks and the presiding judges. Has it been difficult to do that?
Yes, very difficult.
And so the criminal penalties that are in this bill, do you believe that that would further limit participation in volunteerism and as a poll worker?
Absolutely. Some of these folks, this is a part-time job. It's not like they make tons of money working the polls when we need them. Is very difficult for polling locations to fill those positions. And when you put a person in a situation that they can accidentally commit a crime, it's going to discourage people from taking those positions and make it even harder for people to be able to employ folks at the polling location when we need them.
Absolutely. So you believe that this bill is going to really have a disparate impact on the polling locations?
I'm confident that it will.
All right. And then let's talk about the impact of the voter assistance section that you are striking of this bill. You talked about simple mistakes. So if somebody accidentally fills out the form, is there a provision in here that excuses that mistake, or do they automatically get arrested first and questions later?
I'm not aware. when we've asked some of these questions to the AG's office, because they're going to be the ones that are going to be enforcing this bill, even some of those responses were unclear to us too on how this would be enforced, and several provisions in the bill.
So that's the concern that we have, is that you get arrested first and then questions are asked later. But
Yes.
there's no provision here that removes that arrest when someone is vindicated. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So do you believe that this bill, if it was passed, would have the impact of increasing arrest for individuals?
Absolutely.
And so that would, in turn, impact that person's ability to thrive, meaning that with an arrest record, it would impact their ability to contribute to the economy.
Yes, ma'am. And it would also discourage people from assisting a voter, because they're going to be afraid that they're going to be unlawfully assisting a voter under the language of this bill.
Okay, so not only will the voter could be charged currently, but